disruption, particularly to travel. Also a little bit of flooding possible as well. That rain then feeds further north and eastwards, lying across northern parts of England as we head into the afternoon. A scattering of showers with some sunny spells developing across much of England and Wales. The best sunshine there across Scotland and Northern Ireland. Temperatures for many a little on the chilly side, especially when you consider tomorrow is the first day of meteorological spring. As we look towards Saturday, and it's a bit of a messy day, there will be some outbreaks of showery rain around, and there could still be some winteriness, particularly over any modest higher ground. At the moment, it looks like Sunday is going to be a dry day for many of us, but do watch out for some rain in the southeast and more wet weather to come as we go into the start of next week, particularly on Monday. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, weekdays from 9 p.m.
Mike Freer joins me now. Mike, thank you very much for coming into the studio.
Thank you for inviting me.
Firstly, how are you?
It's been a busy day, and it's been quite a traumatic experience. It's a real wrench to walk away from a job that you love, but also a constituency that you've become, I live there, it's my home, and I regard many of my constituents as friends, and it is an amazing place, and to walk away from that is really it's quite an emotional wrench to think this was a job I loved, but unfortunately I can't do it anymore.
Can you talk me through the process? Because you mentioned about the alleged arson attack, etc., being the final straw, but this has been a really quite vile journey to get to this point. So what kind of threats have you had? What's that look like?
Well, like every MP, I mean, you day in, day out, you get abusive emails, you get low-level stuff that, whether we should accept it, but we do, it's graffiti, it's things like, in the past I've had a mock Molotov cocktail left on the office door, meaning we had to evacuate the whole building. I've come out of my house and found a note on my car. Where I live is common knowledge, but what I drive is less so. And it's a few weeks after John Mann had the wheel nuts on his car tampered with. So that all kind of makes you get a bit, what on earth's going on. But I've had two run-ins with the organisation that was Muslims Against Crusades, and people like Anjem Chowdhury, who was behind that organisation, been to prison. But online it said, I used to do surgery in mosques, so I wanted to go out and see people. And online, it's a picture of me saying, you're not welcome in our mosque, let Stephen Timms be a pointed reminder. So it's not very subtle.
Well, just for our viewers and listeners who might not remember that,
Stephen Timms, of course, was stabbed by a woman who'd been radicalised. Thank heavens he survived. So it was a very unsubtle.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's midnight. This is GB News, Britain's election channel. Polls have closed in Rochdale tonight in one of the most divisive and controversial by-election contests in recent history. The Reform Party candidate Simon Danchuk spoke to Patrick Christie's earlier tonight.
Most extremist election I've known in my 35 years in British politics. There's been intimidation, there's been threats to members of the public who are supporting particular people.
There's been a crazy run-up to this by-election as Labour withdrew support for Azhar Ali, their former candidate, after saying Israel wanted the October the 7th attack from Hamas as a pretext to invade Gaza.
They deliberately took the security off. They allowed the massacre, and here's a massacre of 1,200 innocent people, right? They allowed that massacre, and that gives them the green light to do whatever they bloody want.
And just after 10 p.m, Labour released these comments from Stephen Kinnock, the Shadow Immigration Minister.
Well, to be frank, I'm pleased that this whole sorry saga has come to an end now. It has been a very difficult and messy process. I'm very pleased that we took rapid and robust action in terms of our candidate, and the number one priority for us now in Rochdale will be to select a strong candidate who will take the seat for Labour, and we will have a Labour MP at the general election that we can be proud of.
For his part, George Galloway has based almost his entire campaign on his support for Palestine.
How are you going to answer your children, your grandchildren? How are you going to answer on the Judgment Day?
And the Conservative Party, remember them, put up Paul Ellison, clearly realising his fate as he went on holiday during the campaign. Here's what he said.
I'm very concerned about the residents of Rochdale. They just want Rochdale to become a good town again, for an MP that cares, not an MP for, again, using it as a political football. That's all he's here for. If I'm accused of being on holiday, George is here in Rochdale on holiday himself.
And we'll be live in Rochdale throughout the night with our political correspondent Catherine Forster.
Yes, it should have been an easy win for Labour, but they don't even have a candidate here. Instead, 3 former Labour MPs or Labour candidates are standing, and George Galloway is feeling incredibly confident. This could be an absolute nightmare for the Labour Party.
The contest to replace the former MP has been marred by raging tensions over Gaza and claims of death threats. What will tonight bring? We will reveal all and be with it through every twist and turn. This is GB News, Britain's election channel. I'm Tom Harwood and I'll be taking you through the night with guests including, but not limited to, Jacob Rees-Mogg, Nigel Farage, Paul Richards, Anne Widdecombe and Norman Baker. Joining me now from Rochdale is our political correspondent Catherine Forster, who's been at the count this evening. Catherine, what has been going on? The count is underway clearly and Galloway is feeling confident.
Yes, he certainly is. Good evening. Counting got underway about half an hour ago. I've been wandering around looking at the votes piling up, looking at those votes and also talking to George Galloway's team when we arrived a couple of hours ago. They are feeling very, very confident indeed. So confident, in fact, that they gave us a statement. I'll read you just a very little bit of it, saying thank you, Rochdale, for voting, and saying they're going to send a message to the political class today that they are two cheeks of the same backside, and in just a few hours they are set to get a good kicking. He goes on to say that whoever people voted for, if elected, he will be an MP for everyone. But really, this is a huge embarrassment for the Labour Party. This by-election is happening, of course, because of the very sad death of Sir Tony Lloyd, a very well-respected Labour MP who passed away just in mid-January. The Labour Party wanted this by-election to happen as soon as possible so that they could ensure a vacuum isn't created for George Galloway and his circus of division to walk into. But of course, that's exactly what has happened, because they had to boot out their candidate, Azhar Ali, when his name was already with the Labour logo attached to it after the postal votes had already gone out because of these anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that he had been spouting. So no Labour candidate, although there is the logo on the ballot paper, and yet 2 former Labour MPs, George Galloway for the Workers' Party of Britain and Simon Danczuk of Reform, who was Labour MP here for several years and of course lost the whip over those texting scandal to the teenage girl. So Reform are wandering around here. Don't seem massively confident to me. George Galloway's lot, very confident. There's 11 candidates in total. Worth saying, not a single woman among them, but one of the independents has caught my eye. Looking round, looking at the piles, a man called David Tully. He's a local businessman. He wants to campaign for maternity services to return, amateur sports, and he says, I just want the best for my town and for my community. Many people here think that George Galloway, who is favourite to win, doesn't care that much about Rochdale. Let's see what happens tonight.
Catherine will be with you throughout the night as those piles get assorted and collected behind you and we start to see what the picture is shaping up to be. But for now, Catherine Foster, our political correspondent, thank you. Well, let's just revisit that statement from George Galloway from the Workers' Party of Britain. He said this as polls closed. Thank you to every voter who took the time to send a message to the political class today. More than ever, they are two cheeks of the same backside, and in just a few hours, they're set to get a good kicking. No matter how you voted today, thank you for doing so. I promise, if elected tonight, to be an MP for all Rochdalians, no matter who you voted for. Well, George Galloway certainly sounding confident, but we haven't got a single result yet, of course. I'll be joined up until 3 a.m. by my studio guests, the former Labour MP Stephen Pound and lifelong Conservative supporter Lady McAlpine. Now, Stephen, let's start with you, because as we were going through that statement, you noticed a phrase from George Galloway, of course, once a Labour MP, then a Respect MP in a by-election not unsimilar to this, now the Workers' Party of Britain. But you say this phrase, two cheeks of the same backside, is a perennial one.
It's almost it's on George Galloway Tribute Act now. He's trotting out the same ghastly tropes. He's still treating the Palestinian people with utter contempt by using their bones to build a pulpit for himself to spew this divisive rubbish that he always does. But I was on television with him years ago, and the first thing he said, Blair and Brown, he says they're two cheeks of the same up. You know, he used a slightly different word, not backside. He used that against me and somebody else. He just uses it over and over again. There's not an original thought. And for me, I have to say, the thing that breaks my heart about this, last Friday week, I was in a church in Manchester at Tony Lloyd's funeral at St Hugh of Lincoln Church. The place was packed. Tony was a good friend of mine, or Joe, we used to call him. Everybody called him that. We served in Northern Ireland together for a long, long time. And to see this ghastly imbroglio, these shenanigans, which actually make what happened last week in the House of Commons look fairly placid. What a horrific comment on Tony's record and his legacy, which has been destroyed and trampled on. So I think the point with George Galloway, it's the same old nonsense. We saw it in Bradford, we saw it in Glasgow, Kelvin. You know, we've seen it over and over again. And I have to say, I weep for the people of Rochdale, the Rochwellians, as he calls them, because with him there, it's going to be about George. And really and truly, in a place with some of the worst unemployment figures, the lowest education attainments, the highest number of street sleepers, do we really concentrate entirely on Gaza? Gaza doesn't have to exclude everything else, but it doesn't have to overcome everything else.
And Lady McAlpine, the Labour Party can, to some extent, be blamed for a lot of this mess. Normally, in normal times, this would be a walkover for them.
Absolutely. I just don't understand it. I really don't. I just don't understand how people can be so utterly stupid. I mean, OK, the Conservatives are being pretty stupid at the moment, but the Labour Party should be just grabbing every opportunity and turning it to advantage, and they're not.
And yet, we have also heard from the Conservatives in this by-election. It doesn't look like the Conservatives will do very well at all. There may be even a question mark over whether the Conservatives keep their deposit.
I know, that's really worrying. I hope they do. I really hope they do.
Why is it that the Conservatives are almost not being considered in this conversation? It's all Lazzarelli, George Galloway, Simon Danczuk, even the independent David Tully, who was being spoken about by our political correspondent. The Tories are nowhere.
No, I think partly because it's generally deemed to not be a traditional Tory seat. But I still think, this government is just showing the country that there's no point in voting Conservative at the moment.
No, it's really not a good mark on either party, on either major party tonight, Stephen.
I wouldn't even try to argue with you there. Look, the Tory candidate went on holiday for a couple of weeks. The Green candidate has been thrown. His own party having nothing to do with him, but he's been sort of disallowed. It's a very, very difficult one. But I think above all, the fact that an area with so many problems is now having to be in this crucible of hatred, and that does them no service. And above all, let's be honest, it does the people of Palestine no service at all.
Why is it that we have suddenly seen a crucible of a foreign war, a war that Britain is not party to, almost become the central question of this by-election?
Well, it's an incredibly good question. Why is it being fanned by people who are not necessarily British? Is it being fanned by the press? What's actually fanning the hatred? Or what is it that's forcing people to talk about it? Why are we talking about it now? I've never understood this, the way all of a sudden something fairly minor, OK, this is not minor, but at the same time it's not a local problem, and it suddenly blows up out of all proportion. And, 6 months later it'll be dead as dodo. Slightly different in this case.
Well, let's think about other cases like this. We had nothing like this over Iraq. We had one big march.
Exactly.
In March 2015. You had
George Galloway might argue that in many ways his Bradford by-election win in the middle of the coalition years could have been attributed to Iraq.
Well, that's one that I think we need to tease out at some length. But certainly he poured petrol on the flames without any shadow of a doubt. But when you think of the Uyghurs, that is genocide that's happening in that part of the world. The Chinese are committing absolute genocide there. We don't see marches there. In the whole of the Syrian war, with President Assad being propped up by Iran, barrel bombing his own people, millions of people killed. There was no marches on the street. In Kosovo, in Pristina, in South Balkans, we didn't see the same thing. Is it because it's Zion and is it the Jews? Is it? I don't know. All I know is that there's something pretty fundamental in the British psyche at the present time. And I think for some people, for the best reasons, Tom, they feel they've got to do something. And instead of doing what I'm doing and what a lot of other people are doing, raising money for medical aid for Palestine, helping to actually get some food and some humanitarian supplies in there, they think that marching and shouting, and above all, it's easier to find a scapegoat than it is to find a solution.
But Stephen Pound, George Galloway tonight says that he has won by a significant margin. That's his assessment. What do you make of that?
Well, if you look at the postal votes started being opened at 10 o'clock, and by 11 o'clock we had a pretty good idea. The postal votes were overwhelmingly in favour of George Galloway, partly because of some of the mosques had tended to vote together, but we don't know. But if you actually look at the postal votes, which aren't after all a determinant, but they're certainly an indication, he's done very well indeed. If he does get elected, and I have to say,
I have to say, Stephen, that GB News sources are now saying that it does look like George Galloway may well have won this by-election.
Well, you're ahead of the game. You're ahead of the curve, not for the first time.
I think it's horrifying.
Depressingly.
Lady McAlpine, your comments?
Sorry?
You think it's horrifying?
Well, it's depressing anyway. But, I don't know. There's just nothing normal going on at the moment. And, why are we making so much fuss? Because we're impotent, because we can't do anything, we can't interfere in this mess, the war.
If George Galloway gets into Parliament, let's face it, we've got the May recess, the Whitsun recess, the summer recess, and then the general election on November the 14th. It's a fairly good bet.
George Galloway's own campaign literature in this by-election has been saying, you can elect me for 200 days, and then there's the next election. To some extent, is that a fundamental point here, that it's almost a free hit to the establishment if the people of Rochdale decide to send Galloway to
It's really funny, and it's a credit to you, that no one else has actually said that, and I think it's a very, very true factor. Look, George Galloway made, I think, probably one of the best speeches I've ever heard in the House of Commons when he was speaking against abortion, and he's speaking from a very Catholic perspective on that. And he, regardless of your own views on abortion, it was an incredible speech, it actually captivated the House. He's capable of way of doing this extraordinary speech. But on the other hand, so are other demagogues in history. They have that skill and that ability. All we can say is the one saving grace is if he has one, and the indications are not good for democracy, they're good for Galloway. The indications are that he will only be an MP for a short time, and he will be a pariah in the House.
Lady McAlpine, what do you think the House of Commons will feel like, will look like if a triumphant George Galloway comes in, not for the first time with an independent party, defeating all the established parties and coming in as he did, a decade ago, but doing it for a second time? That's a political feat.
It is, but I have a nasty feeling that it won't be made much of when he goes in. You know better than I do. My gut feeling is that most people would not want to give him the pleasure of making a big scene about it.
Will it raise questions for the Labour Party in George Galloway's literature, in letters that he's sent?
It's got to.
In letters he's sent to potential constituents, to people he's asking the vote of, he says this could dislodge Keir Starmer as leader of the Labour Party. What do you make of that claim?
Does he want to take over? I mean,
would they want him to?
No, but one assumes that's what he's talking about. I mean, anybody who comes, people who've come to me and said, I want to be leader of the Conservative Party, and I said, well, you know, why? And what do you think you've got to offer? I think it's just an amazing arrogance, but I once accused David Cameron of being arrogant, and somebody said you have to be arrogant to want to be Prime Minister.
Yeah. Galloway had tried this before, if you remember. When he won the Bethnal Green by-law, you know, in the Tower Hamlets, he actually had a party called Respect. And that was a political party. This, the Workers' Party, is basically the George Galloway fan club.
Because Respect had councillors, they had infrastructure. This is just Galloway alone.
And they stood in a lot of constituencies. And interestingly enough, there's somebody who is very much of George Galloway's way of thinking is thinking of standing against Rushanara Ali in Bethnal Green and Bow. So I think George Galloway would rather have stood there, to be perfectly honest. But
well, one of the remarkable facts about Rochdale as a place is that it has a smaller proportion of Muslim voters than Bradford, for example, did. Bradford West, when George Galloway won that seat in the mid-coalition years, that was around 50% of the electorate was of Muslim faith. It's half that in Rochdale. Does that perhaps make this more of a political feat if he's managed to achieve this tonight?
Well, if he does it for two reasons. One is that all the Muslim vote in Rochdale does not belong to the same strand of Islam. You know, and there's very, very different. There's 5 different mosques there, and it certainly looks as though all of them appear to be sort of weeding out the vote for him. So if he does do it, it will be a dramatic result, come what may, and I don't think we can take that away. However, it will be a tragic result just as much as it's an epic one.
Well, I'm pleased to say that we've been joined in the studio by Jacob Rees-Mogg, former Conservative Cabinet Minister, of course. And, Sir Jacob, this is an election that is perhaps saying a plague on all your houses.
I'm not sure that that's what it's saying. I think that George Galloway is a very particular political figure, and this by-election has come when the whole issue around Israel and Gaza is to the forefront, when the Labour candidate had to stand aside because of anti-Semitic comments he made, and that there's been clearly a strong religious vote. And that should concern us if we are getting religion-determining votes in UK politics. This has sort of happened before. Obviously, it happened a lot in Northern Ireland, happened a little in Liverpool, a little in Glasgow. But this is very unusual for UK politics, and it's not, I think, a good thing for British politics.
I mean, this is sectarianism, really.
That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. It's very bad news for the Labour Party, because the Labour Party thought that it had a bloc Muslim vote, and it's now found that actually that's quite tempted to go off for George Galloway, which it's done before.
Do you think that this has implications for the wider general election later this year, or is this just a Galloway-specific phenomenon?
I think it could have implications, because if you look at what's going on, if you look at the marches that are taking place, if you look at how, since the 7th of October, we've been talking about a sectarian vote, something we never talked about before, how strong feelings are about what's going on.
What about
in
in 2005, where many constituencies that look like Rochdale, that perhaps have large ethnic diversity, actually went to the Lib Dems, who presented themselves as the strong anti-war party at that point. There are a huge number of former Labour seats that switched over to the Liberal Democrats, their highest ever performance as a party in 2005. Could we say that that was a bit sectarian?
Well, that was slightly different because that was a domestic British political phenomenon, and people who weren't of the Muslim faith or of any particular faith voted Lib Dem because they were against the Iraq War. Bear in mind, what was it, 2 million people took the streets of London to oppose the Iraq War, and by no means were all of them Muslim, whereas...
Well, many people march against the war in Gaza who aren't Muslim.
They're not all, but this is much more of a sectarian issue, isn't it? And the numbers of Muslims in this country has grown because we've had such a large amount of immigration in recent years. And so I think the circumstances for a sectarian vote are much more favourable than they were in 2005.
I think leaving aside Northern Ireland, which I think we must, there was a very strong sectarian divide as a determinant of polling behaviour in Great Britain, and that was in Glasgow until very, very recently. And one of the things that slightly cheers me in the long term is the fact you now have people like Alison Thewlis, who is not Catholic, standing in a constituency where only a Catholic would have won before. And I can still remember canvassing for friends up there, and people say, well, no, I'm not going to vote for him, he's a Protestant or he's a Catholic. You know, we've moved on from that in Glasgow, and who would have thought we could have done it? We have moved on from that. If we move on in Glasgow and then back down that awful, slippery, blood-stained slope in Rochdale, then it's a very, very sad day for our politics.
And Lady McAlpine, what do you make of it?
I think they've said it all, frankly. I really do. Well, the thing is, I totally agree with Jacob. And he knows far more about it than I do. But
more than all of us.
To
be fair.
This is very flattering, but
not to blow our own GB News presenters' trumpets and all of that. But let's join now with Dan Hodges. He's joining us from Rochdale, the columnist for the Mail of Sunday, of course. Dan, thanks for joining us this evening. Of course, we're hearing on the ground that Galloway seems to be doing very, very well, perhaps has won the thing. Is that what you're picking up?
Yes, I think that's a fairly accurate description of what people think is happening here. It looks like, well, certainly George Galloway's people are very, very confident, and they're saying he's won it and won it quite comfortably.
You've been tweeting that Azhar Ali is the former Labour candidate, now disowned, of course, isn't going to the count this evening.
No, and the reason for that appears to be we were all assuming it was going to be a straight fight between George Galloway and Azhar Ali. It now looks like it's going to be a fight between George Galloway and an independent local businessman called Dave Tully, who has come from absolutely nowhere and who people here seem to think is going to do very well, and in fact appears to be heading for second place, and in some areas is even challenging George Galloway. So yeah, I think Azhar Ali will probably not be appearing because I think he's going to have a very, very poor performance.
Staggering, because some of the bookies' odds before polls closed were suggesting that he was perhaps the favourite suddenly again, but now perhaps not even second place. Does this perhaps suggest that turnout has been extraordinarily low tonight?
We'll just have to wait and see. I've got to be honest, I haven't seen the turnout figure yet. I mean, obviously, the fact that he was kicked out effectively as the candidate by Labour, that's obviously had an impact. And I think more broadly what it's done is it's kind of muddied the waters here. There were a lot of people, both on the Labour side and Tory side, who are going to use this by-election to see to what extent, try and judge to what extent the Gaza issue was impacting the Labour vote. Obviously, the fact that he was ejected has made that more complicated. But I do think if, as expected, George Galloway has won here and has won by the margin that we think he's won, then I do think that will scare quite a number of people in the Labour Party, and it may even have some implications for the timing of the general election.
Really? Because this is going to be the big conversation that flows from tonight. If what we believe has happened, what questions will be asked of Keir Starmer, of Labour Party organisation, and frankly of Labour policy too?
Well, I think there'll certainly be questions asked about organisation. I mean, there is a sort of a general feeling that Labour's selection in this seat was rushed through at an unseemly pace, and as a result of that, that's why Azhar Ali was selected. I mean, Labour wanted the by-election, the writ to be moved as quickly as possible, so they could have the by-election as quickly as possible and not allow George Galloway to build up a head of steam. And obviously, the opposite has happened. In terms of Labour's broader policy on Gaza, I'm not entirely sure how much more room there is for Keir Starmer to move. If he were to try to move much further on Gaza, I think he would then be accused of flip-flopping, and that's a charge that is starting to gain some traction. So I'm not entirely sure what Keir Starmer can do in sort of to mitigate this result.
Well, one thing Starmer could do is ignore it, say that this is a blip, an unusual set of circumstances with no official Labour Party candidate, and perhaps his saving grace tonight would be the fact that he disowned Azhar Ali. Perhaps that's his great get-out clause.
I think that's absolutely right, and I'm sure that's the line we'll hear from Labour tomorrow. But whilst Labour publicly say they'll be ignoring this result, privately they'll be looking at it very closely, and privately they'll be alarmed, because the picture here is a picture that I think a number of Labour Party people have been telling me is something that could be replicated across the country. And as I said, I think Tory strategists will be looking at it very closely, and Tory MPs will be looking at it very closely, because some of them have been starting to think, look, if the Labour vote is going to be split in a number of constituencies because of the Gaza issue, then maybe that's an argument for bringing the election forward and calling basically a Gaza election while Labour are in a mess on the issue.
Now, we're expecting this result to come at some point. We're hearing perhaps imminently. I don't know what you're picking up from on the ground about what the other parties are feeling like and how far through the count looks to you.
Yeah, I mean, we're hearing that there is going to be an earlier count. I mean, I don't think, from what I'm looking at and others are looking at in the terms of the ballots, I don't think we're going to be getting a recount here, to put it mildly. There's an announcement just being made about turnout, which I have to be honest, I couldn't quite hear. So if you're at the turnout announcement, then I think we've probably still got a little bit of a way to go yet, but nobody here I'm speaking to thinks we're going to be going too long.
Well, Dan Hodges, thank you very much for your analysis and journalism live from the count there. Really appreciate it. Columnist for the Mail on Sunday, of course. Well, the former Labour MP Stephen Pound and lifelong Conservative supporter Lady McAlpine are still with me in the studio. And Chris Hopkins, the pollster at Savanta UK, joins me now too. Chris, first of all, if we're to believe what seems the unanimous analysis of the count at this stage, Galloway might have won this by a significant degree. Were you picking that up?
I mean, we haven't done any polling in Rochdale, Tom, and obviously, George Galloway doesn't, and his party, as we've already discussed, that he's a bit of a one-man band in electoral terms at the minute, so we're not picking anything up about him generally. I think what we would tend to say here is that we would fully expect Rochdale to go back to Labour at the general election. I think we've seen precedent with George Galloway winning by-elections and then losing at the subsequent general election, and I imagine that is what we will end up seeing. But there is, I guess, a new player in town in this particular seat. The impact that George Galloway and his party are going to have nationally is probably very minimal, but he has definitely upset the apple cart in this seat, and by-elections do behave a little bit strangely sometimes, and I think we've probably just got to chalk this one down to that.
What parallels do you see between George Galloway's last successful by-election in Bradford West compared to what we're seeing tonight in Rochdale?
I mean, I think you mentioned it earlier, there's definitely a high proportion of Muslim voters in this seat. I think you also said it earlier that there was far more in Bradford West, which I think, maybe would have reflected the fact that, going into today, Labour were still favourites to maybe take the seat, particularly during polling today. I guess the fact that Labour have disowned their candidate will have had an impact, especially over the last 3 weeks. I think that maybe where Labour were perhaps deemed to be favourite going into today was possibly down to the fact that they had done some preparation, they had done some campaigning before they disowned the candidate. You know, a lot of the mechanics that go along with these by-election races, you know, sort of behind the scenes, you know, would still take effect. But I guess that, you know, ever since they disowned the candidate, he has been a bit of a one-man band, and Galloway's obviously been able to galvanise the people of Rochdale, or at least, you know, we're probably expecting a relatively low turnout even for by-elections, but he's mobilised enough supporters to vote for him to seemingly, according to reports, take a relatively straightforward win.
Now, political journalists love to look at bookies' odds. As a pollster, do you see any value in where people choose to put their money? Because we did see an upswing in people putting money behind Azhar Ali, the disowned Labour candidate, quite late on in the game, and suddenly there seemed to be some sort of expectation that he might actually hold it after all. It seems like the bookies have been wrong latterly on this.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not a bookie, so
Yeah.
it's difficult to say exactly what's driving that. But I think, generally speaking, you know, it is going to be money that people are putting down that's going to be driving these markets, particularly on the exchanges. I think ultimately for bookies, they want to get, you know, they are interested in getting the right result. They're not necessarily interested to come a general election, and for pollsters in getting the vote share correct. So, you know, I think that they can obviously hedge what they're trying to achieve in a slightly different way.
But to some extent, they're downstream from your industry.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I think they're just trying to do something a little bit different, ultimately, which is simply predicting or, you know, trying to give a gauge of the winner. And I think that, you know, this race did seem tight, I guess, until the count started.
Yes.
And I think ultimately the odds and the fluctuation that we've seen in the last sort of 2 to 3 hours have reflected that.
And we've gone from sort of grasping at imagined ideas, and now we're starting to see some real ballot papers being put in piles at the count. Stephen Pound, while you were an MP, you shared those green benches with George Galloway.
Well, no, he always sat at the back. He had his own seat, odd enough, where Jeremy Corbyn then sat after. he always sat in that one place under the gallery, far away, you know.
Was he a friend of Jeremy Corbyn's?
I think they had a fair bit in common, to be honest, but they didn't overlap a great deal. But I think an interesting point was made earlier on. I don't think the Conservatives really got anything to worry about here, because this was actually not a Conservative Labour marginal seat. It was a Liberal Labour one. It's gone between Labour and Liberal. The really interesting thing will become, and Chris knows more about this than I do, is May the 2nd. Because on May the 2nd, we have council elections and mayoral elections and police and crime commissioner elections all over the United Kingdom, well, all over Great Britain, certainly. That will be interesting, because if Galloway has won, and, you know, God forbid, but if he has won, will there then be a coattail effect around the country? Because, and I don't know, you know, what the pollsters are picking up on that, but that would worry me. The Conservatives will probably think, if the general election is going to be in November, then Gaza will have been resolved one way or the other by the summer. I think, you know, it may end in the most horrendous and awful way, or it may end in a negotiated ceasefire. I don't know. But it will not possibly be the same predominant issue by a November general election.
Lady McAlpine, what do you make of that idea that perhaps the Conservatives can sort of wash their hands of this, say that this is a seat that's always been Labour or Liberal, it's nothing to do with us, Gov?
Well, not entirely nothing to do with us, but it has not been a Conservative seat, and I wouldn't expect the Conservatives to win it. I think it's very nice that they're actually fielding a candidate.
You'd expect the party of government to field a candidate.
Yeah, I know, but quite seriously, it hasn't been a Conservative seat. And I think the May the 2nd thing is going to be much, much more interesting and quite scary. But it is going to show the Conservatives where they've gone wrong.
One thing that worries me about the turnout is, you know, in a low turnout, you know, where are the people most committed and most focused? You know, Yeats said, I think, you know, the best lack all conviction and the worst are full of a terrible intensity. And I think that's very often the case. There are some people who are exhibiting a terrible intensity about this, and there's not a sort of decent, moderate people who just simply cannot be involved. Yes. They just don't want to be involved, and they're going to sit on their hands. And I think that is going to be a horrendous statistic when we drill down on it.
I'm just going to stop you there, because we've heard the turnout figure now for this by-election.
47%.
And I have to say, it has surprised me. It's 39.7%. That's a lot higher than I was thinking it would be. I was thinking that this would be a by-election that was unusually low in its turnout. But this is a turnout equivalent to the by-elections that we saw 2 weeks ago. It's higher than some by-elections that we've seen in the past, but of course much lower than a general election turnout. Chris Hopkins, your reflection, let's call it 40%, 39.7%.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with you, Tom. I think that is a surprise. I'm surprised a little bit by that. I definitely would have thought, I mean, it is in the 30s, I guess, technically, but I think I would have expected it to have been a little bit, well, considerably lower in those 30s, maybe around 32, 33%. I mean, I think that if George Galloway has won this by-election, I think he's obviously clearly done a good job of mobilising his supporters, probably stealing some supporters that would have perhaps voted Labour had Labour run a full campaign. And I think we have to remember, obviously Labour did disown their candidate. They haven't campaigned really there for 3 weeks. That includes getting out the vote, those really important last few leaflet drops. And I think that's probably going to have had an impact. But yeah, I do agree that turnout is a little bit higher than I would have thought.
Higher than expected. Really interesting stuff. Well, let's cross back to Rochdale now. And joining me is the leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice. Richard, your candidate was the former MP for Rochdale. How do you think you've done this time?
Well, look, what's quite clear, Tom, is that George Galloway has won this by-election. And I'm going to read out a prepared statement that's going to go onto socials as soon as I've finished reading this out to you, Tom. And if you'll just stand by and bear with me, it goes as follows. Now the polls have closed, people across the United Kingdom need to know the truth about this election campaign and the implications for our country and our democracy. To suggest that a parliamentary election in this country has not been a truly free and fair election is a very serious allegation indeed. Unfortunately, the behaviour of certain candidates and their supporters in this contest fall very far short of our traditional democratic standards. What we've witnessed and experienced in Rochdale is deeply disturbing. Our candidate and campaign team has been subjected to racist death threats, racist abuse, refused entry to hustings in council buildings, had to be relocated for their own safety, suffered daily intimidation and slurs. I've already removed all of my staff from this count. In one incident, Reform UK's business supporters were threatened with a firebomb attack if they distributed our leaflets. Menacing behaviour became a feature of this entire campaign, including today outside polling stations. In this ugliest of contexts, we're concerned by the sudden increase also in the size of the postal vote, from 14,000 last time to some 23,000 just a few years later. The results of this Rochdale by-election should act as a serious wake-up call to those in power and indeed the entire electorate. This is the United Kingdom. We're supposed to be a beacon of democracy. This shameful contest has been the sort of thing you might expect to see in a failed state. Unless something dramatic changes, our fear is that it will result and be repeated in dozens of constituencies in the general election. We face the prospect of a number of extremist, anti-Semitic lawmakers in the House of Commons by Christmas. That, Tom, is the end of my pre-prepared statement.
Well, Richard, it is a powerful statement, and I think a lot of people will be shocked at your reports of intimidation and threats of violence. But I think people would also be looking at your party increasing in the national polls, as it is, and perhaps expecting that you would be doing better in Rochdale tonight than it appears that you're actually doing.
Yeah, look, we've no idea what the result is. And actually, Tom, do you know what? The result is in a sense, not relevant. What is relevant is the state of what's going on in certain constituencies up and down the country. And you cannot properly campaign when you've been subjected to the sort of intimidation and threats that our team and candidate and supporters have been subjected to. And that is a very, very serious situation. So I just, in a sense, Tom, I'm going to talk to other media. As I say, my staff have already left the building. This is, in my view, This is a very sobering moment, and it's actually with great sadness that I deliver it.
Well, Richard Tice, thank you very much for bringing that statement live to us here on GB News First. And I have to say, one final question, if Richard is still with us. Are you expecting your candidate, Simon Danczuk, to stand up at that count, to be in part of that lineup? Or, as you say, with your staff, has Simon Danczuk also, will he not be appearing at the count this evening?
We're going to work that out shortly. Simon is just to my side, and we will work that out shortly. So that'll be confirmed, Tom.
Well, thank you very much, Richard Tice. Really appreciate your time and your statement for us here this evening. Well, it's been an extraordinary night, and we're only 39 minutes into the programme. I'm delighted to welcome the columnist at the Daily Telegraph, Alison Pearson, and the former Labour media advisor, Matthew Larser, to the panel. And, Alison, I've been flabbergasted on at least 2 or 3 occasions so far. The turnout, higher than expected. The way they're weighing the Galloway vote, bigger, it seems at this stage, than anyone had predicted before.
Yeah, but I'm still reeling from what Richard Tice said, because we'd heard, Tom, hadn't we, that Simon Danczuk had... I actually saw a video that was sent to him, absolutely disgusting. These are not the tactics that we're used to at British by-elections, and I think we have to now really start worrying about these very tribalist, internecine politics going on, of a like we've only seen in the United Kingdom in Northern Ireland, and we know how ugly that got. So I think tonight, although we've got the sort of comedy of the wacky racist madness of Rochdale, we've now got this sort of George Galloway forging ahead, and some serious question marks over the tactics, potentially bullying tactics, and what is this going to mean when we are seeing practices in Parliament upended by pressure around the country on MPs, threats, growing threats, police being involved. So I think we may be going into much darker territory now.
You're right to raise what happened in Parliament only a few days ago, the standing orders, the way that Parliament works, being changed, according to the words of the Speaker, due to intimidation of MPs. Perhaps what we're seeing in Rochdale now is the example of that, because it could sound technical to a lot of people, the way that the Speaker approached the standing orders. This is now real, affecting real people in the real country. What's your reaction to Richard Tice there, saying that this election feels like an election from a failed state?
Well, I had heard via someone else that some of the community in Rochdale were basically getting instructions from Pakistan. Now, that's quite an allegation, isn't it? So I think that there are practices that are alien to our traditions, let's put it that way, and I think that that's potentially very, very worrying.
Is that an allegation that you have heard, that a foreign state has been involved somehow? That seems like
not a foreign state, but that a community that's very self-sealed off, that hasn't integrated particularly. And what we saw with the Labour candidate, Azhar Ali, we saw him, apparently a very nice, moderate guy with Jewish friends, suddenly, almost overnight, becoming a man spewing anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli propaganda. What prompted that change of character in that man? I would suggest to you that that was to keep some of the extremist members of the community on board and not have them deserting the Labour vote. So we have got Labour now potentially in a situation where they have got some very tricky bedfellows indeed.
Well, let's throw that accusation right back to Matthew Larser, former Labour media advisor. Matthew, let's just discuss what Alison has raised there, that this guy who was seen to be a moderate in Labour turned out to be, by all accounts, an anti-Semite.
Yeah, I mean, and it was extraordinary because, I mean, why, if you remember, initially he wasn't dropped as the candidate for 24 hours, was because he was seen as being in the mainstream of the party historically. He's friends with Louise Ellman, who's one of the most noticeable Jewish figures in the Labour Party. He'd been an advisor to Hazel Blears, who was a very Blairite cabinet minister. But it seemed to me that both what he said and what Graham Jones, who was the former MP for a neighbouring seat of Hyndburn, who was the candidate for Hyndburn, it seemed to me that they were playing to the gallery in a pretty grim way. Now, look, in politics you do that, but when you're in Portsmouth, you talk about the Navy, but there's a big difference between talking about the Navy in Portsmouth and saying the things that were said in that meeting. It clearly, you know, it was clearly utterly unforgivable. Look, I can't tell you how depressed I am tonight as a Labour person from Greater Manchester at what's happening in Rochdale. I mean, I think very interestingly on the turnout's relatively high for a by-election. What we will find out is we need to look in due course is the turnout for different wards, the different parts of the constituency.
It could be that some of these areas have general election level turnout.
Absolutely.
Some have much, much lower.
I think that's what we'll find. I think that obviously the Muslim community in Rochdale were motivated to vote. A lot of people in the Muslim community in Rochdale are angry about Gaza, and they've come out to vote in record numbers. I'm very alarmed that the postal votes having gone up by sort of 70-80%. I think that needs me to make sure the postal votes have been handled correctly. But I think what happened is basically a lot of people who aren't Muslim in Rochdale just said yesterday, you know, up yours, as it were. I don't want to vote for any of you, and I didn't go and vote. And that's why if Galloway's won by a very large, by a decent margin, that will be why. Look at the turnout across the different parts of the constituency.
Well, former Business Secretary Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg has joined us too. And Sir Jacob, this issue of postal votes has come up now a number of times. It's clear there was a higher postal vote turnout now than we have seen previously. The number of postal voters registered in many constituencies has gone up, particularly in the wake of the pandemic. Should we be concerned about this?
We should definitely be concerned about this. I always thought the effort to have identification when you go and vote was a sideshow, that there's very little evidence that there's ever been personation of any great consequence in British elections. But postal vote fraud has been a serious problem. It's occurred in various constituencies over the years. But it also undermines the secrecy of the ballot, because families tend to fill out their postal votes together. And I've canvassed many people over the years who have said to me quietly, don't tell my spouse, but I'm supporting you even though my spouse is supporting another party. And when you do that secretly in a polling station, your other half doesn't know. When you're doing it around the kitchen table, your other half does know. And that's particularly going to be a problem in hierarchical societies.
It was a hard-fought for and won political right to have elections done by secret ballot in this country. Many elections, well, all the elections of the 1700s didn't have secret ballots. Has the introduction and the widespread adoption of postal votes undermined that liberty that was fought for and won for in this country 150 years ago?
I think the real problem with postal voting is that it undermines the secrecy of the ballot. I think you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about the fight for it. It's Disraeli's 1867 Reform Bill, isn't it, that brings it in?
I think that's right.
I think that's right. And it was strongly opposed at the time by certain people, but it took out corruption from elections because even if you bribed some, you didn't know that they would remain bought. And the problem with undermining it is you now can apply pressure. We've heard from Richard Tice that threats have been applied, and you do begin to wonder if this election has been carried out properly. I thought what Richard Tice had to say, and look, I know he belongs to an opposition party, but he used to be a Conservative. He is a man I have a lot of time for. He's not a lightweight figure who would make spurious allegations without there being something underneath it. What he was saying was deeply concerning because we have had historically such a reliable and honest electoral system.
So, Jacob, what would you say to people who might be shouting at their televisions right now and saying, you guys on GB News, you're talking about postal ballots because the guy you don't like won the election. What do you say to those people who might be saying, isn't this exactly what Donald Trump said in 2020?
Well, on a personal level, I actually got on perfectly well with George Galloway when we were in Parliament together. I don't like what he stands for, but that's a different matter. I've always been suspicious of postal votes. I've said things about this before. And it's raising a question, and having listened to Richard Tice as to what he had to say, if the turnout is 40% and the postal votes are 23,000, we really do need to see what percentage of the postal votes was returned, because assuming it's a 70,000 constituency, if all of them were returned, that would be 23,000 out of 28,000, which would be enormous. Now, not all the postal votes will have been returned, but still, it's a very high level of postal votes out of total turnout.
And where those postal votes have come from across the constituency, whether they're all concentrated in particular parts of the constituency, where people may have been campaigning particularly.
Well, I think we should be able to know the number of postal ballots before the count has actually been concluded. So we'll see if we can get our elves at the count onto finding those numbers for us and bring them to us as soon as we can. But Alison Pearson, I worry about what the reaction to this all is if we say that this is all the fault of the electoral system. That, to some extent, that conversation can undermine how elections are run. Do we have to take on, or do we have to acknowledge the arguments that were made here, as well as the method of voting?
I think the depressing thing, Tom, is George Galloway has a habit of parachuting into a constituency that he doesn't know and on fighting on one issue, as we saw in Bethnal Green when he was against the Iraq War, and now he is stirring up yet more feeling about Palestine. And we've already seen feeling running extremely high. And we've already had the Prime Minister saying today about mob rule. I mean, the people are using quite stern and solemn terms, aren't they? And it upsets me. Rochdale is one of the most disadvantaged constituencies in the country. Matthew was saying earlier, it deserves an MP who is going to be there fighting against local drug problems, for housing, about the cost of living. This has become now a circus, hasn't it? It's about, Galloway fought on, he said it was going to be a referendum on Gaza. What does this mean to most people living in Rochdale? It's absolutely meaningless. We don't have a country where, obviously, we've had votes which have been influenced, but back to Suez and so on. But this is different. This isn't our fight. We don't have a dog in this fight.
I think that's key. Yeah. I mean, I think one of the things that actually worries me is clearly, to be fair to Galloway, he's obviously energised a lot of people within that constituency. They may be overwhelmingly from one community within that constituency, but the cynicism is going to arise because I can tell you what, it's not today Rochdale, tomorrow Ramallah. I mean, nobody in the Middle East is going to take the blindest bit of notice about what's happened, and the disappointment you're going to have amongst the people, especially the young people who have been energised by Galloway, when nothing changes as a result tonight, because it isn't a referendum on the Middle East, it's a by-election in Rochdale. But by trying to turn it into something it isn't, actually, Galloway is stoking the very cynicism he claims to be an antidote to.
Well, I have some news to depart. It is expected that within the next hour, we will have the official result of this election. We'll have those numbers and we'll have that result. We'll know if what we assume to be true has taken place, that George Galloway could well be the next Member of Parliament for Rochdale. Jacob Rees-Mogg, we've been talking about history, we've been talking about the Middle East. You are a great historian. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was 1947 that the United Kingdom gave up its mandate over this particular area in the Middle East, and that seems like quite a long time ago to me.
Yes, that's obviously right. We had a mandate from the League of Nations after the First World War following the fall of the Ottoman Empire, and actually there was a certain element of terrorist activity to force us out. The King David Hotel was blown up. So our responsibility, I suppose you can argue it back to the Balfour Declaration and so on, but it's not an immediate one. But I think it's interesting to come back to Alison's point on the stability of our system, because this isn't repeatable, I don't think. You see, George Galloway is a very effective demagogue, and one of the glories of a first-past-the-post system is that he would have to repeat this in every constituency in the country, and he can't. He can't find 650 candidates. He can't find 650 seats with this demography. And therefore, our system of first-past-the-post protects us from a demagogue getting much further than one seat. And that is a tremendously important reassurance. He can get this one seat. It is going to be politically important. It is very important for the Labour Party. It's a real problem for the Labour Party. But come a general election, Rochdale will get caught up in the midst of an election campaign, and the one candidate in one seat will not...
I suspect he won't even be the candidate. I suspect that he'll fight a London seat. He'll fight basically his old seat in Bethnal Green, which would have a new name because its boundary changes come the general election.
And he'll use this almost as a platform to say,
absolutely,
thank you very much, Rochdale. I've been with you for whatever it is, 100, 200 days, and then go off to fight other seats.
But doesn't it add to this? There's a very, very unpleasant atmosphere swirling around at the moment, and I think this plays into that. We've seen the disgusting projection of genocidal slogans onto the Elizabeth Tower, onto the lovely face of Big Ben, which I think upset a lot of people. There's a lot of this swirling around, and I think this verdict, this likely victory, just plays into that of a sort of us and them, particularly with a lot of British Jews feeling very, very scared at the moment.
And I think it's not just Jewish constituents in Rochdale who will be upset tonight. Mr Galloway is a stain, from my view, a stain on the left. He is not a progressive at all in terms of gender or in terms of LGBT rights. So, I mean, you know, anybody on the left who flirts with the Galloway bandwagon should walk away.
And yet, Matthew, I completely see where you're coming from. And I know people, well, I know Jewish people who will be fearful tonight. But there's another part of me, and I don't know how large this is, I don't know if this is my view, but there's a part of me that thinks Parliament is a place for great orators. That we have had a lower class of Member of Parliament in terms of the ability of people to speak and make a case and really be that beacon for their communities. Is it not the case that George Galloway does represent, however distasteful you find it, a section of thought in society, and he's a very eloquent advocate?
Look, I spend I spend a lot of my time writing speeches for other people, so I'm with you when I'm pro oratory that makes an argument and moves people. I mean, if you remember when George Galloway was in Parliament, at one of the times he spent his time as a cat on Big Brother in famous pictures rather than fighting for the people. He actually doesn't. I think when he represented Bradford after his last by-election victory, he didn't turn up very much. Because he was busy rabble-rousing and in the Middle East a lot. So, yes, in theory, no in practice. But I think there's a very important point, which is we need a higher calibre of candidate. We need people who can, across the country, in different constituencies from all parties, who bring weight, understanding and the ability to make an argument and engage with people.
But this is true across all parties.
Totally.
And so, Jacob, you must have seen this in Parliament too. I happen to think you are one of the few people in Parliament who can stand up and give a good speech without reading off a sheet of paper. Wes Streeting is another one from the opposite benches, Michael Gove perhaps, but sort of the calibre of, you know, your Charlie Kennedys are few and far between these days. And just given that there are so few people who can command the House in the way that a speech from George Galloway might, is there a point here that this is a talented man?
Oh, George Galloway can make a brilliant speech, unquestionably. I mean, I recall his appearance in front of the Senate committee looking into Iraq when they're very grand and, you know, they thought they would wipe the floor with him.
In the United States.
He went in and he took them to pieces. It was an amazing performance, amazing piece of theatre. And actually, I was rather on his side because it was a plucky Brit standing up against a superpower. So he can do that. He has got that ability. But you want people in Parliament who stand for good things, are on the side of right and truth. And even if you disagree with them, who you feel are working towards beneficial ends, I don't think George Galloway is working towards beneficial ends. I think what he is doing is deeply divisive and sectarian and is bad for the country and bad for politics. Dare I say, I would have preferred the Labour Party to win this seat than for George Galloway to win it.
I was in Kettering in 2015 at the count there, and I was looking over and speaking to a lot of people in different parties, and I have to say, it was when Bradford West came in and George Galloway was defeated that for the first moment on that evening, I was looking at all the different political camps at this...
It was a grim evening as I was standing next to my leader, Mr Miliband, on that night. That was one of the rare moments of joy on a very unjoyful night.
That all Tories cheered.
Yes. Absolutely. Because, look, let's remember, there are people in history, without naming names, I think we can all think of. There are a lot of figures in history who could give a great speech but did a lot of great evil. So, I mean, I'm not saying that Mr Galloway's evil, but I think that he's a wrong-un, as they said. And you were talking about Gladstone. Rochdale and Oldham were where the Chartists in the Peterloo Massacre, have anybody seen the Peterloo film? The mill workers who marched into central Manchester and then were mown down were there because they wanted the secret ballot. So to go back to Jacob's point on the secret ballot.
Mown down is exactly...
Well, you know, killed in large number. It's
a few.
60, I think.
But I'd much prefer...
But what I mean is the secret ballot is very important, and we can completely agree.
The Liberals and the free trade movement that all... I mean, it's a fascinating part of the country. Alison, I wonder if...
Can I say something, Tom? OK, so we're talking about speech and voices being heard. not a single female candidate on that list.
Yes.
And this is a town with terrible associations for young women having been trafficked and groomed. And I would suggest a town with a Muslim community where you can go to lots of meetings and there are no female faces.
Alison,
so what I would ask you, where are the women?
Totally.
In this
For example, one of the women.
Where are the women?
Yeah.
I mean, I salute male talent. I'm absolutely not a woman who says, you know, a woman must always win. Not at all. But to have no female representation in that constituency, which is known for the disgraceful behaviour towards young women,
totally
strikes a very odd note.
I mean, I'm sorry to sort of mansplain and interrupt, but there's a very, from my point of view, from the Labour Party's point of view, we have all women shortlists in large numbers of seats, which are very controversial. A lot of people don't agree with. We have quotas for internal elections within the party. One of the councillors in Rochdale was one of the people who exposed in the grooming scandal, was played by Maxine Peake in the drama, which is a bit like the Mr Bates drama, but about the grooming scandals. She's a councillor in Rochdale. Why isn't she the candidate? But suddenly my party didn't have a women's shortlist here.
Do you think the reason
it's outrageous?
The candidates is that perhaps some Labour Party strategists would think that a woman would be less likely to win?
Well, I think I would hope not, but it's depressing that those conclusions could be drawn. And it is outrageous that the party didn't manage. I think the shortlist was all male as well for the... or certainly was dominated by two men.
To be fair to the Labour Party, all of the shortlists for by-elections have been very, very
But they're drawn up centrally.
And are supposed to be watertight. Clearly,
absolutely. Look, I would say to my party, if it's drawing up shortlists for a by-election, we cannot have a situation where we are not giving, where women candidates are not being put forward. If the women candidates don't feel they want to be put forward, we have to find out why. This is an absolute disgrace and against the tradition of the party.
No, it's a really, really important point. And, Alison, you are so right. Totally. I can't believe it actually took that long to get to that very, very important point about this by-election. And thank you for bringing it to us. It's a really important point to think on, to sit on and to marinate as we approach the second hour of this by-election results programme. It's now 1 a.m. This is GB News, Britain's election channel. Polls have closed in the Rochdale by-election tonight in one of the most divisive and controversial contests in recent history. Turnout at the by-election was 39.7%, perhaps above expectations. Leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice, said the UK is supposed to be a beacon of democracy.
We face the prospect of a number of extremist, anti-Semitic lawmakers in the House of Commons by Christmas.
And a few minutes ago, the Conservative Member of Parliament for North East Somerset, Jacob Rees-Mogg, told us about the dangers of religion and division in politics.
In clearly a strong religious vote. And that should concern us if we are getting religion-determining votes in UK politics. This has sort of happened before. Obviously, it happened a lot in Northern Ireland, happened a little in Liverpool, a little in Glasgow. But this is very unusual for UK politics, and it's not, I think, a good thing for British politics.
A frenzied run-up to this by-election as Labour withdrew support for Azhar Ali, its former candidate, after saying Israel wanted the October the 7th attack from Hamas as a pretext to invade Gaza.
Deliberately took the security off. They allowed the massacre, and here's a massacre of 1,200 innocent people, right? They allowed that massacre, and that gives them the green light to do whatever they bloody want.
And just after 10 o'clock, the Labour Party released these comments from Stephen Kinnock, the Shadow Immigration Minister.
Well, to be frank, I'm pleased that this whole sorry saga has come to an end now. It has been a very difficult and messy process. I'm very pleased that we took rapid and robust action in terms of our candidate. And the number one priority for us now in Rochdale will be to select a strong candidate who will take the seat for Labour, and we will have a Labour MP at the general election that we can be proud of.
Now, George Galloway has based almost his entire campaign on his support for Palestine and is confident of a win tonight.
You're going to answer your children, your grandchildren. How are you going to answer on the Judgment Day?
Well, we'll be live in Rochdale throughout the night with our political correspondent, Catherine Forster. The contest is to replace the former MP. The contest, rather, to replace the former MP has been marred with raging tensions over Gaza and claims of death threats. So what will tonight bring? We will reveal all. Every twist and turn. This is GB News, Britain's election channel. Joining me now from Rochdale is the independent candidate, William Howarth. William, you've been standing in this by-election. You've seen all of the, perhaps, circus that has come to town. Firstly, how do you think you've done in the election this evening?
I think I've done OK. Not as high as I'd like, but I think I've polled quite well.
Obviously, all of the chatter is that George Galloway has swept the board this evening. Is that your assessment?
Absolutely not. I think there's an independent who's running right beside him at the moment called David Tully.
And David Tully is a local businessman. Did you have much conversation with him during the campaign? Do you think David Tully's campaign perhaps detracted from your own?
I do, actually, yeah, because we took votes off each other because we're both sincere Rochdale lads. I don't see it as a problem, though, because Dave's a really good guy and he'd do Rochdale proud.
So if you were to see David Tully perhaps come second in this contest tonight, would you be content with that? Would you suggest that that is a good result for perhaps independents across the board?
I do. I agree with that statement. I believe any independents that come in the top 3 or 4, it's great signs and signs of things to come. There's no coincidence that there's a 60% no vote.
Although the 39.7% turnout is perhaps higher than we would have expected for a by-election like this. I wonder, have you seen reflected in your experience of campaigning the sort of scenes that we heard Richard Tice, the leader of Reform UK, describe on this programme not so long ago? Have you seen intimidation in this election campaign?
Absolutely. I've seen it from the very first day, from not just the Galloway campaign, but others too. It's been a very feeling unsafe place to have to canvass.
Why has it felt unsafe? Can you give us any examples?
Well, it's to divide the rhetoric of what's being used, isn't it? From the river to the sea, things like that. We've had a lot of problems in Rochdale with rhetoric.
Well, I think your comments have been reflected by many candidates in this by-election. William Howarth, independent candidate, thank you very much for your time this evening. Well, I'm joined in the studio now by the former Labour Member of Parliament, Stephen Pound, lifelong Conservative supporter, Lady McAlpine, and Jacob Rees-Mogg is still with me too. Stephen Pound, we're expecting a result this hour from the count, and perhaps one of the less spoken about stories is that David Tully, this independent businessman candidate, seems to be doing quite well, perhaps mopping up some of the support of disaffected Labour voters who no longer have a candidate to vote for.
It's entirely possible. I mean, I think the one thing we can learn from this by-election is that we can learn nothing from this by-election. I'm sorry, but in all honesty, that is the situation. I mean, William Howarth, I mean, I have to say, I like his uniform. I mean, personally, you know...
I think we need more flat caps in politics.
Well, you know the annual football match between Rochdale and Oldham is known as El Flat Capico.
Oh, fantastic.
It's not El Clasico. Yeah, no, to be serious for a second, look, we're not going to learn anything from this. I've always felt that there's a place for independents in politics as long as they're not standing against me. I mean...
Well, surely most incumbent MPs welcome independents to perhaps split the vote against.
There's certain truisms, and Jacob knows this as well as I do. Every day, somebody will come up to you and say, what we want is more independents. If we had 650 independents... And I said, if you had...
Well, that's how Parliament was originally.
Yeah, I know, well, hang on, if you had 650 independents, the first thing they'd have to do is to choose a Prime Minister. They'd then split into 2 groups supporting different Prime Ministers, and then before you know where you are, you're back in...
Well, back in the day, everyone was a Whig, and then you started to get your independent Whigs, you started to get your Conservative Whigs, and then
for obvious reasons, I had an affinity with the Whigs.
Well, Lady McAlpine, this has been already an extraordinary evening. Can you, in your experience in politics, remember a by-election that has been quite so ugly?
No.
Or quite so unpredictable?
No, I thought it was quite predictable, but obviously not. But the ugliness, I mean, the idea that, the question over the postal votes is horrific. That's not supposed to happen in this country. Whereas, you know, we are such an incredibly well-organised, fair, democratic country. The idea that anybody could fiddle the votes, you know...
It must be said there's been no specific allegation of that happening in this case, but questions have been raised because of the large number of these votes.
The question has been raised, exactly. And so it's going to be... It'll be all over the papers tomorrow, so I'm all next day, because they're all out now, aren't they? But it smells horrible. And it's a really nasty, uncomfortable feeling. This is Britain. What's going on?
What do you make of the fact that there have been no women candidates?
Oh, come on, that's obvious. I'm sorry. I can't. My constituent is High Wycombe. We were told about 2010 that we had to have an equal number of male and female candidates, and we said why? Because we've already been told by an awful lot of the Muslim leaders in Wycombe that the Muslims won't choose a woman. Now, I know there are Muslim constituents...
I think there'll be many Muslim voices who would say... I mean, there are women Muslim MPs in Parliament.
But it's quite obvious. I mean, we're told that by them. That, you know, it's not us saying that. So I'm not surprised.
Are you saying, as a lifelong Conservative supporter, are you saying that there have been some decisions about Conservative selections that have perhaps listened to certain voices in certain communities saying we wouldn't vote for a woman and then not selected a woman because of that?
No, in actual fact, if you look at it the other way, the party has been saying we must have even equal numbers of people to choose from. And it's actually the leaders in the constituency who are saying, no. They're staunchly Conservative, and they want a Conservative candidate that they know everybody will vote for, so please can we have a man?
That's extraordinary. I wouldn't have thought that in this day and age, questions of someone's gender would be a deciding factor.
Look, this gender thing is still very new, and an awful lot of the people who are doing the leading are rather older. You're looking at a generation coming up that is going to think the way you do. But that's not the way I grew up, and it's not the way even my children
It's extraordinary because the Conservative Party was so proud of having the first female leader of a political party, the first female Prime Minister, now three female
was
Prime
the best Prime Minister since Churchill, so, yeah. We have yet to see her like. That's got nothing to do with it. We're talking about individual areas and, you know, their constituents and people's way of doing things. And, I mean, I can be totally controversial and say, if people come to live in this country but don't want to live as we do, and they want their own enclaves, they want their own way of doing things, then they're going to divide the country.
There's a real problem of a lack of integration amongst some communities.
Yeah.
Well, Lady McAlpine, it's been absolutely fascinating to get your view on that. Jacob Rees-Mogg, do you think that do you recognise this issue in certain constituencies of parties, wittingly or otherwise, thinking it's easier to select men?
No, I've never come across that. Indeed, the Conservative Party has made great efforts to try and even up the numbers. And it's worth bearing in mind that Pakistan was led by Benazir Bhutto.
Right.
And so even Islamic countries have had female leaders. And Bangladesh, indeed.
Although perhaps less questions of democracy there.
Well, people vote, and democracies develop at different rates. I think there are a couple of interesting things. You've talked about the turnout being nearly 40%. I looked up what it was for Hilary Benn when he won his by-election in a safe Labour seat in Leeds. It was 19%. Because by-elections that are competitive tend to have higher turnouts. By-elections that are changing party tend to have higher turnouts. Ones in safe Labour seats that are just going to remain with the party have very, very low turnouts. So for what you would have thought was a safe Labour seat with a Tory government in power, this is a very high turnout.
I know South Shields is a seat you know well, but was it the first seat?
No, I didn't stand there. I visited there with Channel 4 News some years ago.
Right. And of course, when David Miliband hopped on a plane to go to the United States rather than stay on in Parliament, I believe the turnout was around 20%.
So this is very high. But there's another thing that I think tonight's conversation brings into focus, and that is we couldn't say any of this before the polls closed. And I don't just mean today on election day, but whilst the campaign's been going on, we couldn't say anything about George Galloway's record. We were so constrained on television about discussing it. And I just wonder whether those rules work anymore, because the newspapers can say what they like, but people don't read newspapers in the way that they used to. Online outlets can say what they like, but they're not always reliable. I think it's time we looked at by-election rules, because people ought to be able to get information. And I think they've been deprived of information about what George Galloway is like, what he might do, what he's done in the past, because we've been so nervous about election law in relation to broadcasting.
I have to say, when I started working in this industry, I was amazed at the restrictions that television news has during by-elections, the restrictions on what you're allowed to talk about, how you're allowed to talk about it, and what you must say if you even mention anything to do with a by-election. It is incredibly restrictive. But some people might say that this is the system as it has grown up over time. There is a responsibility for television. It's widely accepted as a regulated industry, and perhaps there were good reasons why.
There may have been good reasons when there was only one broadcaster. But there are lots of broadcasters, and I simply think you're denying people information. When you can read in the newspapers strong views about what's going on in the by-election with no requirement for balance, and then basically the broadcasters can barely mention it. We've got to tiptoe around it. I think that's simply deprived people of information about what is really going on, what is underlying it. Would we have discussed the extraordinary growth in postal votes before election day? Might that have helped people be aware of what was going on? And I just think it's important that we should look at whether the rules really work for a by-election.
I think if anybody holds that view, they should go to the United States of America in October, just before the presidential election. Every 3 seconds on television there will be these advertisements for individual candidates. And I think that's taking it too far.
I'm not advocating adverts.
Well, what would you call them? I mean, they're sort of...
I'm not saying that this should become...
what I'm saying is I think if you take that as one extreme, and if you take the present, straitjacket, this corset, which we're all struggling against the whalebone of, on the other extreme, then there has to be a via media. I would have thought we could... And for the media. I think there is some way of dealing with it.
Well, I find it extraordinary that whenever you watch a report on a by-election, whichever channel it's on, they all feel the same. And the reason they all feel the same, you go to one candidate, you get their view, you go to another candidate, you go their view, you do what's called vox pop, where you get views from the man on the street or the woman on the street, and then you wrap up and say, well, it will be a toughly fought campaign. And every single channel does exactly the same report, but online, what you see is investigatives.
I was on television with Vince Cable last week, and Vince Cable was talking, and he mentioned the name of the candidate, Azhar Ali. And I mean, they said, stop, it was a pre-record. They had to re-record the whole thing because he'd actually mentioned the candidate's name last week.
If you mention one name, you have to mention them all. Thank goodness the polls have closed, so we can say the words Azhar Ali and George Galloway, or indeed Chris Williamson. Now, he's the deputy leader of the Workers' Party of Britain, and he joins us now live from the count. Chris Williamson, you have been helping run this campaign for George Galloway. Do you think your man has done it tonight?
Yes, we're confident that we have won by a comfortable margin, which I think will send shockwaves through the corridors of power in Westminster. But more important than that, I think it will be a huge boost to insurgent campaigns all over the country. People are looking to the result here in Rochdale, and this will give huge confidence, I think, to people who are sick to death of the two mainstream political parties, because in the end they're both on the same page now. Because our democracy, as a result of that, has been stolen from us. You know, democracy and politics should be about giving people choice. There is no choice now between Labour and the Conservatives. They're both on the same page economically, and they're both on the same page as far as foreign policy is concerned as well.
I'd say that there was no choice here tonight in Rochdale because of the utter mess that the Labour Party got itself into. Some people might say that George Galloway would not be winning tonight had it not been for that internal mess within the Labour Party.
Well, I don't believe that. In fact, I think there is a strong body of opinion that suggests that the Labour Party deliberately threw their man under the bus because they knew that they were on course to lose this election and lose it quite badly to George Galloway. And by throwing
Chris Williamson, are you seriously suggesting
Ali under the bus, that
the Labour Party wanted its candidate to spout anti-Semitic words, that this was somehow an internal plot? I mean, that's just the territory of conspiracy theory and lunacy, surely.
Well, no, it's not. And secondly, it wasn't anti-Semitic what he said. I mean, the theory, which is not one I subscribe to, nor does George Galloway, but it's a theory that was carried in the New York Times, no less. It's been carried by Israeli media as well. So, it's not something that, he's invented, and it's certainly not anti-Semitic to suggest what he did. So it's not a theory that I subscribe to. But, to suggest that somehow it's anti-Semitic is absolutely absurd. It just shows the weaponisation of anti-Semitism has gone mad.
The allegation made by Azhar Ali was that Israel allowed the largest slaughter of Jewish people since the Holocaust as a pretext of invading Gaza. I've heard the recording from that meeting. Much more was said besides, not least words about Jewish quarters in the media. Are you saying that the Workers' Party of Britain, that George Galloway endorses this stuff?
No, I've said I didn't endorse, as I explicitly said. I don't agree with that theory. But it's a theory that's been carried, as I've said, in the New York Times, in Israeli press as well, and many other, august media outlets. But look, this campaign's been about much more than that issue. In fact, it hasn't been really about that issue at all. What we've focused on is the complete failure of the mainstream political parties to offer hope to local people in terms of the public services and the economy, and they've certainly let people down in regards to their international policy, because they are supporting and indeed facilitating a genocide in Gaza. Absolutely outrageous, and quite rightly, thousands of people in Rochdale, millions of people across the country are absolutely horrified by what they're seeing, and they are in absolute disbelief that the mainstream political parties, can't find it within themselves to call for a permanent, unconditional ceasefire. And we need to be going much further than a ceasefire anyway. We need to be imposing an arms embargo against Israel. We need to be imposing a trade blockade, and we need to be kicking them out of international sport, just as happened to the apartheid regime in South Africa. Israel needs to be isolated. It is or should be a pariah state. That's how the vast majority of the world opinion sees Israel, including ordinary people in Western countries across Europe, the United Kingdom and in the United States. It's just that the political class and many in the media are totally out of touch with where the general public are at.
What a lot of people might say is that what's out of touch when people in Rochdale are struggling to heat their homes, are wondering where their next pay packet is going to come from and whether it will stretch far enough to do the weekly shop. What they might be thinking is, Chris Williamson, why on earth are you talking about a conflict that has nothing to do with Britain? Why have you spent the majority of this interview talking about affairs in the Middle East rather than the bread and butter issues here at home?
Well, it's because I've been responding to your questions. I mean, you're the person that's in charge of the interview, and you put those questions to me. But no, look, we have focused on those other issues. I mean, the truth is that for example, the utilities are absolutely ripping off the British people. I saw some figures recently that suggested that the British Gas, for example, have seen their profits increase by more than a 9-fold increase in profits, whilst at the same time 42% of the British public are struggling to pay their heating bills. But none of the mainstream political parties are calling for the utilities to be brought into public ownership as they should be.
Well, they have instituted a windfall tax on these producers. But I want to ask you about an accusation that was made of your party by Richard Tice on this programme earlier this evening. He has said that this has been a campaign of intimidation and has raised questions about the propriety of this election and the legitimacy of the postal votes.
Well, you know, when political parties resort to making these sorts of allegations, it's a clear indication that they have no real, genuine solutions to the problems that are facing the people of Rochdale and indeed the British people across the whole of the country. Look, we fought an incredibly positive campaign. We fought a campaign opposed to war. We fought a campaign in support of human rights. We've fought a campaign in support of ordinary working class people, giving people hope, creating decent jobs, supporting our public services, you know, bringing back the maternity services, for example, in Rochdale, bringing back the accident and emergency services to Rochdale, which have been scrapped here. Absolutely outrageous. And one of the points that George Galloway has made very forcibly is that, you know, it's impossible now to be born in Rochdale unless you are unfortunate enough to actually give birth on the taxi on the way to the hospital. And, you know, look, Britain is an incredibly wealthy country with the 6th now biggest economy in the world. There is no excuse for the levels of deprivation and poverty and insecurity that millions of people are facing. And what we should be doing, and those in the corridors of power should be doing, is bringing about a good society with political will that can be achieved. And I think we need to get back to the sort of manifesto commitment that when the Labour Party was a real Labour Party, in the 1974 manifesto, for example, they promised to bring about an irreversible shift in the balance of wealth and power in favour of working people and their families. That's what we want to see, an irreversible shift in the balance of wealth and power towards working people and their families. It can be done. It just takes political will. It was achieved in 1945 by the first post-war Labour government. They set in train a post-war consensus that stood the test of time for 34 years and saw inequality narrowing every single year, to the point where in 1976, when I was an apprentice bricklayer, a 19-year-old apprentice bricklayer, I was able to, with my partner at the time, to buy a brand new 3-bedroom, semi-detached house backing onto a waterfront in a desirable village. That's impossible now for young working class people to aspire to own their own home in large swathes of our country. And that's
some might say that's because of the consensus that forbade the construction of homes unless sanctioned by the state. But Chris Williamson, just one final question while I have you, because I have before me a leaflet that has been sent around in Rochdale from George Galloway, saying that if Labour lose this by-election, Sir Keir Starmer could well be forced out as Labour leader. Sir Keir Starmer, a top supporter of Israel, out. It does go on and on and on, of course, about Israel and Gaza, as most of your literature in this election campaign has done. Are you seriously saying that Sir Keir Starmer will be out as leader of the Labour Party as a result of the result tonight?
Well, I think it's a distinct possibility. Let's wait and see what happens. But, you know, this is a seat that they would normally expect to win. You know, as I've already said, I mean, I think that one of the reasons they dropped their candidate was because they knew they were on course to lose, and this gives them a get-out-of-jail card because they can say, well, we didn't really fight a credible campaign. Indeed, we didn't even field a legitimate Labour candidate. But I think that they saw the writing on the wall, and you know, they panicked, and that's why they concocted an absurd accusation against their candidate. There was no no left winger and no, indeed, support for the Palestinian people. If truth be told, I mean, he was a Blairite. He was somebody who was opposed to Jeremy Corbyn. But they saw the writing on the wall and they were prepared to sacrifice him. I mean, look, Keir Starmer is utterly ruthless in these cohorts that he has around him. But let's remember, he's on record as saying that he supports Zionism without qualification. So no wonder he's quite happy to sit on his hands whilst Israel is implementing a genocide in Gaza, massacring people on a daily basis. They're actually killing more children every day than actually were being killed in Auschwitz. I mean, not just a
what a crass comparison. On that note, Chris Williamson, I think we'll end it there. But I do appreciate you coming on and putting across your case. And it does look like your candidate has won this evening. But of course, we wait until that final count is announced. Appreciate your time. Thank you. I'm joined in the studio now by Jacob Rees-Mogg, of course, still with me, and Chris Hopkins, the pollster. Chris?
No.
Chris Williamson just said that Keir Starmer could be forced out as the Labour Party leader as a result of tonight. What do you make of that assessment?
I think it's incredibly unlikely, bordering on impossible, as far as we're concerned. I mean, ultimately, we have to remember at the minute that in our polling and in most polling, Keir Starmer is the most popular party leader in the country. He's considerably more popular than Rishi Sunak, considerably more popular than Ed Davey, and more popular than the SNP leader as well at the minute. It wasn't the case when Nicola Sturgeon was still in charge,
although his net favourability is floating around 0, and it's just that these other candidates are much lower.
Yeah, of course. Not to say that Keir Starmer is overwhelmingly popular. He is perhaps the least unpopular, but it still is said that does make him the most popular party leader in the country at the minute. As you say, it's like being the
tallest dwarf.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I'm sure there are more fruity metaphors we could get to perhaps later on in the evening. Jacob Rees-Mogg, we're hearing from sources on the ground that Galloway has likely won this evening, and extraordinarily that it could be the Conservatives in second or third place. I don't think anyone was thinking that could have been possible even 20 minutes ago. What do you make of these reports that we're hearing?
I think it's very encouraging. I mean, I think it shows that the Tory vote still turns out, even in these most extraordinary circumstances.
Do you think it was therefore a mistake that your Tory candidate went on holiday for 2 weeks in the middle of this campaign? Could he not have won it?
I don't think we ever had a realistic chance of winning this election. I think...
We're hearing you could come second.
Yeah, but we're expecting George Galloway to have quite a big margin. But I think it's just encouraging that Tories do have a tendency to continue to turn out. The base vote is reassuring. The base vote was quite reassuring in Wellingborough, in a particularly difficult by-election for us, that there
was a 30% swing to the Labour Party.
There was, but if you think of what had happened and what had happened to the previous MP and who our candidate was, I think the loyalty of those who did turn out was really pretty remarkable. And I think I think in Rochdale, seeing Tories turn out is very encouraging. And can I just say, what I heard from Chris Williamson is, I think, the nastiest, most horrible thing I've ever heard on television. That last comment of his about Auschwitz was wicked, and it is, if a party is elected that has people in it who think things like that, this is a sad day for British politics. That was such an awful thing to say, and you quite rightly cut the interview off.
No, I think it is ugly when those sort of comparisons are made, thinking about why the global community agreed for the need of a state for the Jewish people when it was set up. There was a very clear reason for that, and drawing comparisons like that, as you rightly say, extraordinary. But perhaps as we were speaking with Chris Williamson there was something different that we've learned. We've talked about the Workers' Party of Britain as sort of this one-man band, this peculiar sort of marching circus that follows George Galloway around. But there are other people within it. There are the Chris Williamsons of this world, and probably a good few thousand voters in Rochdale who will carry George Galloway through tonight with a large margin. Is there the possibility that this movement, that this party, goes elsewhere too?
I doubt it, because, I mean, they may have an opportunity on 1 or 2 particular seats. But Chris Williamson, frankly, is a reject of the Labour Party. There's nobody else who wanted him. He didn't have many other options as to where to go. George Galloway is a particular phenomenon and has managed to do this before. But if you compare it, which I think would be a very unfair comparison, with Reform, Reform has much more serious figures, much greater depth to it. Is a much more reasonable party. So I'd be very surprised if they could get that reach.
Well, Chris Hopkins, as a pollster, do you sense that there is room to the left of the Labour Party, or perhaps using the terms left and right isn't even appropriate here? Perhaps this is just a sort of almost nationalistic or religious or sectarian vote. Is that a significant force? Could it be a significant force in our politics?
I don't think so. I think we have to remember ultimately, Tom, that the Labour Party is still 18 points ahead, or 20 points ahead in the polls at the moment, and those polls may well narrow between now and the general election. But there doesn't feel to us, in all of the quantitative and qualitative work that we do, that there is this craving, this desire for an alternative to the Labour Party on the left. Perhaps if it did exist and it was credible and wasn't just fighting by-elections, and we have to remember that this by-election in particular is a really unique set of circumstances where the Labour Party and the Green Party have essentially disowned their candidates. There's been a real lack of campaigning, even from Jacob Rees-Mogg's party. I think that this is I don't recall a by-election like this, so I don't really think that we can take what's happening tonight and the likely result in Rochdale and extrapolate that nationally. And I think ultimately also we have to remember that by-elections, they're not a microcosm of the country. The lens is on this one seat for an extended period of time. In terms of just sheer resources, you wouldn't imagine that George Galloway and his party are going to be able to field candidates nationally in the local elections or in the general election, and therefore I wouldn't expect them to have much of an electoral impact going forward.
And yet Chris Williamson, before he was affiliated with George Galloway, was of course a Labour Party MP. He was a huge supporter of Jeremy Corbyn. He was a Member of Parliament from that 2017 to 19 Parliament, that Parliament that I think just about everyone from every party thinks was a terrible Parliament. But could that figure who has been associated with Chris Williamson in the past, Jeremy Corbyn, now no longer a Labour MP, could he be looking at tonight and thinking perhaps he could launch some sort of, perhaps not the Workers' Party of Britain, but a different sort of campaign? Might it not be the last we've seen of Jeremy Corbyn in politics?
I mean, I wouldn't want to speculate particularly on what Jeremy Corbyn might be thinking, but, there are rumours that he may well run to be London Mayor. I think he definitely, in a different way to Chris Williamson, or in a completely different way, frankly, to Chris Williamson, Jeremy Corbyn is a figurehead that has had significant electoral success before. We have to remember that he did run Theresa May pretty close in 2017.
With a lot of help from Theresa May.
Completely, and that obviously fell away completely in 2019, when obviously he was up against a very different Conservative candidate. And I think, I feel like the 2019 election was the Brexit election, frankly, and I think that has to be taken into account. But he definitely has a far larger supporter base nationally and instantly recognisability than George Galloway and definitely than Chris Williamson. So if anyone is going to galvanise the left, it isn't necessarily the phrase that we'd like to use, but if anyone is going to galvanise that sort of end of the Labour Party, then Jeremy Corbyn is probably the person to do it. But whether he has the appetite, isn't really for me to say.
It's fascinating, Jacob, because we're talking about this in terms of left and right, and perhaps George Galloway doesn't really fit that classical distinction, at least as we understand it today. He's been putting out literature in the few leaflets that don't talk about Israel and Palestine. He talks about the fact that he knows what a man and a woman is. He talks about traditional values.
But most of the Labour Party knew what a man and a woman was 20 years ago. It's only a small London metropolitan elite who have any confusion over this, including the current leader of the Labour Party. George Galloway, Chris Williamson are of the hard left. I mean, look what Williamson was saying about the 1974 manifesto, about going back to the hard left policies that failed in the 1970s.
I wish we had a bit more. I mean, I don't wish we had a bit more time, but another avenue of that interview could have asked, pointing to the mid-1970s as the halcyon days of the United Kingdom, when we had a 3-day working week, when we had inflation at 20%, let alone the 10% that we briefly saw at this time in our politics.
But that's the hard left. That's the hard left that still believes in Clause 4. It still believes in nationalisation, all of those sorts of things that were going on with Labour in the 70s. They were still nationalising things even then. And that's what Chris Williamson and George Galloway believe in. And then they add to that the view that is very hostile to Israel because Israel is part of the capitalist West, which they don't like. They're hostile to America and they're hostile to Israel as well.
Yeah, it's interesting that Chris Williamson himself, whilst he doesn't like foreign powers when it comes to the United States, has been happy to take the coin from the foreign power that is Iran through his work with Press TV, which, of course, is affiliated with the Iranian regime. But let's cross back to Rochdale now, because joining me is our political correspondent, Catherine Forster. And, Catherine, this is now getting very close to the results. We've been saying since the start that it looks like Galloway has run. Can you give us a sense of what the piles of votes are looking like? What is the scale of this result?
Yes, it does look indeed like George Galloway will have won here in Rochdale tonight. We were originally expecting the result around 3. Now we're told closer to 2. In fact, it's looking like it could really be in the next few minutes. Now, George Galloway was the bookies' favourite. Talking to his team, before the polls even closed, they told us that they thought they were loudly confident. They basically said, we've won. We know we've won. And they gave us a statement embargoed for 10 o'clock saying that they were going to give the established parties a good kicking and saying that they were 2 cheeks of the same backside. But I think a very bad night for Reform. We had Richard Tice live on GBNews a little bit earlier saying that Galloway had won, saying that this campaign had been one of intimidation, that Reform staff, Simon Danczuk, the candidate here, former Labour MP here, of course, had been subject to death threats. Richard Tice said they'd already pulled their staff out of here, looking very sombre indeed. 11 candidates on the ballot. I think, interestingly, that a guy that most of you will never have heard of, I'd never heard of before tonight, a local chap called David Tully, a local businessman campaigning for the return of maternity services, saying, I just want to do the best for my town and my community. I have noticed, beside the piles and piles for George Galloway, piles and piles too for David Tully. Not saying at all that he's going to win it. Clearly he isn't. But it could well be that this independent local candidate comes second. His message is one about doing the best for the people of Rochdale, trying to bring people together, where, of course, George Galloway's message has been all about Palestine, all about Gaza, all about a war being fought thousands of miles away from a town which is down on its luck, where people are worried about local issues. And Labour, of course, nowhere to be seen there. Former candidate Azhar Ali, we've not seen him, we didn't see any of his people, not many votes for him, but a terrible night for the Labour Party. This was the seat of a very respected Labour
really
MP,
fascinating there, Catherine, as you say, that Azhar Ali is not there tonight, that he might not even turn up to the count. And really interesting about David Tully. Let's see if we can grab him a little bit later for this programme. But I want to talk about Reform. Because some people might say, yes, it's true, that intimidation has been awful. The death threats that have been reported around the Reform Party candidate Simon Danczuk have been horrific and shocking. But some people might say that shouldn't Reform be doing a bit better if they're polling at 12, 13% nationally? Are you saying they're nowhere to be seen in the results here?
Well, I've seen quite a number of votes for Reform, but I personally, and I could be wrong, I haven't obviously counted them, the piles for George Galloway are very big indeed, and also the piles for David Tully, this independent chap, are pretty big too. Now, the Reform Party, they did very well, didn't they, in Kingswood and Wellingborough, polling about 10 to 13% of the vote. But of course, it's their intention to stand in all the constituencies across the country. That's over 600. And, you know, talking to some of their people a bit earlier, before Richard Tice spoke to us, they were saying, oh, you know, it's okay, but obviously we poured a lot of resources into those other seats. And that's going to be a problem for Reform, isn't it? Because they don't have the resources of Labour or of the Conservatives. If they're going to stand right across the country, they're going to find themselves spread pretty thinly.
No, really, really interesting stuff there, Catherine. Do you have any indication about when we might be getting this result? We were hearing before 2 o'clock. Is there anything more that you've heard on the ground?
No, I was told, basically we were in the room where everybody was counting before. It's now, 19 minutes to 2. I would think likely, it's the gentleman behind us that seems to have the answers, probably in the next 10 minutes or so, I think by 2 o'clock at the latest. Would you like us to talk to David Tully now? Can I just bring him in?
Yeah, absolutely, Catherine. Let's grab David Tully.
David? Yeah? David? David, hello. Thank you very much for talking to us on GB News tonight.
You're right.
I must admit, a lot of people at home would never have heard of you before, but looking at the piles on the tables, you seem to have done very well indeed. How are you feeling just a few minutes out from the result?
Yeah, well, I keep saying, I feel very proud and very humble that the people of Rochdale have stood up and supported me like I've stood up. So, yeah, I feel very proud of what we've achieved. So, so I can only thank them.
What was it that made you stand? You're one of 11 candidates. There's several independents. But whatever your message was, that seems to have cut through with people. What was your central message?
I think my message and drive was to look after Rochdale and the community that lives here, and that were my main drive and ambition to do that. So, and I feel I've touched the community, and hopefully I can help the community, because that's what I intend to do. Yeah.
Rochdale is a town that's had a lot of troubles in recent years with grooming, public services, difficulties. That little boy, didn't he, died of the mould in his home a few years ago. Do you think that Rochdale really deserves a break?
Yeah, we certainly do. Like you say, you've touched on a lot of issues and a lot of problems that Rochdale have had, and I'm in the community and I see that, and we have had bad light shone upon us, and I want to be that good light and get us out of this period of time that we have had the bad press, and I feel that the town of Rochdale supported me trying to do that. So, like I said, I can only thank them, and hopefully we can get to a better place, because the people of Rochdale do deserve that.
Can I ask you finally, it looks like you've done very well, probably not well enough to beat George Galloway. How do you feel about George Galloway potentially being your local MP for the next few months at least?
Yeah, well, we'll have to see about that, won't we? Because obviously I've never met him, so yeah, he might want to meet me now.
He might do. He might do. Thank you very much indeed for talking to us on
No
GB
worries.
News.
Thank you.
David Tully, thank you so much.
All
thank
right.
you so much.
Cheers.
OK, so Tom, we won't have very much longer to wait. That's David Tully, a local man wanting to do his bit for the community. I don't think he's going to get it. It would be astonishing if he did, but a very different message coming from him than coming from George Galloway. I have to say I haven't seen him yet. His guys were having a drink at the hotel a few hours ago. There'll be a big event happening if and when George Galloway wins, but an absolute nightmare this for the Labour Party if it happens, and a huge embarrassment in what should have been a safe Labour seat.
Well, Catherine Forster, thank you very much, and brilliant work grabbing David Tully there. Really appreciate it. We'll be back with you, of course, at the count as things continue to move. But I'm delighted to say that joining me in the studios is the former Labour Party advisor, Matthew Larser, and the Telegraph columnist, Alison Pearson. Jacob Rees-Mogg is still with me too. Shall we zoom out a little bit, Matthew, and look at the campaign of George Galloway? We spoke some moments ago to Chris Williamson, former Labour MP, now managing the campaign of George Galloway. What did you make of what he had to say?
I was absolutely appalled by what Chris had to say. Now, let's just look at Chris's own track record. Chris Williamson was not allowed to stand as a Labour candidate by the Labour Party under the leadership of Jeremy Corbyn. So he was stopped being a Labour MP by Jeremy Corbyn because of his views on Labour and anti-Semitism. The National Executive Committee refused to endorse him because of what he said, and he even took the Labour Party to the High Court under Jeremy Corbyn. It takes something to be thrown out of the Labour Party by Jeremy Corbyn on that particular issue. And I thought his comments were incredibly distasteful. Look, he's at a by-election. People at by-elections get carried away. Election counts are quite adrenaline-fueling moments. But the idea that we're about to spark a revolution across the country is just nonsense. And his phrasing there just showed you all you need to know. I mean, George Galloway is obviously himself is an engaging figure. He's obviously hugely charismatic. It just you're known by those you have around you. And if he has Mr. Williamson around him, it tells you, in my view, something very, very unsavoury. Chris Williamson also presents a programme on Press TV, owned by the Iranian government. And Tom, you and I will be thrown off buildings by that regime. It's very difficult. It's not exactly a believer in the free press.
No, Alison, what do you make of it?
I absolutely agree with Matthew. I mean, by the company you keep, shall they know them? I mean, we were watching the remarks Chris Williamson was making parallels with Auschwitz and Palestine. I mean, really, really disgusting. And this is my worry, is that there is this strong tenor of anti-Semitism flowing through this campaign, and who has ended up voting for George Galloway, and that the fact it's all about Palestine. And the contrast, as Catherine Forster said brilliantly, with lovely Dave Tully, the local candidate born and bred in Rochdale.
But I didn't quite... I mean, it sounded very lovely, saying, we want community values. What did he actually stand for?
We looked it up. Alison and I just looked it up.
Fantastic. We've
got his manifesto. We've got his manifesto.
What was his manifesto?
Give me 1 second and I will get it right up.
Vehicle repair shop in Rochdale, star of the local rugby club. You're laughing, Tom. You're laughing.
Come on.
Sorry, do you want a carpetbagger coming in who's George Galloway, who doesn't give a SH1T about Rochdale, or Dave Tully?
I loathe the term carpetbaggers. Do you know who was a carpetbagger? Winston Churchill. Do you know how many different seats in all of...
Who was kicked out by the voters of Oldham just round the corner.
I mean, we used to have a political system whereby you had great figures talking on huge matters of import, huge matters of state, and it didn't matter
George Galloway will barely give Rochdale a few months of his time. Matthew said he'll be off to get a more pleasant seat in London that suits him better. Dave Tully wants the best for Rochdale. I know which person I prefer, and I'm very, very sorry if they haven't chosen him.
Absolutely.
But Matthew, I mean...
I've got it here if you want the Tully plan.
The Tully plan. Local car mechanics. I mean, it's nice.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being a local car mechanic.
He's standing for local council.
Well, look, I mean, you heard Chris Williamson saying it was all about the maternity ward rather than revolution, but challenging an advocate for the reinstatement of our maternity ward, zero tolerance against speeding motorists, aid local businesses, sports clubs for young people, securing the future of the local football club. In a town like Rochdale, Rochdale is is a town that's in the shadow of Manchester. It feels forgotten. It's one of them forgotten places, was a phrase that we all heard a lot about a couple of years ago. Why not? Why not vote for hope?
But isn't the point here, and we'll bring Jacob in a second, isn't the point here that what you just read out could be agreed, probably was agreed with by every single candidate in that election? I'm going to support the local...
But it's what you choose to stand on, Tom. It's what you choose to stand on. I didn't see those issues featured in the letter that we've seen that George Galloway sent. I heard a lot of talk about Palestine, a lot of talk about how he's an international socialist in the Middle East. I didn't hear a lot of talk about supporting businesses in Rochdale.
No, that is a fair point. Jacob, what do you make of the local candidacy?
Well, I think, to go back to the thing we discussed earlier, if we'd been able to talk about the by-election before the polls closed, he might have won. Because we've been able to talk about him and people would have known that there was this very reasonable candidate interested in local issues. The problem is that the issues he raises aren't actually the responsibility of a local member of Parliament.
I mean, what is the responsibility of a local member?
The local member of Parliament is go to Westminster and seek redress of grievance when a body fails to deliver for an individual constituent and to consider national legislation. Local MPs cannot keep maternity wards open. We all want to keep them open and we all want to support our local hospital, but actually that's the decision of NHS England, which is an unaccountable bureaucracy. Now, there may be problems with that, and we can be involved in the legislation to change...
Surely, Jacob, you're not saying that politicians should directly run the National Health Service?
I think the NHS ought to be democratically accountable if it's structured as it is. Whether it's correctly structured is a different matter. But I'm very against all these quangos that we've set up that aren't accountable to anybody and just get on with it themselves. I think that's been a terrible mistake of public policy over many decades. I think the incompetence of the Bank of England is part of this. The Environment Agency that makes decisions without any accountability directly to a minister has undermined democracy. So absolutely, I think these things should be decided by ministers and held accountable to Parliament. Yes, of course.
The Secretary of State for Health should be busying his day with we should have a maternity ward here and perhaps this many nurses on this ward.
As when the maternity unit
this is state control. This is central
planning. But the NHS is central planning. Of course it is. It's central planning.
But the reforms, the internal market reforms brought in under Tony Blair and John Major were about pushing that down, pushing that out of Whitehall.
Your choice with the NHS as it's currently structured is it centrally planned by a bureaucrat or is it centrally planned by a Democrat? Now, as it happens, I think central planning doesn't work. But if you've got central planning, it should be decided by a Democrat rather than a bureaucrat.
Are you saying the NHS doesn't work?
The NHS clearly doesn't work. There isn't anybody in the country who thinks the NHS works properly.
Jacob Rees-Mogg, it's a brave position for a Conservative Party MP to say that we should abolish the NHS.
But I'm not beginning to say that. I'm saying that the NHS needs serious reforms and people are working hard on this.
What sort of reforms would you like to see?
It needs reforms to make sure that people get their operations in a reasonable amount of time. I've had a constituent write to me whose child needs dermatological services, baby, and is having a 52-week wait.
But just to be clear, you wouldn't want to touch the free at the point of use principle?
The free at the point of use principle is one that is fundamental and the British electorate wants, and it's very sensible politicians to deliver what their electorate wants.
Like, I'm glad we cleared that up.
I wasn't going to...
Yes, no, absolutely.
Even at 2 in the morning,
I thought...
Even those of us on the other side are not saying Jacob's calling for the abolition of the NHS, even at 2 a.m.
No. But Alison, I mean, I heard you scoff when I asked, are you saying that you think the NHS doesn't work?
Tom, I have hundreds of emails a month from readers with stories of absolute horror. I mean, horror. People are in terrible pain and they are given waiting times. I mean, no, the NHS is absolutely broken. We're not. Are you even suggesting it isn't broken?
Well, do you know what would be nice? If these were the debates that we were having during by-elections or general elections, rather than...
But to be fair to David Tully, who we think may be the runner-up, we're not quite sure yet, but he's to be in the top 3.
Mean to David
I think you have to, because let's just remember what people have to do is they have to, you have to raise the deposit, you have to put the deposit down. We hope it looks like he saved his deposit today. You have to, he's got, the parties have infrastructure. This guy is just, because he cares about his community, has stood up, has got himself on the ballot paper and has done that. And just before we have can I get my fact in that I've been dying to say all night? I've been literally dying. So, 1958 Rochdale by-election was the first ever televised election count, televised election announcement, declaration from inside the count. The first time cameras were allowed in, the first televised election. Ludovic Kennedy, who was a great journalist, was the Liberal candidate, gave up a career in television to go and be the candidate, and it was the first time that people saw it. And it was all done by Granada, the ITV franchise down the road in Manchester, with the ones who were saying, "Come on, we want in," and they did it. So just before we get the count, Rochdale was first. And, sadly, it's a rather less, pleasant by-election tonight.
What a brilliant fact. Because I was under the mistaken apprehension that the first televised count was some rotten borough in 1780-something with Pitt the Even Younger and Pitt...
Maybe one of those...
The glint in the...
One of those kinescopes or whatever.
As was on an episode of Blackadder once upon a time. Now, I do want to pause here and look at, in the last few hours, what the Labour Party has released. Now, the Shadow Immigration Minister is Stephen Kinnock, and as polls closed, this is what he had to say.
Well, to be frank, I'm pleased that this whole sorry saga has come to an end now. It has been a very difficult and messy process. I'm very pleased that we took rapid and robust action in terms of our candidate, and the #1 priority for us now in Rochdale will be to select a strong candidate who will take the seat for Labour, and we will have a Labour MP at the general election that we can be proud of.
So, Alison Pearson, the Labour Party is almost washing its hands of this, saying, nothing to do with us, Gov, just wait for the general election, it'll be Labour again.
I think that's probably right. I do think. I mean, I think it will.
But do you think
I think
to
it would
just
have
completely wash their hands of it?
I think it would have been a straightforward victory for Azhar Ali had there not been that, deeply unfortunate comments. Yeah, I think they're on a roll. They're on a 20-point, well, even higher, greater lead today. Labour's on a great lead today. I think they would have done it comfortably. I'm not quite sure about that. You were talking earlier about needing a higher calibre of MPs. I'm not sure Mr. Ali wouldn't have given William Pitt any.
Perhaps not cabinet material.
Perhaps not cabinet material.
I mean, one of the things about Rochdale is, to get another fact here, which I'm determined to, is it's the home, it's where the cooperative movement started, which is a huge part of the Labour movement, predates the Labour Party by some decades, and indeed, I think Stephen Kinnock himself might be a Labour and Co-op MP, but the Co-op still has a party. Yvette Cooper is, I think it's about 20 Labour MPs actually representing the Labour and the Co-op. You can go to the museum in Toad Lane, where the Co-op started in Rochdale, and therefore it really gets to the kind of the heart of our movement, that we've let the people of Rochdale down by choosing that candidate. And I want the lessons to be learned. I want the leadership to learn the lessons, and I want a very different way of thinking about how you represent a town like Rochdale going forward.
Do you think that Stephen Kinnock sounded like a man who'd learnt the lessons, or sounded like a man that just said, don't need to worry?
No, I don't think. I disagree with that. I don't think he was batting that away. I think he wanted. He was glad it's over because we are so sad and disappointed that we've done it. I mean, I know Stephen will really feel tonight. The Kinnock family are pretty passionate about elections, about the fact that there isn't a proper Labour candidate on the ballot paper, and that the people of Rochdale haven't had a representative that they deserve. That the Chartists we were discussing earlier, that the Co-op, it's a town of Labour history, and tonight the Labour Party's let Rochdale down, and therefore it must have a tip-top candidate at the general election. It's not a case of winning it by default with with just a sort of candidate from central casting. It needs a really strong candidate because Rochdale deserves a strong MP who's going to make a real difference for the town and also be a big figure in Westminster.
Jacob Rees-Mogg, what did you make of what Stephen Kinnock had to say there?
Well, we all sometimes have to go out bat for our parties on sticky wickets. That's what he was doing, and he was doing it characteristically well. He's a very competent politician. But George Galloway getting into Parliament is very bad news for the Labour Party. It's bad news for British politics, but it's bad news for the Labour Party because it reinforces their divisions with a spokesman for it in the House of Commons, who we've discussed before, is highly articulate, is capable, is charismatic, is good at getting into the news. And when you're a member of Parliament, it's easier to get into the news than when you are not, when you're just a figure doing the rounds and trying to make a case. He's got that platform. This is bad news for Labour because they are split on this issue, as we've seen. As we saw with what happened last week over the vote on Gaza, the Labour Party is deeply split, and one of the most articulate spokesmen that represents a view that is held within the Labour Party is now going to be in the House of Commons. That is bad news for Labour.
Alison, what do you make of this idea that George Galloway will be chipping away at the stability within the Labour Party for the next 8 months?
I absolutely agree with Jacob. I think it's disastrous because what we've seen is for a long time after the massacres of the 7th of October that I thought Keir Starmer held a line very, very well. And he was absolutely, Israel has a right to defend herself and so on, and he didn't cave in to the pressure. And the pressure's got more and more on him now. And we saw last week a capitulation. And I quoted this week in my column Winston Churchill saying that appeasement is basically hoping that feeding the crocodile and hoping the crocodile eats you last. And George Galloway has got mighty jaws. The crocodile is coming.
My goodness, what an image. What an image. A snippy, snappy George Galloway. But this is the GB News election results programme for the Rochdale by-election, and what a night we have seen so far. We've seen piles of votes pile up in favour of George Galloway. A surprising lack of votes for the former Labour Party candidate Azhar Ali. A question mark over whether an independent candidate could have come in second place. Really, it's been a turbulent night so far. But now it's 2 a.m. This is GB News, Britain's election channel. Votes are being counted in one of the most divisive and controversial by-election contests in recent history. Turnout at the by-election was 39.7%, above what we were expecting. Now, we're expecting the results of this by-election any moment now. George Galloway has based almost his entire campaign on his support for Palestine. The deputy leader of the Workers' Party of Britain, Chris Williamson, made this claim.
No wonder he's quite happy to sit on his hands whilst Israel is implementing a genocide in Gaza, massacring people on a daily basis. You know, they're actually killing more children every day than actually were being killed in Auschwitz.
Shocking comments that the Conservative Member of Parliament for North East Somerset, Jacob Rees-Mogg, condemned.
Can I just say, what I heard from Chris Williamson is, I think, the nastiest, most horrible thing I've ever heard on television. That last comment of his about Auschwitz was wicked.
Now, the leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice, said that the UK is supposed to be a beacon of democracy.
We face the prospect of a number of extremist, anti-Semitic lawmakers in the House of Commons by Christmas.
And the independent candidate for Rochdale, David Tully, is believed to have done better than expected.
I feel very proud and very humble that the people of Rochdale have stood up and supported me like I've stood up. So, yeah, I feel very proud of what we've achieved. So, you know, so I can only thank them.
A frenzied run-up to this by-election as Labour withdrew support for Azhar Ali after saying Israel wanted the October 7th massacre from Hamas in order to provide a pretext to invade Gaza.
Deliberately took the security off. Yeah. They allowed the massacre, and it was a massacre of 1,200 innocent people, right? They allowed that massacre, and that gives them the green light to do whatever they bloody want.
And just after 10 o'clock last night, Labour released these comments from Stephen Kinnock, the Shadow Immigration Minister.
Number one priority for us now in Rochdale will be to select a strong candidate who will take the seat for Labour, and we will have a Labour MP at the general election that we can be proud of.
We'll be live at the count in Rochdale throughout the night with our political correspondent Catherine Forster. The contest to replace the former MP has been marred by raging tensions over Gaza and claims of death threats. What will tonight bring? We will reveal all. This is GB News, Britain's election channel. Well, joining me now from Rochdale is our political correspondent, Catherine Forster. And Catherine, the vote's results must be any minute now.
Yes, really, any minute now. We will bring you the results. People are gathering and we are just waiting. But it seems absolutely clear that George Galloway has won this seat. This really is going to be an absolute nightmare for the Labour Party and Sir Keir Starmer, a seat that only became vacant when Sir Tony Lloyd, very well respected Labour MP, died on the 17th of January. Labour wanted this by-election done quickly because they wanted, quote, to ensure that a vacuum isn't created for George Galloway and his circus of division to walk into. But with their choice of the candidate for this seat in Azhar Ali, they made a whole host of problems when it turned out that he had been spouting anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about Israel, basically have known about the October the 7th attacks and allowing them so they could go after Hamas. Of course, he was booted out of the Labour Party. The logo is still on the ballot paper, but it doesn't look like he has got terribly many votes. Simon Danczuk, who was Labour MP here for many years, before the texting scandal saw him taken out of Labour too, was standing for reform. Richard Tice saying that this campaign has been vile. They've been subject to death threats, intimidation. He says it's been terrible. He said he pulled his staff out earlier. Not a good night for them. Let's see how they've done, but left a very bitter taste in their mouth. And George Galloway, a man who has said that he's standing to teach Labour a lesson, looks set to sweep back into Westminster as an MP, as he has done on several occasions before. He is an incredible campaigner. He has stood basically on a pro-Palestine ticket, going after the Muslim vote here, the about 30% Muslim population, and he is going to make a whole world of trouble for Sir Keir Starmer. I was talking to senior people close to the Labour leader earlier, and they were telling me basically how dreadful they feel about what's happened here, the circumstances, the fact they don't have a Labour candidate, and what it looks like has been let in the place of Sir Tony Lloyd here.
Catherine, just give us a sense of what's going on in the room around you. Is there activity? Are the agents of the candidates gathering? What does it seem is going on?
So next to me, there's a whole wall of cameras, just like this one, reporters, lights, people interviewing some of the candidates. David Tully, who I was just speaking to for you a few minutes earlier, Tom, talking currently to another broadcaster, it sounds like he may well come second, which would be an astonishing result for an independent candidate. There's 11 candidates standing. Several of them are independent. He's a local businessman. After I interviewed him for you here on GB News, I was talking to his wife and his supporters. They were saying it's just been a local effort. Everybody knows him, thinks well of him, and he's just trying to do his best for the town. So I think he will walk away with his head held high. The monster raving loony party have been out and about. You may have seen one of them walking backwards and forth during Chris Williamson, I think a little bit earlier. But basically, a lot of people waiting around now with a sense of expectation of an announcement which is imminent. The guy who will have the answers has disappeared from view, but after this live, I'm going to try and grab him and see if I can nail him down on timings, because he did say to me about 40 minutes ago we were expecting the result by 2, and what is it now? 10 past. Although I have to say, we were originally thinking it to be about 3, so still quite a lot earlier than we thought when we started the show.
Ahead of schedule, but perhaps not as much as we had first thought. Catherine, we love seeing behind the scenes at these counts. Thank you for showing us around. We'll be back with you in a little moment. Now, before we get to our panel, I want to just mention that Catherine was talking about some of those candidates. Of course, there is a monster raving loony party candidate, as most by-elections feature. Let's run through that list of candidates for you now. Azhar Ali was the Labour Party candidate. That's how he will appear on the ballot, even though the Labour Party disowned him as a candidate midway through. George Galloway is standing for the Workers' Party of Britain. Simon Danczuk is standing for Reform UK. Ian Donaldson is the Liberal Democrat. Paul Ellison for the Conservatives. Mark Coleman is an independent. Michael Howarth is an independent. William Howarth is another independent. And Guy Otten is from the Green Party, although the Green Party disassociated themselves from Guy Otten partway through the campaign. We've also got Raving Rodent Subordinate. Now, he's the official Monster Raving Loony Party candidate. And David Tully is an independent. We heard from him a little earlier. Well, now let's get to our wonderful panel. I'm joined in the studio by the former Labour Member of Parliament, Stephen Pound, and the lifelong Conservative supporter, Lady McAlpine. Now, Lady McAlpine, we love the Monster Raving Loony Party here at GB News. I just think the vibrancy they add to our democracy on moments like this, on nights like tonight, is just magical.
Yeah, I thoroughly agree. I wish to have more like that. Now, I just think it adds to... Well, no, I suppose it stops people being bored rigid, doesn't it? Let's face it.
What a humbling experience it provides to people, perhaps during general elections, when these sort of joke candidates, whatever you want to call them, are standing there lined... Theresa May is standing there next to a giant fish finger. Or Jacob Rees-Mogg... or Boris Johnson is standing next to a man with a bin on his head. I mean, you don't get this in other countries.
No, you don't, but then... do other countries have eccentrics?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Not really.
Not in the way that we do.
Not the way we do, no. If they do, they're quite manufactured or they're locked up.
Well, no, what a marvellous point.
Well, one's just got elected as president of Argentina, for heaven's sake.
Oh, I will not have a word said against Javier Milei. He goes around with a chainsaw, but he doesn't wear a silly hat.
But it's interesting. I have to say, I take your point. I remember Screaming Lord Sutch very well indeed when he stood on.
He was the founder of the Monster Inc.
Indeed, he said, why is there only one Monopolies Commission? Your man in Rochdale, one of his platforms is to introduce a 99p coin because so many things are 99p.
He might need to make it a £9.99 coin after the inflation we've seen.
But he did have a break.
It's like a lineup in a lunatic or something, I have to say.
What, the House of Commons or this by-election?
I make no comment.
I love the Monster Raving Loony Party. I remember studying their manifesto for the 2010 general election.
They have a manifesto?
They do. They release it every year. And one of my favourite promises was they were going to put air conditioning systems on the outside of buildings in order to combat global warming.
Yeah, think about it.
Think about it. It made sense to some people, presumably somewhere. No, this is the reality of democracy, and it is humbling for members of Parliament who think they're so grand and a world statesman that they are there next to someone with a mask of a pig on his head and whatever else we were seeing behind Chris Williamson.
Tom, you can accuse me of many things, but never accuse me of being a statesman. No, I mean, I personally had a few very odd candidates stand against me, but I kind of out-odded them on a few occasions. But I think, what
was the most odd candidate that you faced?
I think the Elvis Pensioners Bus Pass Party.
No.
Yes, they stand in a lot of places.
Yes, I know. I mean, I actually felt that I should be an honorary member. But unfortunately, the Elvis impersonator was actually from Gujarat, and he was called Patelvis.
I love it.
Fantastic.
but he was excellent.
Absolutely fantastic. Lady McAlpine, I suppose we do we like to laugh about this sort of stuff, but it is perhaps a moment of light relief on what has been
a pretty grim day.
Pretty grim campaign with a lot of nasty elements.
Which is so scary, because if that's the way Britain's going, we have to do something about it pretty fast. I mean, I would like to stand up and say we don't pay our MPs enough. And
it's not a popular thing to say.
But it's a logical thing to say. We lose an awful lot of good brains to more highly paid jobs. And yet, what's more important than the people who run our country? We should pay our MPs more.
We still get 4 times the average wage. I mean, when I stepped down from Parliament, it's about £84,000 a year, which is, I think, it's a pretty decent wage for every. You can't really argue with that.
OK, but the sort of job you're doing is equal to a head of a really large business, and most of them are getting considerably more than that because they earn it, because they make the business work.
Do you think the act of paying more would attract the kind of people who lead businesses to stand for Parliament?
I think an awful lot of people want to become MPs because they really, really want to do good and they want to help. I mean, so many people are so rude about MPs. I would have a rule that you can't apply to be an MP until you've done 10 years' work in the real world, even if it's only shelf stacking. Just be out there. There are too many MPs now who've never actually worked other than in Parliament or around Parliament, and I think that's not good.
I think in 1997, only 2 of us had actually come from an authentic working-class background. Clive Efford had been a cab driver, and I'd been a bus driver.
Wow. Is that in the New Labour intake?
I know, in the New Labour, because the other place, they're full of university
lecturers. Full of lawyers and...
It's not right, because you're not
in Poland,
talking...
you cannot actually stand unless you have a university education.
Which is crazy.
Which is the wrong way round, really.
It's absolutely crazy.
Let's pause this here, because there is one man who is pretty proud of the fact that he's not always been in politics. Of course, he worked in business before getting involved in
metals trader.
Not one, but three now political parties, I suppose. Nigel Farage, the GB News presenter and honorary president of Reform UK, joins us now.
Oh, God.
Nigel, thanks for... I don't know if you're still running on American time. I know you've recently got back from the United States, but thank you for being up for us. Frankly, I'm looking at the Reform expectations here. Reform has not done well tonight.
No, it hasn't. And very simple reason, it mobilised too late. You know, when you call a by-election like this at very short notice, and when there are 24,000 postal votes in the constituency, unless you move incredibly quickly, you are behind the curve. We know that it's a 40% turnout. What we don't yet know is what percentage of that will be postal votes. I bet you it's 60%, maybe even higher. And by the time Simon Danczuk had mobilised his campaign, a local independent candidate had set himself up for the anti-Galloway vote and has clearly done very well. So no, not a great result for Reform, you're quite right. However, a very deeply disturbing, worrying vote for British politics and for our future. And as you well know, Tom, for the last few weeks, I've been saying sectarian politics has arrived. People voting purely on religious lines. I'm told from the count, there were some wards where when the boxes were opened, it was 95% Galloway. And here's the problem. If you have mass postal voting, people get signed up for votes. Literally, they're collected from the door minutes after the postman arrives. It is open to threats. It is open to intimidation. I have tried repeatedly over the last decade and more to say, if we want good election results, if we want to get intimidation out of British politics, we have to go back to postal voting as it was before Tony Blair became PM. This will be a victory for Galloway achieved on the back of postal votes.
That is an extraordinary piece of news that you've brought us, if it turns out to be true, that in some of these boxes it seemed like 95% of the votes were going Galloway. These are North Korean levels of support, Nigel Farage.
When the postman delivers the postal vote, and when somebody's 100 yards behind the postman down the street and knocks on the door and says, I've come to collect your postal vote, I mean, you know, they literally say, look, I'm not going to go until I collect it. They physically stand there as somebody puts their cross in the box. This, I'm afraid, is what you get with a combination of postal voting on demand and sectarian politics. And you only had to hear the appalling words of Chris Williamson to realise where we're going. Now, I think as far as this year's election is concerned, Labour will get bitten. They will get bitten by this. Irresponsible immigration policies, divided communities, us being told that, you know, we all bow down to the god of diversity. Well, here it is. But the implications going on to 2029, given, I mean, remember, the Muslim population has risen by 44% in the last 10 years. I've seen sectarian voting in Northern Ireland along Protestant and Catholic lines. We are going to have, you know, a serious Islamist force in Parliament by 2029.
That is a profound prediction. I wonder, Nigel, does one risk encouraging that sectarianism by engaging in discussions like this? If it's an Islamist force on this side versus everyone else, is there not a duty, perhaps, on mainstream politicians to reach out to Muslim voters to say there's a way to go past these sectarian lines?
I'd love to think so, Tom, but I said this first after the Bradford West by-election, which I witnessed in 2012. I said then, are we going to see sectarianism in British politics? I saw the Oldham by-election of 2015, where the Guardian's northern correspondent went down a street in Oldham with an interpreter, and she wrote, nobody in the street spoke English. Very few recognised the name Jeremy Corbyn, yet they all said they voted Labour. This is voting along religious lines where the imam has enormous sway over what people do. This has been to Labour's great advantage up until now. It is, I think, in the next few years, going to come back and bite them. And of course, I don't welcome this. I think it's a catastrophe. I think a by-election campaign that we've just seen, in which Simon Danczuk was threatened with a bullet in the head, where a local woman running a burger van who'd put up a Danczuk poster was told they'd burn the van down. I mean, this is very, very frightening. And just think about the words of Chris Williamson. Just think about the appalling, I think, comparison that he drew between Gaza and Auschwitz, and realise, I'm sorry, folks, this is here to stay.
It is, as you say, an appalling comparison, and one that, frankly, terminated our interview with him. But Nigel, going back to where Reform is, a party you're honorary president of, there are votes in this seat that are going to people who aren't George Galloway, but it seems like perhaps the anti-Galloway, anti-establishment vote seems to be coalescing around a guy called David Tully, an independent candidate. Should Reform have selected a different candidate? Was the fact that the candidate Reform selected was a former Labour MP who had to leave in not the best circumstances after a scandal involving texts sent to a 17-year-old girl, was that a bad move for the Reform Party? Was that a bad candidate selection?
It's possible that that's a factor, but the real factor is they were too late. I repeat, they were too late. Once those postal votes... I mean, don't forget, this by-election ended 2 weeks ago. This was over 2 weeks ago because of the weight of postal votes. And Danczuk came to this by-election, this very short, quick by-election, relatively late. That was the biggest problem. Plus, Reform's problem is that it can fight an air war in a general election. It doesn't really have the troops and the organisation yet to fight a by-election on the ground effectively.
And this is a very interesting conversation. We were talking with Jacob Rees-Mogg a moment ago about the fact that by-elections don't generally get the attention in the broadcast media that general elections do because of the restrictions placed upon by-election reporting, the restrictions on talking about candidates, the tiptoeing around that all broadcasters must do due to the regulations that we operate under. Is there a case for liberalising those regulations during by-elections, during the Purdah period, in order to examine exactly what's going on?
There is perhaps a case for it. I mean, I have to say, I've been deeply frustrated over the course of the last week, not being able on my show on GBNews to give reports of what I've been hearing directly from friends on the ground. But remember, by-elections they're like massive artillery wars. People pile in huge numbers of troops on both sides, and houses sometimes get 20 or 30 leaflets during a by-election. I can remember going back as UKIP leader, well-fought by-elections and the candidate gets 6 or 8%, and then a paper candidate in a general election in the same seat gets 16% or 18%. So by-elections are very, very different. It's clear that a local businessman who's popular and well-known has got the anti-Galloway vote. And that's interesting. But frankly, nobody really is going to be analysing the score that the Conservatives, the Lib Dems or Reform got. What we need to think about are the implications of what Galloway's done. And I would urge this Conservative government, as I've been doing ever since 2010, and I've spoken to Boris Johnson and all of them, I would urge them, please think about the integrity of elections. Please stop mass postal voting. Let's have a system like France, a system like we used to have, where you get a postal vote if you apply for one. You have to have a reason. You're out of the country. You're 97 in a wheelchair. And where postal votes would be about 2 to 2.5% of the overall turnout. And then make people turn up on the day at the polling station with valid ID. And that way, we will get less abuse. In 2019 in Peterborough, and the Brexit Party were neck and neck with Labour. On the day of the poll, somebody walked in to a central wall polling station in Peterborough with a Tesco's bag with 1,000 votes in it. That sort of thing simply has to stop. And if we want to stop Galloway, we want to stop extremism, and maybe we can't, but we should at least go back to having sensible voting patterns and end this idea that postal voting is a good idea because it's convenient.
It's fascinating hearing you talking about this, but there will be some who say that limiting the reasons for getting a postal vote is simply an act of voter suppression. It will lead to fewer people engaging in our democracy. What do you say to those challenges?
It'll lead to fewer people being intimidated on their doorsteps. It'll lead to fewer women in certain communities being signed up for a vote and never even seeing the ballot paper. And it'll also mean that we vote on the same day with the same level of knowledge about a campaign and the arguments that have played out. You know, the idea, as I say, that this by-election was over 2 weeks ago, frankly, makes the whole thing a farce.
No, it's a fascinating issue. Nigel, just looking at the figure that George Galloway is, some people might say he's a powerful orator. He's one of these larger-than-life characters. Does the House of Commons need more people like that? Because I remember sitting next to you here at this desk at the last by-election. You had some pretty choice words for people that were elected for the Labour Party who you described as perhaps not the greatest orators in the world. What Westminster will certainly face is a force on the green benches now.
No, I mean, the last couple that won were absolute muppets, weren't they? I mean, they could barely string a sentence together. And that was reading it off a piece of paper. George Galloway, do you know something? I think George is perhaps the best orator I've ever heard. And during the referendum campaign, you know, George and I did work together. And it was really notable that Bradford, a city with a huge Muslim population, voted no, voted to leave. So George is enormously powerful, very charismatic. And even though I disagree with him profoundly on things, on a one-to-one basis, I struggle not to like him. But I'm afraid he is now using that power, that ability, that personality in a way that will divide our country horrendously. Now, I'm old enough, Tom, to remember what sectarian politics looked like in Northern Ireland, and I now fear it's come to England.
No, really concerning allegations there. There are allegations of this being a, quite frankly, filthy campaign. But Nigel, really thank you for your input. We know we'll be back with you later on in this programme, perhaps after we get some real-life results, rather than just speculating about piles on tables. But for now, Nigel Farage, thank you. I'm joined in the studio now by the former Labour MP Stephen Pound, the lifelong Conservative supporter Lady McAlpine, and Chris Hopkins, a pollster with Savanta UK. Now, Chris Hopkins, we are speculating, but it does seem fairly certain that George Galloway has won this. Can by-elections influence polls going forward? How many people will be paying attention to what is going on tonight, and could it sway the conversation?
I mean, I don't think this one will, but obviously we did have two by-elections a fortnight ago. They come off the back of a pretty difficult fortnight in itself for Keir Starmer, and I think that has switched the momentum, at least, or changed the conversation a little bit about how Labour were doing then. I think, you know, as I say, Keir Starmer faced a pretty difficult fortnight, including the distancing of the candidate in Rochdale. There was the 28 billion green investment U-turn as well that sort of came all at the same time. And I think one of our polls, it wasn't necessarily related, one of our polls at that point showed the lowest Labour lead that we'd had for about a year and a half. Fast forward 2 weeks, Labour have won two by-elections off the Conservative Party. Obviously, it's going to be a pretty disappointing result tonight for the Labour Party, but I think, you know, they threw that away 3 weeks ago, frankly. So yeah, we were in a very different position now. So I don't think tonight specifically is going to change the conversation much, but by-elections can.
Some psephologists, those who study elections, say that there's this thing called a strong horse theory of politics, that sometimes winning can beget winning, that the fact that Labour won two by-elections makes people think that Sir Keir Starmer looks like a winner, we're going to get behind him. That could have turned around the dip in the polls that we saw at the start of that week. Do you buy into that theory?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look, you know, across a lot of sectors, not just politics, you know, winning becomes a bit of a habit. But I think specifically in this example, there are still doubts among the electorate about Keir Starmer, about how he looks, how he appears. Is he prime ministerial? I think, you know, ultimately he is more popular than Rishi Sunak at the minute. He does look more prime ministerial, according to vast swathes of the electorate. But there is still that lingering doubt about him. I don't think this is quite Tony Blair in '97, but as you say, winning kind of does become a habit, and if he is winning these contests, and frankly, as we saw a fortnight ago, overturning incredibly large majorities, I think that does tell the electorate that, yes, maybe the Labour Party are ready for government again, and they definitely weren't in 2019, because...
It can have, sadly, it can have the opposite effect. I mean, I've been canvassing, you know, in the highs and lows of the Labour Party, and there have been times when the Labour Party's been doing really well, and people said, oh, there's no point in me voting, you're going to win anyway, aren't you? You know, so you do get that. But look...
Well, that happened in 2001. Turnout crashed to what is it, 59%.
I think only one seat changed hands.
And one seat, well, between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party.
Yes,
there were some other parties that had to... But the Labour Party majority was the same scale, even though the number voting for it collapsed.
I think what is memorable about this one, a couple of things. Firstly, Reform UK got 10% in Kingswood, 13% in Wellingborough. Whether they hit that tonight is going to be an interesting question, because if momentum exists for Reform, we'd see it. The other thing
we're hearing on the ground that there's perhaps a negligible vote.
Well, Charles Dickens wrote about the Eton Swill by-election, which became a byword for a corruption. I think, it was one where all the electors were getting treated and drunk, and barrels of beer were being carried in. Eton Swill became the low bar of local elections.
And the law about...
Rochdale will match that.
The law about treating... In politics, it used to be the case back when we had elections every 7 years rather than every 5 years. That it sort of the vote would go on not just on one polling day, but for months in some cases, with candidates opening stalls and giving out free treats to people.
I was actually reported to the
vote.
returning officer, a chap called Charles Walker, who then became the MP, Sir Charles Walker from Vauxhall, stood against me. I think it was in the 01, and it was a blazing hot day, and I was there in a particular housing estate. This old bunch of kids. Hello, Steve. Most of the people I knew from football, and I bought them all an ice cream.
Illegal.
They were 7 years old.
Illegal treating a law that was introduced, I think, in the Great Reform Act. A Victorian era law that we still have today. Don't buy ice creams for potential voters.
Well, it's a fairly good idea to stay away from buying ice cream
they will
for
be one day.
7-year-old kids anyway, to be perfectly honest. Particularly if you look like George Galloway and he offered one of my grandchildren an ice cream, I'd tell them to run a mile.
Goodness me. Lady McAlpine, this is an extraordinary night. We are... if I interrupt you, please don't be offended, but we might well have a result any moment now.
It did look as though they were massing.
It looks like they're massing. In your experience of these events, how does this one compare? Is there anything you can compare it to?
No, absolutely not. From what's been going on this evening, definitely not. No, to be fair, I don't think I've ever sat up and watched a by-election.
Really?
No. I've watched the main elections. But, no. By-elections never sort of seem to be that important.
Are you I mean, how could you not want to stay up and look at raving rodent Subordinate of the monster raving loony party? How could you not want to look at the not one but two parties, the Labour Party and the Green Party, that disowned their own candidates?
Tom, you said what difference is this going to make for the body politic? Certain by-elections do. I mean, Orpington actually did change the weather when Joe Gibbons Liberals won it, and similarly Dudley in 1995. We knew that Labour were going to win then. So this one there's not going to be a carryover from this into the wider body politics of the nation. I just don't see it. But the House of Commons has had demagogues, bombastic demagogues like Horatio Bottomley in the past, who've come in with a great blaze of glory. Horatio Bottomley's slogan was "Hang the Kaiser." I mean, he was standing in 1918. I hasten to add.
Yes,
he came, and of course he's a chap who ended up in Pentonville Prison. And you remember they saw him sewing mailbags, and somebody said, "Oh, sewing, are you?" Bottomley said, "No, reaping."
But we did have characters in Parliament. We had communists in Parliament.
We had two in 1945.
We had Oswald Mosley.
My predecessor.
He was a Labour MP, wasn't he?
He was my predecessor because not immediately. It was 1923.
You're not that old.
He still is a Conservative after the war, and then he became independent Conservative in what's then called Harrow and Hanwell, which is in fact Ealing North.
I'm going to pause you because we're going to cross to the count.
Just getting going.
I know. Well, we have a long evening ahead of us, but much to discuss. Not least with our political correspondent Catherine Forster, who is standing just out of vision for us. And Catherine, it looks like the candidates are amassing.
Yes, and I was just about to say that I hadn't seen the man of the moment, George Galloway, and here I spy him, just appeared behind the podium where the monster raving loony party have been gathered for some time. There he is. It's the first time we've seen him. We've been talking to his team all evening, and now here he is, the man himself with a black hat, as he always wears. Some of the other candidates around, we've been expecting this result now for a good while. We originally thought 3 o'clock, then we thought 2 o'clock. It's moved around, but just to set the scene, behind this that you see on screen, there's basically crowds on 3 sides. There's a balcony up above, long rows of cameras, broadcast cameras, stills cameras, lots and lots of people. I have to say, I think I've got the best seat in the house, so the announcement is obviously imminent. Though it may still be. Every time they walk past, I ask how long it's going to be. I get 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, who knows. But George Galloway is here. He is ready. I can't see Simon Danczuk at the moment, but it's difficult to pick people out because it's quite crowded. I see David Tully, the independent candidate, who might come in second. We don't know, of course, what the results are yet, but certainly he seems to have amassed a very surprising number of votes for an independent candidate that certainly most people out of Rochdale had never ever heard of. So let's see, not much longer to vote, but I just think what an incredible turn of events this is. A safe Labour seat, a seat that was represented by Sir Tony Lloyd, who was very well thought of from across the political spectrum. Labour have had a succession of by-election wins. They've been riding high, yet here we are in a Labour town without a Labour candidate. And the man who looks set to take this seat was booted out of the Labour Party a very long time ago. He's had various iterations of different parties since, but with his current Workers' Party of Britain, he senses that he may have hit upon something, because tapping in to the Muslim vote because of the war in Gaza following the atrocities on October the 7th, he's gone on a ticket basically appealing to people horrified by what is going on in the Middle East, a war taking place thousands of miles away. He's come to a town with a population about a third Muslims, and he's weaponised that, really. He's run on that. And yet Rochdale is a town down on its luck with many problems. The grooming gang scandal, a little boy died of mould in his house, public services not in a good state, a town on the edge of Greater Manchester that has very much seen better days and has very, very real local problems. And yet here we are, and it looks like a man is going to take this seat off the back of a war in the Middle East, a dreadful, dreadful result for the Labour Party. He is going to be an absolute nightmare for Sir Keir Starmer in Westminster. And speaking to Labour people earlier, obviously they're not here, they don't have a candidate, but speaking to people over the phone, they just feel very, very sad that it's come to this, where they don't even have a candidate in this seat.
No, a really, really extraordinary campaign that this has been, all coming to a head. As you say, very, very shortly, we're seeing all of those candidates lining up there. Although, Catherine, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems that Simon Danczuk, the Reform Party candidate, is nowhere to be seen. Has Reform left the building?
I can't confirm that definitively. Richard Tice, obviously, when he spoke to us an hour or so ago, said that his team had already left. He was going round with Simon and Simon's wife at that point, doing a few selected interviews. I have to say, I haven't seen anybody from Reform in the last hour. I mean, it's a bit of a scrum, and I've been standing here. Well, I'm actually hiding underneath the camera so that I don't ruin everybody else's shot. But I haven't seen them for a long time. So, and what a disappointment this will be if it turns out that they have actually left, because they've had a couple of very good results for them in Wellingborough and in Kingswood, 10 and 13% in the polls. They really feel that they are building momentum, but they say that they've been subject to a really vile campaign, the intimidation, death threats. They've had a pretty awful time here, and they're with a very bleak message tonight, Richard Tice, saying this is a wake-up call and this sort of behaviour should not be happening in British politics.
Catherine, what do you get the sense George Galloway is thinking? He seems to be standing very stoically, not speaking to anyone. I saw his agent just pop over his shoulder a moment ago, but this is an individual who's about to be elected to Parliament for yet another time, perhaps the final time in his career. What do you think is going through his head?
He's writing his speech in his hand.
Yes, well, he's never a man who's lost for words, is he? And no doubt if and when, as we expect, he wins this seat, he's going to have some pretty carefully chosen words, and he certainly doesn't mince them. So, yeah, he's looking pensive at the moment. That's his chap that's standing just to his right with the red beard, whispering in his ear. It's him that we saw when we arrived this evening, before the polls had even closed, and he was saying, well, basically saying we're loudly confident. They put out the statement, embargoed for 10 o'clock, that said they're going to send a message to the political class. More than ever, they're two cheeks of the same backside, and in just a few hours they are set to get a good kicking. George Galloway, of course, said that he decided to stand in Rochdale specifically to, quote, teach Labour a lesson. And since Labour lost their candidate in Azhar Ali after those anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, Labour don't really have an official policy on who voters in Rochdale should have voted for. A lot of them have suggested that people spoil their ballot paper. Wes Streeting, the Shadow Health Secretary, said that he was sad and ashamed, and it's a massive humiliation for the Labour Party, isn't it, that in Rochdale, a Labour town, and it's ended up being a fight between several former Labour MPs who've been kicked out of the party. George Galloway many years ago, Simon Danzert for Reform more recently, over sending inappropriate text to a 17-year-old girl, and then Azhar Ali, a candidate with a Labour logo next to his name, who has lost the Labour whip. So a really sobering state of affairs. I suppose one thing that the voters of Rochdale will take from this is there's going to be another of these votes coming along in just a few months' time, because whoever gets this seat, there's going to be a general election by the end of the year, so Rishi Sunak says. So if Mr. Galloway gets in, oh look, can't quite see from my...
The returning officer might be about to be moving. Catherine, just while we have you and before the returning officer gets up on the stage, did you notice? I know you won't have seen every vote, far from it. Did you notice a significant degree of spoilt ballots? Could you see anything like that, or did it look like the voters of Rochdale didn't take the advice of the Labour Party leadership?
Do you know, I didn't notice spoilt ballots, and I don't know where they would have been put. It'll be very, very interesting to hear the number of spoilt ballot papers, because that, of course, is one way of sending a message. But I suspect a lot of people, and there's plenty of voters in Rochdale pretty much disgusted with the choice that they've been given, who really feel that they've been given no choice at all. I suspect that a lot of those will simply have stayed at home, though the turnover at 39.7%, I mean, sure, it's low, but for a by-election. It was actually more than I was expecting, because I was thinking, because this is so extraordinary and there'll be thousands of Labour voters left with no Labour candidate to vote for, I wouldn't have been surprised if it had been a good bit lower than that. OK, it looks like, here we go, the returning officer coming onto the stage, and let's see what he has to say.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. Would the candidates join me on the stage, please? I, Steve Rumbelow, being the acting returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for Rochdale on 29th February 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Azhar Ali, Labour Party candidate, 2,402. Mark Coleman, 455. Simon Christopher Danchuk, Reform UK candidate, 1,968. Ian Donaldson, Liberal Democrat candidate, 2,164. Paul Simon Ellison, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,731. George Galloway, Workers' Party of Britain candidate, 12,003. 12,335. Michael Howarth, Independent candidate, 246. William Leckie Howarth, Independent candidate, 523. Guy Nicholas Otten, Green Party candidate, 436. Ravin Roden Subordna, official Monster Ravin Looney Party candidate, 209. David Anthony Tully, Independent candidate, 6,600. That was 6,638. I do hereby declare that George Galloway is duly... The turnout was 39.7%. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Galloway.
Let's listen to what George Galloway has to say.
Keir Starmer, this is for Gaza. You have paid and you will pay a high price for the role that you have played in enabling, encouraging and covering for the catastrophe presently going on in occupied Palestine in the Gaza Strip. Rochdale Town Councillors, I put you on notice now that I hope to put together a grand alliance of all the parties to remove councillors on notice that we intend to clean the town hall clock. I make, of course, no disrespect to the returning officer and his fine staff who ran this campaign today and this count this evening virtually flawlessly, nor any public servant in the town hall. But the councillors have to go, and I intend to try to put together a grand alliance that will change Rochdale for the better just 12 weeks from now at the local elections. I thank God for this great victory. I thank my wife, my 6 children, my 5 grandchildren, who've all been working in this campaign. I thank my agent, my campaign manager, my dear friend and wise counsel, Imtiaz. I thank all of my campaign team for the phenomenal work that they did. I thank the people of Rochdale who voted for me in such numbers, but promised to work faithfully for all Rochdalians and to work for the day where you can again be born in Rochdale. Again be born in Rochdale. I want to tell Mr. Starmer above all that the plates have shifted tonight. And as Jacob Rees-Mogg just said on television, in talking of me as a parliamentary orator of note, that Keir Starmer's problems just got 100 times more serious than they were before today. This is going to spark a movement, a landslide, a shifting of the tectonic plates in scores of parliamentary constituencies, beginning here in the Northwest, in the West Midlands, in London, from Ilford to Bethnal Green and Bow. Labour is on notice that they have lost the confidence of millions of their voters who loyally and traditionally voted for them generation after generation. I've heard some of the narrative being spun around this election result this evening. Yes, it's true that every Muslim is bitterly angry at Keir Starmer and his misnamed Labour Party. But you would be very foolish if you did not realise that millions of other citizens of our country are too. Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak are 2 cheeks of the same backside, and they both got well and truly spanked tonight here in Rochdale. Finally, I congratulate David Tully on his remarkable achievement. His remarkable achievement in coming second in this by-election, and trust that even the most biased journalist in the room will realise that this is the first time ever in British political history that the 2 big parties of the state were thoroughly and soundly beaten. Yes! And I think that that will not have been missed in Downing Street and wherever Keir Starmer currently hangs out. I look forward to working with Mr. Tully, and I hope he'll join the Grand Alliance to wipe Rochdale's town hall clean, because this town has been badly let down. Once one of the most prosperous towns in England, now one of the poorest, whose heart has been piece by piece removed. The maternity, the A&D, I understand you can't even be locked up in Rochdale. There's not even a jail cell to toss a miscreant in. Mr. Danchuk might be glad to hear it. But the biggest new threat that we face is the possibility of the extinction of the proud Rochdale Football Club. And I pledge that I will work tirelessly, I hope with the Town Council as changed in 12 weeks' time, to save the Dale. God bless you. God bless Rochdale. God bless Gaza.
Listening to that is our political correspondent, Catherine Forster. Catherine, what is the atmosphere there?
Yes, hello. I hope you can see me. I've been hiding from the camera. That was quite extraordinary, wasn't it? Not only seeing George Galloway with his way of speaking, he really does know how to deliver a message, doesn't he? Let's see. He's being mobbed now, of course. He's just giving an interview at the moment, but just while we're waiting, I'm just going to run through the results for you. So, George Galloway, 12,335 votes. In second position, quite astonishing, David Tully, the independent, the man, the local man, supported by his family, 6,638. In third place, amazingly, the Conservatives took third place in Rochdale, 3,731. Fourth was the former Labour candidate, Azhar Ali, 2,402. And then fifth, I make the Liberal Democrats, 2,164. But in sixth position, the Reform Party, Simon Danczuk, 1,968. Now, I think they have left. They were telling us of this campaign of intimidation. They're nowhere to be seen now. But what I would say is that seems like a very disappointing result for Reform. This is a constituency that voted 60% to leave the European Union. A lot of Reform's messages, you would think, would have resonated. Back to you for now, Tom.
Thank you, Catherine. We'll be back with you as soon as you grab Mr. Galloway. But let's get the views now of Nigel Farage. He was listening to that speech. And Nigel, what struck me was how George Galloway spoke of how he would be in the House of Commons. He referenced a conversation that I think you and I had about his oracy.
Yes, he did. And I mean, look, you saw him there. He's very, very good at message delivery. He's very charismatic. He's also very clever. You know, if Rochdale Town Football Club's on the verge of bankruptcy, George has pledged to save it. And you know what? He'll find the money, and he will. I mean, he just will do that. Yeah, I mean, he made it very clear, didn't he, that in parts of the West Midlands, by which he meant Spark Hill, in Tower Hamlets, you know, he is aiming for a Muslim vote. A Muslim vote that Labour had taken for granted. Over 80% of the Muslim population had been voting for the Labour Party. Many of them, as I mentioned earlier, signed up cynically with the Labour Party on postal votes. And this now means that Galloway can challenge in 20 or 30 constituencies. I think it also means that the Workers' Party could put up a very strong candidate to take on Sadiq Khan to be Mayor of London, and that could really damage Sadiq Khan's position. So look, you know, this is it. Sectarian politics is here to stay. People thought the result in 2012 in Bradford West was a complete one-off. It wasn't. It was a warning shot. This is voting along religious lines, allied to some extreme hard-left characters like the Chris Williamsons. No, this is real. This is here to stay. The Workers' Party are going to win seats, at the next general election. I suspect not very many, but I do think this phenomenon, with all of its ugliness, all of its intimidation, all of its willfully breaking electoral law, with the police just standing by, daring not do anything, I think this is here to stay.
To hear George Galloway talk not just of this by-election, but about the local elections in some weeks' time. Clearly, a big group of supporters there cheering what he was saying, chanting his name. They'll be standing in those local elections. George Galloway wants to put a foothold there in Rochdale. He wants to expand his political network and win council seats. Do you think that's likely?
Very. Oh, very likely. I mean, look, I mentioned to you earlier that there were boxes from some wards where the vote for Galloway was over 90%. So yes, given that that population tends to be concentrated within certain wards rather than diffusely spread throughout Rochdale, and the same goes for Tower Hamlets, and the same goes for parts of the West Midlands. I mean, I would have thought in local elections, winning a lot of seats in Rochdale now becomes, well, I was going to say, comparatively easy.
You are a man who stood for Parliament many times. You know how hard it is to break into the first-past-the-post system that we have in this country. As leader of UKIP, you managed to win 2 by-elections, but only when incumbents defected to you from the Conservative Party in Rochester and Strood and in Clacton. Can George Galloway really replicate this success with the Workers' Party of Britain in a situation that's not a by-election where the Labour Party is effectively tapped out, in a situation that doesn't have the sort of crucible of attention as a by-election does, with perhaps the lower turnout that has helped him this evening?
Well, let's be clear, he won't win many seats in Devon or Suffolk or places like that. When people vote along religious sectarian lines, and when tensions have been inflamed over Gaza, then the answer is they will vote exactly the same way in a general election as they voted in this by-election. Because to them, the running of the United Kingdom, the cost of living crisis, the problems with our borders, they don't matter. This by-election was won purely on Middle Eastern politics, purely along religious lines. Tom, they are going to put up a very serious challenge in somewhere between 20 and 30 seats. And don't underestimate what tonight means.
What do you think Keir Starmer will be making of this speech? He will no doubt have paid attention to it. The people around him will have noted every word of it. What will the Labour Party be thinking tonight?
Well, what Keir Starmer can't afford to do is to tack towards the Galloway position. That would be impossible. Starmer's success until now has been to detoxify the Labour Party, to get it away from the days of Jeremy Corbyn, where it was unelectable on a national scale. And, in many ways, I've praised him for that. But the idea that Starmer will turn his back on Israel being allowed to exist as a state, the idea that Starmer will denounce Netanyahu and his campaign in Gaza as being a genocide, this simply isn't going to happen. And the Labour Party, through wholly irresponsible immigration policies, remember, rubbing the noses of the right in diversity. And I remember debating with Mandelson on this, and he said, but surely all diversity is good. Well, this is diversity. Diversity without integration leads to separation and has now led to religious sectarianism. There is literally nothing the Labour Party can do about this. Now, it isn't going to hurt them much at this election. As I say, it's a maximum 20 to 30 seats in which they could get badly hurt. But the long-term implications of this are very serious. Remember, the Muslim population has risen by 44% in the last 10 years. It's projected to do the same in the next 10 years. By 2029, you may well see the left of British politics, even under first past the post. But because those voters are concentrated in tight geographical areas, we are heading longer term for a big split on the left.
Nigel, isn't that the fault not of diversity, but the opposite of diversity? Of siloed societies, of hugely homogenous communities? living side by side, living parallel lives. That's not diversity. That's the very opposite of diversity. That's sectarian.
It's multiculturalism. The Labour Party encouraged multiculturalism, by which they meant embrace the culture from which you come from, celebrate that, don't become British, and for goodness sake, don't ever consider yourself to be English. And actually, you know, Trevor Phillips and many other people now have said that policy is what's led to those siloed communities. If this is what Labour meant by diversity, then it's a disaster. But it certainly is multiculturalism. And, you know, we can be a very happy multi-ethnic society. There's no difficulty with that whatsoever. In fact, we had been very good at it compared to many of our European neighbours. But the encouragement of separate communities, the fact we tolerate huge numbers of people who've lived here for years not speaking English by just changing road signs to different languages, this is all a part of that problem.
It's interesting because there are different versions of a multi-ethnic society. The American ideal was always the melting pot. Different people of different races living side by side, sharing in an idea of what it is to be an American, a shared culture, different aspects within it, of course, but a shared identity. I wonder, Nigel, do you think that perhaps we're delivering the opposite in some parts of the United Kingdom? Far from being a melting pot, we've become a divided society.
Well, very much so. And, you know, GBNews have been covering heavily the last couple of days, you know, an upcoming play at which black people only are invited to attend. We're actually, in many ways, encouraging division. And this is a disaster. You know, probably the most successful human rights campaigner in terms of dealing with racial prejudice, you know, was Martin Luther King. You know, and he very clearly said, I want my 4 kids to be judged not by the colour of their skin, but for the content of their characters. And we're moving away from that. And identity politics is what separates us up into these separate silos. And it is very, very bad news. Now, I repeat the point that in many parts of this country, the multi-ethnic society has been a great success. But when people are separated out on the grounds of race or religion, and it's religion here that is the real issue, then I'm afraid I just don't see short-term how we mend this.
I think it's a very important distinction to raise, Nigel, that this is a distinction in belief in religion, not in race or provenance. But this is a really interesting night tonight. This is a fascinating night because of what it could mean going forwards. In your experience of, I don't know how many by-elections you've been involved with now, Nigel, are they predictive of what is to come?
The answer, sorry to answer this way, sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes they mean nothing.
Oh, you know, Nigel, you're sounding like a politician now.
And hang on. So the Lib Dems can win a by-election and then lose a seat at the general election. And over the last 30, 40 years, I've seen that pattern repeat itself many, many times. This is different. And it's different, firstly, because George Galloway is a formidable figure. As we've mentioned already, he will build up a base of local councillors, and that makes a huge difference when it comes to the general election campaign. He will also, I predict, save Rochdale Town Football Club. He just will. You watch. I know he will. That's why he mentioned it in his speech. But it's predictive because it shows that if people vote on religious lines, and you saw the letters that he sent out, you know, to the houses, dear Muslim voter. You saw what he said in his speech about Muslim voters all over the country. They will put, many of them will put their feelings about Israel, their feelings about Gaza, their feelings about Jews, they will put those above the kind of issues that you and I will think about when we vote at the next general election. So yes, this is predictive and it's going to have a massive impact in up to 30 constituencies.
Nigel, you said before how you campaigned alongside George Galloway in some events during the EU referendum. There's a rumour tonight that the leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice, at one point asked George Galloway to stand as a Reform Party candidate. Do you know anything about this?
No, I don't. It sounds unlikely. You know, I said to you, I worked with George during the referendum He's a very charismatic character. I fundamentally disagree with his beliefs. I hate the sectarianism that he promotes, but it's difficult not to somehow slightly admire him for his abilities. You know, you can admire someone's abilities without agreeing what they stand for. So the idea that Richard approached
Nigel, I should clarify. I'm being told that George Galloway himself has said this.
All I can say is it's news to me. I mean, it really is news to me. Extraordinary. No. He should have said it, but no, news to me.
News to you. Well, thank you, Nigel, for talking with us through there. We're going to cross back to the count now. We're going to cross back to Rochdale, where our political correspondent, Catherine Forster, is there for us. Catherine, what's going on?
Yes, hello, Tom. I can't hear you terribly well, so forgive me. Basically, what's going on here is pretty much absolute mayhem because the man of the moment, George Galloway, has been quite literally mobbed. You can see over there the big scrum of people round him. Everybody wants a piece of him to hear what he has to say, but it was quite extraordinary, the speech he gave, wasn't it? Interrupted, of course, with the Just Stop Oil, the candidate, the environmentalist with the orange confetti shouting about climate change, saying that George Galloway was a climate change denier. Of course, I don't think he's going to care about that at all tonight. He is riding high. Yet again, he is going to be an MP, this time for the Workers of Britain party, and it does feel like he has got some momentum here, doesn't it? He said the plates have shifted tonight and that things had just got 100 times worse for Keir Starmer. Frankly, this is an absolute nightmare for the Labour Party. First, they had the horrendous situation of putting forward a candidate for this Labour seat that was held by Sir Tony Lloyd, so well respected, put forward a candidate that they then had to ditch when his anti-Semitic conspiracy theories came to light. They were then in the crazy situation of not having a candidate here, but George Galloway, that was a Labour MP, of course, for many, many years, but was kicked out under Tony Blair, was then an MP in different constituencies or different iterations of parties, but with this latest one, he feels like he is onto something. He has a plan, not just for Rochdale. He thinks he can get a number of people, stand in a number of seats at the general election, basically on a ticket to do with Palestine, to do with Gaza, to do with hatred, frankly, of the modern Labour Party, what it is, what it stands for, and the direction that he feels Sir Keir Starmer is taking it in. So Rishi Sunak has had all sorts of problems lately, but tonight, my goodness, Sir Keir Starmer might be 20 points ahead in the polls, but this is a dreadful, dreadful result for the Labour leader.
Catherine, one of the most dramatic moments, one of the most fascinating moments was in the middle of George Galloway's speech when, as you say, that climate change protester started shouting at George Galloway. And perhaps it reminds us that George Galloway isn't just a sort of flavour of Labour in a way that we might understand today, but there's something quite small c conservative about a lot of what George Galloway says, appealing perhaps to a traditionalist Muslim community, but also being pro-oil and gas.
I'm sorry to... I can't hear you well. There's a lot of shouting.
There must be an absolute circus there.
It is an absolute circus here, and I think there's quite a number of people that will feel it's a very toxic circus here as well. Certainly that is what the Reform Party think. I haven't seen any of them. Simon Danczuk, we know, of course, had death threats. It sounds like they've had a really terrible campaign of intimidation. And of course, George Galloway is a very, very powerful orator. We heard it in his speech. He's done it again and again. He's known for it. He's a very, very big character. He sucks up the political oxygen wherever he goes, but he is very, very divisive. Now, OK, there'll be 12,000, whatever, predominantly Muslim voters in Rochdale that wanted him in, but there will be thousands of other voters here who'll be waking up in the morning and will not be impressed at all by what they see. I think worth bearing in mind, of course, there will be a general election along soon. Of course, we will never know what would have happened if Labour had actually stood a candidate, hadn't had to stand them down. But George Galloway has got the wind in his sails. He loathes the modern Labour Party. That is very clear. He wants to teach them a lesson, and that, as far as he's concerned, begins tonight.
Thank you very much for your tenacious reporting live on the scene. We'll be back with you, of course, as things develop in the aftershocks of what has been a seismic event tonight in Rochdale. Well, I'm delighted to say that joining me now in the studio are the senior political correspondent at the Daily Express, Christian Calgi, and Aaron Bastani, the co-founder of Novara Media. Aaron, I want to start with you. You heard George Galloway's speech.
Yeah.
He's a man who speaks with passion.
Yeah.
And he had a message for Keir Starmer.
Yeah. Yeah. We have just seen, I think, the most extraordinary by-election result in my lifetime. Sadly, I'm 40 years old. George Galloway just won more votes than Lib Dems, Tories and Labour combined, OK? For an independent to win one of these things is very hard. And I think people in politics, left, right, centre, whatever, you could see that with what Farage was saying. There's respect for anybody who can pull that off. He's done that beating the big three in combination. Unbelievable. I don't think anybody thought that was going to happen. The betting odds were actually closing for the Labour candidate today. Nobody saw this, completely blindsiding people. And in terms of the Labour Party, look, people love to be hyperbolic off the back of one result. This is enormous for Labour. This is enormous for Labour because you have local elections coming in May. There will be hundreds of Labour MPs, prospective parliamentary candidates, councillors, council candidates, who will be thinking, this is the difference between me winning or losing. That doesn't mean Labour don't win a big majority in Parliament at the next election, but many individuals will now be very, very concerned. And I think it's probably going to have material implications for Labour's positioning on Gaza very quickly.
Nigel Farage was saying there are 20 or 30 seats where this sort of feat could be possible. Christian Calgi, you've been reporting this evening and you were looking at the demographics of the area. This isn't one of the most Muslim seats in the country.
No, it's not. I don't even think it's in the top 10, actually. It's about 1 in 3 and pales in comparison to Galloway's previous victories in Outer London and Bradford. But all the same, it's still very impressive. I mean, he has an incredible ability to galvanise that base. On that one basis, I think in terms of demographics, he shouldn't have won this, right? It's more comparable to when he lost in Batley and Spen in 2021.
What are the percentages?
You remind me. It's about high 20s, right, for Rochdale.
Between a quarter and a third.
Yes, whereas in Bradford West, it's over 50% now. So much higher, and you can see why that might be easier. And yet, what I think really is the astonishing thing about this particular circus was the way in which it was, an absolutely absurd cream pie fight in which all the candidates, did themselves a disservice. And George Galloway, not to downplay what he did here, but, the other candidates are not going to take themselves out in quite an unspectacular way as they did in this by-election.
And isn't that the point, Aaron Bastani? Isn't that the point that, yes, what he did was extraordinary and it's very hard for independents and smaller parties to break through like this, but my goodness, wasn't he helped by the Labour Party and disowning their candidate? Even the Greens disowned their candidate. The Tory went on holiday for 2 weeks in the middle of the campaign. They made it easy for him.
Partly true, but also that's because of wider structural issues, which are divisions over foreign policy and Israel-Palestine. So that's absolutely the case, but it's not entirely unique. This is an issue, Gaza, where the Labour leader and MPs are really at odds with not just their members, but also a pretty large part of their vote. And by the way, that's not just Muslims. It's not going to be a deal breaker for most of those voters, but many Labour voters care about it. They do. White, brown, black, Christian, Muslim, they care about it. And they would like to see Labour calling for a ceasefire. In fact, over 65% of the British public would like to see a ceasefire. Now, we can say, well, that's Labour's position, maybe it's not, maybe it is.
Technically, it passed the House of Commons on a...
Well, Labour have said that, you know, there are caveats where I don't think it really is a meaningful position, but that's Keir Starmer all over. The point is, as Christian said, there are several dozen seats where, OK, Galloway's party aren't going to win, but there'll be the difference, potentially, in regards to whether or not Labour win. And the fact there are local elections before the general election is manna from heaven for these guys, because it's going to give them momentum.
But there's not long until those local elections.
No, there's not.
And there's not time to... I mean, well,
in Rochdale there will be.
In Rochdale there will be.
They've got lots of data.
I mean, there's all sorts of rumours about Galloway wanting to hop and skip and jump away from Rochdale into somewhere like Tower Hamlets or a similar area. Bethnal Green and Bow, I think, was one of the suggestions at the time of the next election. Frankly, is he going to be able to build a machine? This stuff takes years.
Well, it does take years, but bear in mind, look, it's a bit like UKIP with the Brexit Party. You've got all these sedimentary structures from previous efforts still there. You know, people were involved in Respect 19 years ago. That's when he won
the former party. He didn't found it, but he sort of galvanised.
Yeah, you know, he was involved in Bow and Bethnal Green. I think some of the people involved in that campaign in 2005 were working with him in Rochdale. You've got Lutfer Ahmed in Tower Hamlets. So there is a decent network, I think, that actually don't be deceived by how little there may appear to be. There are people who've worked with George Galloway for 10, 20 years. And by the way, Rochdale voted Lib Dem in 2005 in opposition to the Iraq War. So the idea that this is all new, it's not. Actually, this was a pretty good dolly seat for Galloway to have a shot.
That is a very important point, is it not, Christian Cowgie? A lot of comment tonight has been about the fact that there's this sort of new sectarianism in our politics. But it was the Liberal Democrats in 2005, as Aaron says, who sucked up the anti-war vote. And in many areas with significant Muslim populations, the Lib Dems took seats off Labour.
Well, I think, you know, perhaps that's another example here where actually Galloway is galvanising a force. It's not about him as much as he likes to think it's about him. And perhaps, you know, if the Lib Dems hadn't died a death in 2010, then they could have been, you know, been the big anti-war party here.
I mean, do you know what the Lib Dem position is on Gaza? I don't know what the Lib Dem position is.
No idea. Get Layla Moran out in front of the cameras and that's it.
Right, but I mean, we're three professional journalists here who spend our lives looking at politics. I see a lot of Lib Dem press releases every single day. They're very good at them, but I don't know if they've been particularly loud.
I mean, all I'll say to the people of Gaza is if they do call for a ceasefire, don't, you know, believe they'll stick to that position for very long. But I think the other thing that's important to say on this thing of the wider themes, it's not just being about Galloway as entertaining as he can be, is, you know, Labour MPs, certain Labour MPs in high Muslim areas who stayed with the party on the previous ceasefire vote have already been targeted. You know, we saw protests in Bow. I reported very recently on a new party that's just been applied for Electoral Commission status called the Never Forget Gaza Party.
Is this in Ilford North?
Well, this is actually, I think, in Birmingham, one of the Birmingham MPs, but Ilford, obviously, where Streeting's being targeted. So, actually, I think there may not be a unified movement come the election, but, my goodness, you've also got to think, what are the implications here? What is Jeremy Corbyn thinking, right? Because he galvanises many of the same voters. He's also a strong force. Is he thinking, obviously, I don't think he's going to join with Galloway, but is he thinking maybe some of the other Labour MPs who've been suspended recently, can they stand on a new party and deal a hammer blow to Starmer as well?
Aaron, what do you make of that? Navarra Media, of course, has been seen as very close to the Corbyn project. Do you get the sense that he's looking to stand again?
Corbyn most certainly is. Would he want to lead a national political party? No, I don't think so. I don't think he even had aspirations to lead the Labour Party, being quite honest with you.
It was his turn, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. So I don't think, you know, I don't think he's not in politics to do that. I think he wants to be a good constituency MP for where he is in Islington. I think he wants to carry that on.
Do you think he could stand in
for the London Mayor?
Blanking. No, for his current constituency of
Islington North.
Islington North, thank you.
No, I think he will do. I think he'll stand there, and I think, on balance, especially with this result, I think he'll probably win, actually. But I do think, like you say, there's going to be this unspoken pact, and I think you will see, you know, Aspire will look for Rahman in Tower Hamlets. I mean, Rushanur Ali's probably going to lose that seat. I mean, if you think about there's pedigree there, 2005, Labour lost that to Respect. You mentioned Birmingham. Respect came second, I believe, in one of the Birmingham seats in 2005. So, you know, there are probably 4 or 5 seats nationally where you could have a single issue candidate effectively on Gaza win. And that's really remarkable. I mean, it's not going to change the electoral calculus for Labour. But by the way, if you do have Labour with their feet under the table after the next general election, the by-elections after that are going to be crazy. Oh, yeah. You know, Labour defending seats in by-elections when they're in government, if they're having to make decisions on issues like Gaza and they're unpopular with their base, it is going to be very combustible.
I forget which political commentator it was who described this phenomenon of people changing parties as a more promiscuous electorate than we have seen in the past.
Polyamorous.
People used to be wedded.
You can't vote for more than one
to their parties. My father and his father before him, we all voted the same way. No. That's not how it works anymore. Almost this has been sort of torn apart, and people like to try different things. This is going to be very, very. I
think that was the lesson of 2019, right? All these people, I think a lot on the right got really carried away with themselves. They thought Boris is going to hold the red wall forever. It was never about that. I think what it was a final tipping or a final tearing of that link, that historic link between voters and the Labour Party. And it doesn't mean they weren't going to return to the Labour Party. It just means that I think they're now going to be much more fluid in elections. They may not go to the Conservatives. They may go to a George Galloway type figure too.
Well, let's get the view now of Reem Ibrahim. She, of course, is from the Institute of Economic Affairs. And Reem, I suppose one of the biggest issues about this by-election is just how little economics was spoken about.
Absolutely, and this seems to be the case, I mean, across the political spectrum, that actually, you know, culture and foreign policy seems to be taking precedence over economics, and that seems to be a trend that seems to be occurring across the political spectrum. What I think was particularly interesting, I mean, the conversation you've had has been primarily focused on the winner, George Galloway, but also the surprising dark horse, David Tully, who came second in the by-election. I think is just as interesting. Clearly, what this shows is a decisive break from traditional party politics within the election, within the constituency itself, and it does clearly show how important that issue was. I mean, David Tully himself sort of called himself a local lad. He was sort of a local candidate, and I think what's interesting is the way in which all candidates have communicated those ideas to their residents. So there have been reports on Twitter that George Galloway himself used different campaign material for Muslim households and non-Muslim households. So I think what's interesting is the way in which they've been communicating that, but also how interesting this dark horse really is. I don't know much about David Tully. I'd quite like to see what it was that actually meant that he was so interesting to many residents in Rochdale.
Yeah, it seems like he's just a bit of a known quantity in Rochdale, a well-known local figure, a local businessman. And I suppose, Reem, in an era when so many people have had so much trust damaged by politicians, when so many parties have done precisely the opposite of covering themselves with glory, it gives opportunities for outside voices, particularly people from the business community, to step forward.
Yes, absolutely. And I think it really does show that actually the local candidate seems to be taking favour from a lot of those different by-elections. We saw with Uxbridge and South Ruislip last year, CCHQ went with what was effectively a local candidate, Steve Tuckwell. He was sort of a local postman and worked for the local post office and was very well connected with the local area as a councillor. Again, I mean, he was obviously a Conservative candidate, but there does seem to be an element of when party politics seems to break down, when traditional voting patterns break down, there is an element that actually these local candidates, anybody that sort of was incredibly well known in the local area, is also particularly popular. And of course, somebody like David Tully had a very, very different vote share to George Galloway. George took over a lot of those traditional Labour votes, especially due to the Israel-Gaza issue. But actually, when it comes to somebody like David Tully, the local issues like saving saving the local hospital and rebuilding local schools seems to have really been what hit home.
Do you think there are any lessons to learn from this, or is this a spectacular one-off? The most unique set of circumstances of candidates disowned in the midst of a profound global issue that affects many of those, or that many of those who live within this constituency feel a personal connection to?
Well, look, I think that the Labour Party are definitely going to be taking some lessons from this by-election. You know, I do think what's interesting is the way in which conversations about anti-Semitism within the Labour Party post-Corbyn have effectively meant that Keir Starmer tried to overcompensate, in my view. And I do think what's interesting is over the last few months, especially the last few weeks, Starmer seems to have really realised actually how valuable the Muslim vote really is. Now, again, I think the point that Aaron made earlier is really important. Not all Muslim voters see the Israel-Gaza issue as the most political issue to vote on. But look, I mean, my family are Muslim, and I can tell you that I can see how important the issue really is, despite the fact that it is, of course, a conflict that an amendment being voted on in Parliament doesn't necessarily have a whole lot of influence. Just the mere view that a ceasefire should occur is so incredibly important. So I think the Labour Party are definitely going to be taking some lessons here. And I think what's interesting, at least from my perspective, is that culture and foreign policy seems to be trumping any notion of economics. We thought that potentially the issue of the cost of living crisis and inflation would actually eat up a lot of those political point scoring, but actually that doesn't seem to be the case at all. Politics and party politics, but also foreign policy and views on culture seem to be trumping any notion of economics.
And Reem, I want to get your take on all of the accusations around postal voting in this by-election. It seems to have been a relatively significant proportion of the votes, and there are lots of accusations that certain communities postal vote in higher numbers than others.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of political parties will often actually ask for postal votes to occur as a result of many people not being available to vote on the day of a by-election, or indeed not being in the country, or indeed not feeling as though they're able to vote for themselves. There are many candidates that would have actually advocated for postal voting in order to ensure that those people actually do figuratively turn up to the polls. I think it's very, very dangerous when we go down this sort of territory where we sort of talk about the way in which people are voting and the risks associated with it. I think that we need to have a general conversation about how we ensure that postal voting is done properly, and that actually indeed proxy voting isn't then by default occurring as a result of it.
Really, really interesting points there. Reem Ibrahim of the Institute of Economic Affairs, really appreciate your time, and we'll be back with you a little bit later in the programme. But let's cross across back to Nigel Farage now, who has been percolating over these results. And Nigel, what is the biggest takeaway of tonight?
The biggest takeaway of tonight is that sectarian politics is now here in England. We wrote off previous Galloway victories, such as the one in Bradford West in 2012, simply being one-offs. But this victory for him follows on, of course, from the huge marches and demonstrations that we've seen going on in many of our big cities. It follows on from the astonishing and quite frightening scenes we saw in Parliament Square just a couple of weeks ago. You know, this is sectarianism writ large. This time, I don't think anyone can say this is a one-off. This is a significant shift. And Galloway himself, talked about the tectonic plates shifting. And I certainly think when it comes to some of our big inner city constituencies, that is true.
What do you say to those who say that you're a mirror image of George Galloway, an impressive orator, someone who's been able to buck the trend, beat the major parties, but also someone who does tend to appeal more to certain demographics than others? UKIP would always do much better in white working class areas, just as George Galloway does better in areas of high Muslim populations.
Well, absolutely no comparison whatsoever. I remember at one point we had 3 dukes that joined UKIP. We had members of the House of Lords in UKIP. I mean, we had an awful lot of posh people in UKIP, and yes, we had quite a lot of white working class voters. But equally, remember, when the Brexit Party went to the European Parliament, talk about diverse, we had far more ethnic minorities and gay people elected than all the other British parties added up together. And you know what? We didn't do it through positive discrimination. We did it on merit. And UKIP, Brexit Party reform have never believed in identity politics. We believe in judging people by who they are, what they are, their personal characteristics. And frankly, we couldn't care less what religion you are. We don't really care what race you are. We're not interested. We're interested in people that want to be part of our country and try and work together to make it better. So, yes, you could say that George and I can string a sentence together. Yes, you could say that George and I both like a cigar. That is true. Yes, you could say we both got a bit more personality than most people in current politics. Yes, we were both Brexiteers. But I promise you, Tom, that is where it ends.
It's interesting because we were talking 2 weeks ago during the last two sets of by-elections. They seem to be coming rather thick and fast at the moment. We're expecting perhaps another one in a few weeks' time, more in the northwest. But you were making the point that a lot of people elected to Parliament seem to be perhaps not of the standard that we think about when we look to the sort of titanic figures who are in the cabinets of Wilson or Thatcher, or even the sort of big figures that loom large like Charlie Kennedy. I mean, how many of these people are we actually seeing in our politics today? And why has there been this perceived decline in oratorical ability and, frankly, personality?
Well, you're right. I mean, Charlie Kennedy was, just one of the most charming, nicest people I ever met in politics. A really, really pleasant, amusing, fun guy, and just desperately sad that drink got the better of him. You mentioned Wilson's cabinet. I mean, Dennis Healey, who was pretty left-wing. I mean, Dennis Healey had been a beachmaster at the Anzio landings. I mean, these people had lived. These people had done stuff. They'd risen up through trade unions. They'd been captains of industry. They'd done stuff in the war. These people have backgrounds. What we've seen is the growth of the career politician. People who go into politics, want to be in politics from the time they're at school. And because of the age of social media, and because parties now fear criticism of any kind, party selections have tended to say, oh, well, I mean, goodness me, look at this person. They've got a bit of a history. No one's ever going to vote for them. And so we sort of finish up where we're not really voting for individuals. We're voting for parties, and we're voting for against party leaders. And no, I did make that point a couple of weeks ago. I wasn't trying to be insulting, but when you see people that just want a by-election and they stand up on stage and they have to read off a piece of paper, well, I think we deserve a little bit better.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think you used to hear in the House of Commons, so friends of mine in Parliament tell me that back in the 90s, when politicians stood up on the green benches and got out little notes and unfurled them and were holding people would shout, reading! and they would embarrass them to put their little notes away and to do politics properly. And it seems we've lost that.
Well, you're right. And of course, what Blair did was, it's a sort of so-called modernisation of Parliament, meant that when a backbench MP gets up to make a speech on a particular piece of legislation or a resolution, they are time limited. They are time limited to 7 or 8 minutes, and that's their lot. You go back a couple of decades. I mean, probably since the war, the two speakers who would literally empty the bars, the tea rooms, the offices were Michael Foot and Enoch Powell. And if you saw their names up on the screen, as an MP, you ran to the chamber, regardless whether you agreed with them or not, and you wanted to listen. And they would speak for 45 minutes. They would speak for an hour. And if necessary, Parliament would go on till 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. And it was this so-called modernisation of politics to make it family-friendly that has, I think, to a very large extent, devalued parliamentary debate. And, even 20, 30 years ago, you would read in the Times, the Telegraph, the Guardian, big transcripts of what had been said in Parliament the previous day, now we just get amusing sketches, and they are often very amusing and great fun. But the content of debate, the attempt through argument to change people's minds, that is very sadly lacking.
Do you think the content of debate in the House of Commons, regardless, and forgetting the politics and forgetting the nastiness that we've seen, and my goodness, we've seen a lot of nastiness in this campaign, do you think the quality of debate could increase as a result of George Galloway's election to Parliament?
Well, look, I think his first PMQs will be highly entertaining because, you know, he's very good with words and he can be very witty and very sharp and very quick. So, yes, the House of Commons has gained an orator. You know, no one can deny that for a moment. But I'm afraid that he's putting the powers that he has to something that is very divisive and will do our country, in my opinion, great harm.
No, it's a really, really important point to make, because just finally, Nigel, we have heard extraordinary allegations of what has gone on during this campaign. We've heard allegations particularly about death threats to the Reform Party candidate and real nastiness, a real pernicious air over this campaign.
Yes, and intimidation. It was going on today outside polling stations. Galloway supporters were openly canvassing at the entrance to polling stations in direct contravention of electoral law, and the police stood by and did absolutely nothing. You see, they seem to fear that being called an Islamophobe is somehow worse than protecting our democracy. And I lay that charge directly at the police. And I had those reports from Rochdale today from several people who witnessed this firsthand. And as we speak...
I should say I'm sure that George Galloway would deny that his people were intimidating voters, but as you say, that has been reported.
And as we speak, you know, a large crowd has gathered outside the counting hall, and Galloway's campaign managers are doing their best to disperse it because they know how it looks. And you know what? There's not a single woman there. Not one. Not one. And tomorrow, you'll see Galloway parading through the town, as he did back in 2012 in Bradford West. I witnessed it firsthand, and you won't see a single woman. Is that moving forwards in British politics? Doubt it.
Well, we will have our cameras trained on those crowds and we'll be scouring to see if we can see a single woman there. Nigel, you've put us up to the task, but for now, thank you very much. Really appreciate your time this morning. Joining me in the studio is Christian Calvi, the senior political correspondent at the Daily Express, Aaron Bastani, the co-founder of Novara Media, and Jamie Crouch, the associate director at Opinium Research. And Jamie, this is a very interesting election. Of course, we don't have sort of by-election polling. Mm-hmm. Were there any indications that this was bubbling up in polling numbers, that something like this could happen?
I think it was always on the cards when we see what George Galloway's been capable of for the past 20 years. I mean, this isn't even the third time, is it, that he's made a pretty good attempt at trying to get into Parliament. I think one of the things that indicates how well he's done this time is that Rochdale, if I was going to, give a prediction before it happened, I'd say looks a little bit more like Batley and Spen when George Galloway didn't succeed in getting elected to Parliament. He came
third. I was there on the night. He was parading around town. The by-election campaign that he ran was fairly identical to this one, save for one difference. There wasn't a big war in Gaza going on.
So not only that, but there wasn't the complete implosion of the major parties.
2 big differences.
And in fact, I think someone, not me, I can't take credit for it, has said that this is the first time a third party versus an independent has basically come top 2 in a by-election since the Second World War. So it gives you the indication of the complete implosion of the major parties, which has let him in. But it is worthwhile restating Rochdale isn't a Bradford West, and it's not a Bethnal Green and Bow.
About around half the level of Muslim residents compared to...
precisely.
Yeah, compared to Bradford West, his last success. Aaron Bastani, what does that mean, therefore? How, looking across the country, there are a lot more seats, perhaps, that look like Rochdale than look like Bradford West.
I think that's true. I think it's about 25% of voters in Rochdale are Muslim. there's obviously other places where they can make lots of hay. I mean, a few things I quickly want to respond to as well about the woman point. Galloway's number 2 in respect in 2005 when they won that seat in Bowen Bethnal Green. His number 2 was Salma Yaqub.
Yes.
And she was a woman in politics, a Muslim woman in politics. She got torn to pieces. And I've seen this repeatedly. People say, well, why don't you have more women in politics? You had also Rubina Khan. She was the number 2 for Lutfur Rahman. People say, well, Lutfur Rahman, why don't you have more women in politics? Yeah. Well, what happens is they get in the slipstream of these major figures and they get torn to shreds.
Do you think it was misogyny?
No, it is misogyny.
That went after the Tower Hamlets First Party or whatever? There was electoral fraud going on.
No, we're talking about 2 separate things. Rubina Khan had absolutely nothing to do with any of that.
You're right, yeah.
She subsequently ran for mayor of Tower Hamlets after Lutfur Rahman was ejected
and disqualified from standing due to the electoral fraud.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a jury that did that. I mean, I find the whole that case. Anyway, we're going off on a tangent. Sure. He wasn't the mayor. He was removed, and then he won again through democratic means. But the point is, there are no women. Well, if you keep on making life so hard for the women that come up through these political organisations, they won't participate in politics.
Do you seriously think that?
Well, I do. I've given you 2 examples.
The 2 women that you pointed to there had a harder time than the men in those parties had more criticism.
As Nigel Farage would probably admit, and he said, I don't have that many similarities with George Galloway. Not true. Both Brexiteers. Both social conservatives. I think he's being a little bit political there. What I would say is that if you're trying to enter the political debate, not through a mainstream organisation, whether that's on the right, whether that's on the left, whether you're Richard Tice, Nigel Farage, George Galloway, Salma Yaqub, it is very, very, very hard. And lots of people don't really want to do it. And it's no coincidence that grizzly older guys like Mr Farage, like George Galloway, I hope Nigel doesn't mind me saying that, but it's true, who are tough nuts. You need to be like that if you want to contest politics.
You think there are women who are tough nuts? Margaret Thatcher was a tough nut.
Well, she was,
Anne Widdecombe is a tough nut.
She is, but she's an older lady. But you're not going to get a 25-year-old male or female, younger person, entering politics, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. No, as a Conservative, if you're contesting an election in 2024 as an independent or as a smaller party candidate, it is very tough. You're going to want experience. You're going to want resilience. I certainly wouldn't say to my kids, get involved. I'd say, look, take a little bit of time out. If you want to be in politics, maybe go through one of the big parties, because it's really bloody hard with our electoral system and the media as it is.
Yeah, no, I think that's a completely fair analysis. I just don't see where gender comes into it.
Well, I've offered you 2 examples with the Spire and with respect.
You said that
he said, where are the women?
Tough times.
He said, where are the women?
Why are women less capable of standing
I haven't said that.
tough times than men?
I haven't said that.
You said grizzly old men can take it and young women can't.
No, grizzly older people. I've given you 2 examples of women being involved in these precise political formations with Galloway, with Lutfur Rahman. They were torn to shreds by the media. They say, you know what, I don't want to do that anymore. I don't blame them. I think now Salma Yaqub, she's not in politics. She's like a NHS psychotherapist. Good luck to her. Because she's saying, well, I'm not going to get a fair crack of the whip. Because if look, people in the media, they love to talk about the uni party. They're all the same. They're all talking in cliches and platitudes. When people turn up and don't do that, what happens to them? They get slapped from here to Timbuktu. And again, that applies to Mr Farage and
to account for their views.
I don't think... Well, what views? Look, the whole media tonight is condemning George Galloway, condemning... He was elected by the good people of Rochdale. It's not your... It's not... Well, not that divisive. He won more votes than the rest of the parties put together. They weren't divided.
He won more votes than the Labour Party, the Lib Dems and the Conservative Party. Yes. Not all the other parties put together. Not if you include all the... He won 39.7%
an independent isn't a party, is it? He won more votes than three big parties and Reform combined. I don't call that divisive. I call that...
The Labour Party didn't
I call that unified. He unified the electorate of Rochdale.
I think that is an extraordinary assumption.
No, you tell me a by-election where more votes went to...
Unified the electorate?
How can you say
when somebody... sectarian campaign?
Well, he's an atheist. How can you run a sectarian campaign
because
when he's
he targeted Muslim areas.
I was in Harrow in 2019 during the general election. I saw the Conservative Party write literature specifically for British Indians, raising Labour's position on on Kashmir, specifically micro-targeting British Indians, because that's what they had to do to win. And yet when George Galloway does that in Rochdale, oh, my God, we're all triggered. I saw the Tories do the exact same thing, Tom.
That's what about
Call them out. No, it's not. It's called consistency.
If I was running
it's called consistency.
2016 mayoral election results programme, that's precisely what I would do. But it's not.
It's called consistency. In 2015, the Tories have amazing micro-targeting. In 2016, the Brexit campaign, amazing micro-targeting. In 2008, 2012, everybody said, wow, Obama. The predictive modelling, amazing micro-targeting. When the other side does it, it's bad.
But isn't there a difference between micro-targeting and sending everyone a leaflet, albeit slightly changing them, to printing out a list of the electoral roll, filtering it by Muslims and only going on knocking on their doors? I mean, that's not micro-targeting, that's just macro-targeting. That's excluding every other one who isn't a Muslim.
Well, what we've seen on social media is 2 separate leaflets, one for Muslims, not for other Muslims. That happens literally all the time in politics. I hate to break it to people. You might not like it, it's not unusual.
But what is unusual is the rather good video that Byline Times put together, where they followed round the Galloway campaign. They released this online, and we can get into this because the best journalism has been online because of the regulations that are placed on television that stop us doing these sort of investigations during by-elections. But they followed around the Galloway campaign, and the Galloway campaign denied that they were only knocking on Muslim doors. And they had a cameraman in the back of the car, zoomed into the front of to see the things, and it said, filter, Muslim voters, they're only knocking on Muslim doors on that entire canvassing session. There are lots of times that political parties micro-target, and they will have different letters for different doors, but they don't only knock on the doors of one religion.
That would be that'd be incredibly common. They'll say, here's a ward, we know, broadly speaking, this is the demographic. It happens all the time, Tom. You might not like it, I don't particularly like it. That's politics. So the idea that it's just George Galloway and Rochdale, they invented that in 2024, I'm afraid they didn't.
There is...
I'm afraid they didn't.
Croydon Central was the seat of Gavin... Barwell, who wrote the book How to Win a Marginal Seat.
And he lost his seat in 2017, by the way.
2017.
That's how good he was at it.
In 2017 was a very unusual election, and I do like making jokes about that as well. But in 2015, he won that seat, and he wrote in detail about his micro-targeting. He would have a trolley load of leaflets in the middle of the street, and he'd say, this leaflet to that door, this leaflet to that door, and he had 6 or 7 different sets of leaflets to go to different doors. What he didn't do was only talk to the doors of the people from one religion. That's the difference. That's not micro-targeting.
Maybe that's why I lost. Maybe that's why I lost in 2017.
My goodness. Well, we're going to pause. We're going to pause for a moment, and we've been talking a lot about George Galloway without hearing from him. So let's remind ourselves of what George Galloway had to say upon being declared the winner of the Rochdale by-election.
Keir Starmer, this is for Gaza. You have paid and you will pay a high price for the role that you have played in enabling, encouraging and covering for the catastrophe presently going on in occupied Palestine in the Gaza Strip. Rochdale Town Councillors, I put you on notice now that I hope to put together a grand alliance.
Now, our reporter, Catherine Forster, on the ground, has just caught up with George Galloway as well. Let's have a look.
Well, I'm happy in one way, but it's not the Westminster I left. It's not the Westminster I left. It's a lesser place. It's a more toxic place than the one I left, certainly than the one I entered 37 years ago, when we had great men and women in Parliament, people of real substance and stature. I'm afraid the Parliament isn't like that now.
What difference do you think you can make now? OK, no
Well,
media beyond here.
you ain't seen nothing yet.
The words of George Galloway there, victorious, saying, you ain't seen nothing yet. Well, joining me still on the panel, Aaron Bastani of Novara Media, Christian Calgi of The Express, and James Crouch, the pollster. Let's talk to Christian Calgi about that, those remarks from George Galloway. He says that Westminster now is more toxic than when he first got there over 30 years ago.
He did say that. He also said that Parliament was less toxic when he joined it and became more toxic implied it became more toxic during his time there, and I would very much argue that he was part of that. Look, the guy is going, arguably, to be more of a pain in the Commons for Keir Starmer than Rishi Sunak is. He is undoubtedly... I remember back when I was very, very first getting into politics in, when was it, 2013, 14, you know, Galloway was... you know, still around then and making these incredible speeches that you did sit down and watch, even if you disagreed with every single word. And I think it's going to be the same again. And Keir Starmer, he is going to be very concerned, again, not because he's intimidated by Keir Starmer, but I think the effect that... not the fact that he's intimidated by George Galloway, but the potential effect that Galloway's presence and Galloway's words might have on the minds of wavering backbenchers. It's going to be a very potent force, and the whipping operation is going to have to, you know, get into fifth gear now.
It's interesting because we've seen many reports of members of Parliament feeling intimidated about how they will vote. We've heard Nigel Farage talking about the crowds outside the count in Rochdale tonight, the crowd supporting George Galloway. He's going to be galvanising crowds outside Westminster too.
Well, I think he is. It goes back to, I think, what Aaron was arguing earlier. I mean, he claimed that getting 40% of the vote in the by-election was not divisive, it was unifying. Now, you know, I suppose in the context of a first-past-the-post by-election, that might be technically true, but what is he unifying his supporters for? Is he unifying them against division? Is he unifying them in favour of temperate language and in favour of, you know, his own constituency interests instead of an event happening on the other side of the world that actually Israel doesn't care about our voice at all on? You know, I think that's the problem. You know, you can galvanise a pretty sizable force, but, you know, if he's going to wield it against the interests of, you know, the country that he's meant to be an MP representing, then that's a very difficult thing.
Supporters of George Galloway might say to you, Christian Calgie, that why should all politicians be nice? Why should there be nice unifying words all the time? Isn't Parliament meant to be the crucible of democracy, where hard truths are battled out, where harsh words are used even? After all, why do we have parliamentary privilege?
No, I mean, absolutely. You know, if you ask me, do I think there's, you know, MPs should be nice to each other? Absolutely not. I mean, I remember back when Boris was getting it in the neck all the time, you know, surrender bill and whatever, you know, Labour MP said, you know, your word's really harmful. He said codswallop or whatever. And I was going, you know, absolutely.
That generated reams of pages.
Yeah, but you think, you know, Labour, you know, think this was the same Labour Party that was still being led by Jeremy Corbyn at the time, that you know, other than I think the SNP in 2014, had been largely responsible for the vile and hatred that had been whipped up in British politics. So, actually, no, I think MPs of all parties should be free to be as vile as each other, as long as they make it clear to their supporters, you know, this is sort of our job, you vote, and by all means be peaceful at a protest, but don't start attacking MPs and, you know, shining things on Parliament.
Aaron Bastani, famously, the two front benches of the House of Commons are two sword widths apart. So you can
famously, that's false.
You're ruining the majesty of politics,
sorry.
Calgie. Right.
But symbolically.
The fact that it's even a thing, and obviously that means something. Go on.
Well, no. I mean, it's to do with sparring. You know, you use your words, not your weapons. If two people are standing up, they couldn't easily, you know, stab one another. That's the implication. The implication is that the House of Commons is the place for the debate. And democratic societies take debates off the battlefield and into the debating room.
That's absolutely right. You know, I think being nice is overrated. As long as you can be civilised and decent, and at the end of the day say, look, we disagree about this, but I'm sure you're a very good person. I have no malice towards you, and you can maybe even have a drink. Fabulous. But I think actual substantive political disagreement is really important. And in a way, I think it's strange that you've got Nigel Farage criticising the protests, but then also criticising an electoral expression of the same politics. Because if you're saying, I don't want people on the streets because these marches are causing intimidation, fear, etc., well, OK, well, what would you like those people to do? I think, generally speaking, people should try and channel their political discontents into the electoral system. That's what's happened in Rochdale. So I don't quite understand what people are meant to do. If they're not meant to protest and they're not meant to vote for politicians who do the thing that they want, what's the sort of proposal here? So I think it's a really positive thing. I think, in a way, look, we often do the country down, do our political system down. I think it's a really positive thing that a complete outsider can go into Parliament with a very different message from what most MPs are saying and challenge them. He might be right, he might be wrong, but that's how we get to the right place, by disagreement.
Only a fool criticises the electorate. What politicians often do will criticise another politician, saying, what you have done is whipped up the electorate. This electorate could have easily expressed their view in a different way had the events of the last 4 weeks gone differently. It's likely this would be a Labour seat.
I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, the Labour candidate did so badly, Tom. You know, we were talking about the betting odds today, closing. He was actually the favourite for most of today, and he got, what, I think less than 2,500 votes. Galloway, by the way, and Batley and Spen in 2021 was winning into the last week. My view, I was there. I mean, I know you were there on the night. I was there about a week earlier. And it was because of two things that he didn't win.
I went on an open-top bus tour with George Galloway.
There you go. They were running a great campaign, and then it just...
Oh, it was during the football world, was it Euros? And they were blasting three lions from... We will continue this conversation. We will get back to this, because I have to say it has been an extraordinary evening so far. But now it's 4 a.m. This is GB News, Britain's election channel. George Galloway of the Workers' Party of Britain has won one of the most divisive and controversial by-election contests in recent history. Turnout at the by-election was 39.7%, higher than expected. Let's have a look at the moment the nation learned of George Galloway's victory.
George Galloway, Workers' Party of Britain candidate, 12,000...
Galloway sent a clear warning to the Labour Party just moments ago, proclaiming that this is just the start of a sweep of gains for the Workers' Party of Britain. Well, let's take a listen to the message he had for Sir Keir Starmer in his victory speech.
Keir Starmer's problems just got 100 times more serious than they were before today. This is going to spark a movement, a landslide, a shifting of the tectonic plates in scores of parliamentary constituencies, beginning here in the northwest.
Mr. Galloway faced backlash within seconds of his victory. But surprisingly, it wasn't about Gaza, but his apparent climate change denial. Those were the words of a protester. Let's take a look.
To remove...
And here's the stark message he gave to GB News just some moments ago.
OK, no media beyond here.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
GB News presenter Nigel Farage warned about sectarian politics in the UK.
This is it. Sectarian politics is here to stay. People thought the result in 2012 in Bradford West was a complete one-off. It wasn't. It was a warning shot. This is voting along religious lines, allied to some extreme hard-left characters like the Chris Williamsons. No, this is real.
Well, we'll be bringing you the latest from Rochdale throughout the night as the tense contest to replace the late Labour MP Tony Lloyd comes to an end. But the aftershocks are only just beginning. This is GB News, Britain's election channel. A reminder now of the official results. George Galloway of the Workers' Party of Britain won the election with 12,335 votes, equating to 39.7%. Azar Ali, officially the Labour Party candidate, although denounced by the party, 2,402. Dave Tully, an independent, 6,638. Paul Ellison, the Conservative candidate, 3,731. Simon Danchuk of Reform UK, 1,968. Ian Donaldson, the Liberal Democrat, 2,164. Now, of course, that meant that George Galloway won, and he won by some margin. Amazingly, the turnout was precisely the same as his victory percentage, 39.7%. Now, that's a higher turnout than many were expecting. Joining me now from Rochdale is our political correspondent, Catherine Forster. Catherine, an extraordinary evening. You've been chasing George Galloway down. You exchanged some words with him. The atmosphere has been electric.
I have to say, Tom, this really is one of the most surreal nights of my life. Yes, I spoke briefly to George Galloway. Of course, after his speech, he was completely mobbed for a long period of time. I asked him how it felt to be heading back to Westminster. Obviously, he is delighted. I thought it was interesting how he talked about how he feels the calibre of people in Westminster, the calibre of MPs has gone down significantly, going back from when he first went into Parliament decades ago. I asked him how much difference he thought he could make in just a few months before the next election, and he said, "You ain't seen nothing yet." And the thing about George Galloway is he knows how to talk. He knows how to make a speech. He is the ultimate showman, isn't he, with his black hat? He knows how to talk, and people do listen. So now we've moved from the Count, which was Rochdale Leisure Centre. We're now outside the headquarters of Galloway's campaign, a car dealership here in Rochdale. All these cars behind me. George Galloway, I think in the distance, again, we can't see him. There's so many people round him. I've got a very fetching blue Ferrari just parked to the right here. Really quite bizarre. There's also a big placard about 6 feet tall, painted of Keir Starmer's face, very unflattering, with vampire teeth and the words genocide. Now, Labour came unstuck, didn't they, with their parliamentary candidate, Azhar Ali. He was supposed to represent them. They had to get rid of him after these anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that he had circulated. That was bad enough for Labour, the humiliation of not even having a candidate in what should be a really safe Labour seat in this northern town. But as George Galloway said in his speech, things tonight have got, he says, 100 times worse for the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, because the last thing Sir Keir Starmer needs is George Galloway in Westminster, as he will be now. George Galloway said he stood to teach Labour a lesson. It certainly seems he's got the wind in his sails, and he feels that this is the beginning of something. We know that he's been MP, not just under Labour, but other parties too. They never really came to anything, but he thinks he's on to something here, and that potentially this British Workers' Party of his can field other candidates in the general election, gathering the Muslim vote. And yeah, let's see how it goes. But it's a very, very far cry from the previous Labour MP, Sir Tony Lloyd, who was MP here in Rochdale and sadly died just on January the 17th.
Well, Catherine Forster, thank you so much for that report. You're doing tenacious work, and we will be back with you a little bit later in the programme. Hopefully... I was about to say, hopefully, within a Ferrari. I don't know why it is that George Galloway is always around cars. As Catherine Forster was saying there, his campaign headquarters in Rochdale is a rather fancy car dealership. I have to say, his campaign headquarters back in the Batley and Spen by-election was a slightly less flashy car repair shop, but themes and rhymes throughout all of these campaigns. Let's get stuck into the meat of the aftershocks of this campaign now. I'm joined by my studio guests, Christian Calgi, senior political correspondent at the Daily Express, Aaron Bastani, the co-founder of Novara Media, and Paul Richards, the former Labour special advisor. Paul, let's start with you.
Good morning.
It is perhaps the fault of the Labour Party that this has happened. If it is correct to describe it as a fault, many people in Rochdale would say this is a great victory. But clearly, there'll be many people who say if Labour had got its act together with the selection process, it'd be a different story tonight.
Well, that's undoubtedly true. If Labour had had a candidate in place in the normal run of things, Labour would have won this by-election. And there's been a run of play here with Labour winning by-elections with some pretty impressive swings. This would have been another one of those. We're looking on now to Blackpool, where I think normal service will be resumed, and that'll be another, I hope, Labour gain. And this is just a bump in the road. But, I mean, yeah, you can put it on Labour's plate because the thing was a shambles. It was, as they say in the shipyards, a bag of spanners.
And yet, if the Daily Mail hadn't got its hands on this secret recording, the candidate that would have been sent to Westminster from the Labour Party would be Azhar Ali.
Yes, Azhar Ali is an interesting character because, of course, he isn't some hick who just sort of threw these ideas out there, having read them online or whatever. He is somebody with a deep knowledge of the issues. He was an advisor to the Blair and Brown governments on counter-terror. I worked with him inside the government department. And he knew what he was doing. And I think that makes it 100 times worse.
Do you think he was trying to play into the same sectarianism that people have accused George Galloway of doing?
I think he was sent into that particular meeting to sort of say certain things to reassure certain strands of opinion. And he got caught out rather badly. But, you know, he himself, I think, has a very sophisticated approach to these issues. He isn't just somebody spouting slogans. And I think...
Do you think that's worse in a way?
The price. Well, I do think it's worse, yes. And I've said that before. I think he should know better. He does know better. You know, he is somebody who's got, I say, steeped in some of these issues over many years at the highest levels of government. So it's not like a local councillor got caught out. You know, he knew what he was doing, and that's a shame. And that is why it is, you know, you can say it's Labour's fault for what has happened. But let's not get carried away, you know what I mean? I mean, Galloway has done this before, a bit of a one-trick pony. When he stood in Tower Hamlets, he didn't even stand the next time. He stood in the 2019 election in West Bromwich and came 6th with fewer than 500 votes. So he pops up every now and again. He makes no difference to geopolitics, and he certainly won't make any difference to the people of Rochdale. I feel it's for them I feel sorry for, to be honest, because they've got this 69-year-old egotist now who's going to be making speeches in the Commons. I don't think he knew where Rochdale was on the map up until 2 months ago, and they're going to be supremely badly served now for the next few months at least until the election.
Aaron Bastani, what do you make of that? That this is just George Galloway repeating his trick that he's done now 3 times?
Well, he's certainly interested in foreign policy issues. I mean, there's no two ways about that. And he certainly has a massive appeal with a particular subsection of the UK electorate. Again, there's no two ways about that. But what's happened here is, and I have to repeat this, look at the numbers. I mean, the Labour candidate almost lost their deposit. Extraordinary, 7%.
He really
there
was a Labour candidate.
And there wasn't a Labour candidate, and that's the problem, isn't it? Had there been a Labour candidate, we would have won it.
He was on the ballot as a Labour candidate. You had postal votes.
He was in all the papers,
weeks
though,
and weeks
it was
and weeks
clear
ago.
that he wasn't the Labour candidate.
Well, no, I appreciate that, but he was technically the Labour candidate. I mean, we could say, and I know it's obviously good for you to say that he wasn't Labour. He was the Labour candidate on the paper, and many people would have voted for him as the Labour candidate in postal votes, and he still only got 7%. So Galloway's got more votes than Labour, the Tories, the Lib Dems, Reform, the Greens combined, and it is just got George Galloway. You're right. He's a very sui generis, unique politician. But what that tells us is that, look, there is a really strong body of feeling in regards to foreign policy issues right now, and he's managed to capture that. And the question is, can other politicians do likewise? Can they exploit this massive cleavage within the Labour electorate, the base? That's the big question. I suspect not, by the way. I think Labour would be in big, big trouble if you had a dozen Galloways. You don't, fortunately for Mr Starmer. But what I would say is, a lot of this was brought on Keir Starmer's head by himself. Because when this all kicked off, his initial response, particularly on LBC, that call-in, if you remember, was inexpert. It wasn't as smart as you would have hoped. He said Israel should be able to turn off electricity and it should be able to starve Gaza of water or food if needs be. And it wasn't...
That's not what he meant, though, Aaron. That is not what... You know, I've seen that repeated endlessly.
He corrects himself very quickly.
But he corrected himself.
Of course he did. No, but that's
he didn't mean it.
Yeah, but this is such a hugely emotive issue for a big part of Labour's electorate. It was impolitic and inexpert of him, and he's paying the price for it. And I think he realises that more than anybody else. He really screwed up.
Do you think there's something in this that Keir Starmer only became an MP in 2015? He's never worked in government before. He hadn't been a shadow minister until he was in Jeremy Corbyn's shadow cabinet.
Hang on, I mean, he'd run a major bit of the public state.
Oh, he had? He's no doubt a very, very senior lawyer, just not a politician.
The way I characterise it is that he climbed up the ladder of the law and then sort of jumped over to the top of the ladder of politics. And that does make him different and unusual. I mean, most of the Labour leaders over the last 30 years, you know, I've known them, and they've sort of been in the by-elections.
Some of the criticism about Sir Keir Starmer is he's not a particularly... And maybe this isn't a criticism. Maybe this is a great asset of his.
I think it's a strength,
He's not
actually.
a particularly political person, but he has surrounded himself with incredibly political people.
Well, he wants to win, you know, and I don't think that's a crime. I think he's somebody who wants to be Prime Minister because he wants to run the country
but
in a different way.
It does mean that, to some extent, and I know you and I have had this conversation about how Rishi Sunak has been buffeted between different advisors saying, do one thing, do another thing, relaunch. And to some extent, Rishi Sunak, again, elected in 2015 for the first time, parachuted into being Chancellor during the pandemic, not a very experienced politician. I mean, Prime Ministers used to be in Parliament for decades before they became Prime Minister. Now they've been in Parliament for about 5 minutes. Keir Starmer risks, does he not, having that same buffeting that Rishi Sunak has suffered?
I think all Prime Ministers get that. I mean, Cameron was only in for 4 years before he became leader of the Conservative
He was in for 10 years before he became Prime Minister.
Sure, but, you know, that's on your basis, that's a relatively inexperienced Prime Minister. But I think, yeah, of course Starmer is going to be buffeted by all the events that will no doubt ensue, including geopolitical events, but he's got strength of character, and the fact he's sticking to his lines on various issues to do with modernisation of the Labour Party, and, you know, even when it's uncomfortable and there's outcry, he sticks to that. And like I say, this is a bump in the road. It's an annoyance. And Galloway will make a few speeches in London. He's a London-based politician. He won't be in Rochdale very often, I don't think.
I think yes, I'm in Portugal, actually.
Well, there you go.
There you go. You heard it here first.
You have to be house hunting now, then, won't you? But it's Mrs. Duffy I feel sorry for. You know, the ordinary voters of Rochdale who are going to be supremely let down by
Mrs. Duffy, there's a blast. She was in Rochdale.
She certainly was.
She was in Rochdale. Now, for those that don't recall, of course, Gillian Duffy was the voter who was concerned about immigration, who Gordon Brown went to visit, had a cup of tea with her, spoke about immigration very sincerely, got into the back of the of his car, forgetting he was still wearing his microphone, and said, "Who put me with that bigoted woman? Was it Sue? I bet this was Sue's fault." That was one of the best moments of the 2010 election campaign. The difference between a politician in public and in private, caught on hot mic. Christian Calgie, what a remarkable history Rochdale has had.
It's an astonishing history. I'm now away with the ferries trying to sort of guess where Gillian Duffy may have voted in the by-election, provided she's still...
Gillian Duffy.
GBNews needs to get on that.
But let's get Catherine... Leave the car dealership. Go find Mrs. Duffy.
I imagine she probably didn't vote. That would be my guess. But, no, it's also... Yeah, I mean, if you think also... Am I right thinking Cyril Smith, the Lib Dems, was Rochdale? I mean, he was a massive figure in more than one way for a very long time.
The Lib Dems is interesting.
Yes.
It was a Lib Dem stronghold.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cyril Smith obviously was the archetype of that, but where are the Lib Dems tonight? Nowhere, you know.
Yes.
Well, do you know what? We will be speaking with a Liberal Democrat. Why don't we bring him in now? Let's bring in Norman Baker, the former Liberal Democrat minister, of course. It's almost as if we'd planned this conversation. We hadn't. But you're here ready and waiting. Norman Baker, where have the Lib Dems gone? You barely kept your deposit. You used to have this seat.
Well, just as a matter of record, the percentage for the Lib Dem vote this time round was the same as it was last time. So we haven't made any progress. 7%. We haven't gone backwards. Look, seats come and go all the time. I mean, you can look at North Shropshire and say, where's the Tory vote gone on that? The reality was that during the coalition, we alienated, I suppose, those people who voted tactically for us from the Labour and Green elements in Parliament, in the constituencies, and we didn't hold on to seats where we were in contention with Labour, and I went backwards from there. But, you know, I mean, Paul Rowan, who was the last Lib Dem MP there, was actually rather good, but I think he lost a seat from memory in 2010, so we're going back a long way now.
Norman, many people will say that the Liberal Democrats galvanised a certain section of the electorate in 2005. It was the anti-war movement. You were the anti-war party, and you hit your highest ever number of MPs in 2005 as a party, as a Liberal Democrat party, your highest ever number. Where are you in foreign policy discussion today? It seems like you're spreading yourself so thin, trying to be the Tory party without the Tories, meaning that you've sort of given up in areas like Rochdale.
Well, look, I mean, I don't think we've given up. I mean, let me be clear, Tom, first of all, I'm not here on behalf of the Lib Dems tonight. I'm here as in Lib Dem, but I'm not officially on behalf of the party. So I don't know what the official line is on that question. Frankly, you just asked me. What I would say is very clearly what's happening is that when you're a party like the Lib Dems with limited resources, then you target those seats which you think you're going to have a chance of winning, and that's what we're doing. And you've seen in by-elections up and down the country, where we're in a strong position against the Conservatives, we've won those seats with huge swings. Equally, there are seats where Labour are very strong, and they've won them with pretty large swings as well. That's just what's happening. And what's happening in the country at large is that people are saying, ABC, anyone but Conservatives, and they're working out normally who's the best party to defeat the Conservatives in any one seat. Now, this is a crazy by-election in a sense, because Labour's got 3 different candidates, ex-Labour candidates anyway, who are standing in this particular seat. And George Galloway is, whether people like him or not, is a class act in terms of turning around by-election victories. And for someone to win in 3 different parties, or is it 4 parties, with different hats on, or the same hat in his case, with different political hats on, it is a major achievement. It's very difficult for an independent to come through. But we've seen George Galloway win, and we've seen this guy, John Tully, come up very creditably with 21% in second place.
Do you think it's to the detriment of our politics that the anti-war movement or the pro-Palestinian movement is now represented by George Galloway, when many of these same voters turned out to back Charlie Kennedy and his anti-war speeches, his eloquence, his personality in 2005? Ed Davey's nowhere on the scene. He's nowhere talking about foreign policy, perhaps because his electoral strategy has discarded seats like Rochdale in favour of Surrey seats.
Well, he's certainly more likely to win a Surrey seat than a Rochdale seat. That's whether there's a war going on in the Middle East or otherwise. That's just the reality, that where we're going to win seats in the next election is in the so-called blue wall in the south, not particularly in seats like Rochdale. But look, I mean, one of the reasons George Galloway has won is because he's a very effective politician. But the other reason he's won, in my view, is because none of the parties are actually capturing the public mood accurately on what's happening in the Middle East. Now, I think the public mood, if I may say so, if I get captured, I hope I do, is horror at what Hamas did to popular, innocent Israeli people, but also horror, and perhaps even more horror, to the way the Israelis are responding, not least of all in the last 24 hours, by shooting civilians trying to get some food, desperately trying to get some food. So I think in those circumstances, the public is pretty revolted by what's happening, and nobody's really saying that from the 3 major parties. That's the problem, and that's why Galloway's come through.
Do you think he'll continue to stand in Rochdale? There's lots of chatter about whether he'll hop and skip and jump to another seat, perhaps a London seat, at the next general election. You've got a lot of experience in politics. What would you do if you're in his shoes?
Well, look, position 9/10 to the law, isn't it, as the old saying goes. He's got a majority of 6,000. He's got a chance to dig himself in. I don't actually share... Paul Richards, by the way, once stood against me in Lewis, so Paul and I know each other from the past. I don't actually think that George Galloway will be necessarily a bad MP. He's got any sense, and he has got some sense. He will ensure that constituents are looked after, either by him directly or by a very effective team in his office. That's what he ought to do. And having got his foot in the door, he would be well advised to keep it there. He did actually campaign on things like the fact that Rochdale lost its A&E department in 2011, and the fact that the football club's in some difficulty. So he didn't simply concentrate on the Middle East. He did raise local issues as well, as I understand it.
He left 5 seconds at the end of each speech to mention the football club and be able to have these sort of sound bites in interviews. Oh, I didn't only talk about Gaza, just 99% of the time. But Norman Baker, really appreciate your contribution. Thank you very much for joining us here on an extraordinary evening following an extraordinary by-election result. Well, still with me on our politics desk, Chris King-Calgie, the senior political correspondent at the Daily Express, Aaron Bastani, the co-founder of Novara Media, and James Crouch, the associate director at Opinium. And James Crouch, where is the lay of the land in terms of polling? Where are we standing? Does this by-election change anything?
Well, it might change. Well, it will impact the headlines tomorrow. Is it likely to really change where the polls go? I'm not particularly sure it will do, at least not in the short term. Labour still has a 15-point lead, 16-point lead. Is it really going anywhere? The 2 really bad weeks for Labour, that didn't really change it. I think we are going to see something interesting in potentially a little bit of a rerun of 2005, in the sense that if Labour is really continuing to upset an awful lot of specifically Muslim voters in some of its heartland seats, maybe it still wins majorities in the House of Commons, like 60, 70, 80, without really winning many votes in particular bits of the East London or in university seats. Maybe. Like, that might be a long-term outcome from this. But until we see more evidence of it, I'm not really sure that this makes huge amounts of difference.
Are we all getting ahead of ourselves, basically? Sort of saying, oh, there are going to be 20 Galloway-elite MPs at the next election. It's probably not going to happen.
Well, we all got really excited about reform 2 weeks ago, and then here we are now doing it. So it's, I mean, and obviously all of these by-elections are just a tiny snapshot of what's going on here in that one seat, with loads of effort put in by someone like George Galloway. It's a very special case, but we don't really see how it plays out. On the other hand, quite a few people have mentioned it's going to be a thorn in Keir Starmer's side. And it is fair to say that the issue of Gaza, the issue of Palestine, is divisive for the Labour family of voters and not for the Conservatives.
And it's great copy for people like Christian Calgie, who will be no doubt writing up every George Galloway intervention in the House of Commons from now until the election.
Well, I mean, this is currently the headquarters of the Daily Express, as far as I've filed while we've been on air, I'm afraid.
This laptop in front of you is currently controlling
This is running one of the larger papers, exactly. But it's a very good point, because when the press banks an outcome, i.e. Labour trouncing the Tories, we get very bored very quickly and we start smelling out what are the more interesting stories. And that's going to be the problem for Starmer, because, if we get bored of Sunak versus Starmer at the election, then of course we're going to focus on George Galloway. It's one of the reasons why Reform, why our readers love to hear about Reform UK so much, because the Conservative government is just rather boring. It's not doing much. But I just always come back to the point that it's so depressing if you think about the current calibre of all the main party leaders. You were just talking about Ed Davey, who is... Yeah, exactly. There was a beat there where I thought I'm not going to remember his name, and I'm paid to. It's really thoroughly depressing. You think all through the previous elections, Boris, Corbyn, even, Cameron, Brown, Blair, so much better than what we've got at the moment. It's going to be an awfully dull election.
You're looking back through a rose-tinted lens.
I look great in rose-tinted glasses. But I think it's also a very good point. If you were talking about 2005, you think about the potential voter turnout. That had record low, 59%. I really wouldn't be surprised if we dip below that at the election.
You think we'll have record low turnout?
Oh yeah. Do you think more than 60% of the public want to vote for any of the parties at the moment?
It's an interesting
I don't see the
point.
inspiration.
I don't think more than 60% of the public want to vote for any of the parties. I do think more than 60% of the public want to vote against certain parties.
None of the above would win an absolute landslide.
Right, but very often the motivating factor is, I don't like that guy, but God, I hate that guy, so I'm going to vote for the guy I don't like to stop the guy I hate.
Well, it's certainly the antipathy argument, certainly a problem, certainly a rot, I think, within Labour's traditional core vote. I see young people on various social media platforms who should be absolutely rabid to get rid of the Tories after 14 years, and they are so unmotivated to vote for Starmer.
But James Crouch, we heard this in 2001. The Labour Party was scaring itself about the prospect of, everyone thinks the Labour Party are going to win. There was this huge victory in 1997. We can't guarantee it again. Gosh, we need to get... They had the posters saying, get out and vote, or they'll get in. They had pictures of William Hague, the Conservative Party leader at the time, with Margaret Thatcher's hairstyle. Back to the point. Are we overblowing fears that there'll be a low turnout? Ultimately, what is the motivating factor behind votes? Is there often negative motivation as well as positive?
Well, the one thing that polls are terrible at doing is
asking why.
Well, it's predicting turnouts. It's the one thing we can't do, really. But there's a couple of interesting cases. So we've already talked about 2001. I think not the same example here, but worthwhile talking about is 2017, where you have two became ultimately very unpopular leaders very quickly. And it ended up being a sort of race to the bottom, but also a race to the top. So this whole group of the electorate just dividing halfway between I don't want Corbyn in or I don't want May, rather than anyone positively voting for each. However, I don't think that's quite the same here, in that Starmer gets a shrug rather than visceral anger or negative reaction. So there might be a lack of hope, but I wouldn't say that necessarily leads to a spur of Tories, for example, saying, actually, we must get out, we must not let Labour in. I think there's just incredible kind of delusion about this idea that Keir Starmer's going to motivate Conservatives to come out. I just don't think that's going to happen either.
And Aaron Bastani, are there not examples around the world? I'm thinking Joe Biden in 2020. I'm thinking Anthony Albanese in Australia, of very boring people who run campaigns where they say absolutely nothing and they win handsomely because they're not the other guy.
Or Scholz in Germany, although the one with Biden not going to get re-elected. Look, I think there's something to that. What I would say as well is that I think the biggest problem for Labour in all of this, actually, we've not mentioned it, is party management.
Yeah.
Because you saw this with Brexit. You know, Rayner, Lammy, they will have local councillors who get it in the ear, on the doorstep, I'm not voting you because of Gaza, and that cascades up very quickly. And that's not a left-right thing.
Do you think that will happen across in any significant number?
Well, ahead of the local elections, for sure. They'll say, look, there'll be there is always informal feedback from council candidates, councillors, CLP executive chairs and secretaries to their MPs, who in this case happen to be the Shadow Foreign Secretary and Angela Rayner, and that would cascade up to the leader's office to some extent. And they will say, look, this is not a vote winner for us. It's really bad for us. And the leader's office don't care, because they're looking at national polling. But Rayner, she'll think, well, Stockport has quite a large Muslim population. I'm not that safe. MPs, generally speaking, are very fragile with regards to their own majorities. They always catastrophise. And I think that would be a bit of a challenge for Starmer, is that if it seemed for a millisecond like, you know, Rayner might think, oh, my God, she's not going to lose her seat, but she might think, oh, God, I might become a marginal. I don't want to do that. That can change the political dynamic. Then secondly, this is a problem for Labour long term. I don't agree with much of what Farage said earlier on, but I do agree by 2029, how this is unfolding is going to have really serious implications for Labour's coalition.
Well, let's just have a little look at what the results have been. We've been talking about these results for some time. Let's remind ourselves of them. It's just gone past 4:30 in the morning. Here are those results. George Galloway, Workers' Party of Britain, he won 12,335 votes. That's 39.7% of the vote, miles ahead of his nearest competition. Azhar Ali, formerly the Labour Party candidate, 2,402. David Tully, the independent candidate, with an extraordinary 6,638 votes, placing him in second place. Paul Ellison, the Conservative Party candidate, with 3,731 votes, third place. Simon Danchuk, Reform UK, 1,968 also ran. Ian Donaldson, Lib Dem, 2,164. Of course, that makes George Galloway of the Workers' Party of Britain the winner. And extraordinarily, the turnout at this election was the same as the percentage of votes George Galloway got, both 39.7%. Well, let's have a little reminder of George Galloway's winning speech.
Keir Starmer, this is for Gaza. You have paid and you will pay a high price for the role that you have played in enabling, encouraging and covering for the catastrophe presently going on in occupied Palestine in the Gaza Strip. Rochdale Town Councillors, I put you on notice now that I hope to put together a grand alliance.
A grand alliance. Interesting and bold language. Let's bring in Norman Baker, former Liberal Democrat minister, of course. And Norman, you served alongside George Galloway in Parliament. You sat not a million miles away from him on the green benches. What's he like?
Well, he's a fantastic orator. That's the first thing to be said, whether you agree with him or not. He makes powerful speeches. He's a good use of language. And even if you don't agree with him, you end up thinking, well, this guy's got something. And you may remember that he took on the US Congress, or was it the US Senate, way back about 20 years ago over the question of the Iraq War, and frankly demolished them single-handedly. It's a very impressive performance. So he will make a mark, undoubtedly, on the green benches. Whether he continues to hold the seat after the next election is another matter entirely. But he's helped, I think, by the fact we've talked about the situation in the Middle East. Let's also not forget that there's a great deal of disillusionment amongst Labour MPs and Labour activists, and I speak to them about Keir Starmer, and you've been touching on that with your guest, Tom. I mean, the fact of the matter is that Keir Starmer, from the point of view of Labour members and activists, they see, from their own eyes, a Tory government they dislike intensely, and which is doing everything they disagree with. And Keir Starmer's response to that, in their eyes, is to go along with a large part of that and to abandon Labour's policies, whether it's the net zero policy or to take up Tory language on different issues. He made a speech, I think, the other day on benefit fraud. Well, no one's in favour of benefit fraud, but I think the Labour members wanted him to make a speech about tax fraud and people who are earning a great deal of money not paying tax properly. He wasn't saying Labour things. So I think there's a great deal of unhappiness in his own party with him. And that's leaving the door open for people like George Galloway, quite frankly.
But Norman, isn't that the secret to Keir Starmer's success to some extent? He has parked his tanks thoroughly on the lawn of the Conservative Party. He's not saying normal Labour things. He's speaking in a much more moderate way than we've come to expect from the Labour Party, well, since 2007. And he's still 15, 16, 17 points ahead in the polls on average.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't matter that his party doesn't like him.
I would say that the Tories are 15% behind rather than 50% ahead, because I think that's where it is, actually. It's an anti-Tory thing. But look, it's possible to be moderate and to be radical at the same time. If you look at what Tony Blair and Gordon Brown did going back to 97, they were quite safe. I mean, people thought they were a safe pair of hands and they could sensibly vote for them and not worry about what was going to happen as a consequence of them being elected, different to Neil Kinnock before them. But they still had policies which were quite radical. It was the independence of the Bank of England, for example, or minimum wage requirements and so on. So they brought in policies which were quite radical, but which people weren't frightened about. And the difference between Tony Blair and Gordon Brown on one side and Starmer on the other side is that Starmer doesn't have those independent policies which people say, yeah, it's a good idea. He doesn't actually say anything very much at all. He doesn't inspire at all. And that's a dangerous thing, because if the Tories were to recover between now and the election, he's lost his only card. His only card is, I'm not a Conservative. That's not good enough, really.
Norman, I think you and I might have a slightly different definition of radical if among your list of radical policies is the independence of the Bank of England, so that the committee of economists selects interest rates rather than the Treasury. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that is an incredibly radical thing, but I just don't see it as that.
It was seen as very radical when it happened. It took the financial world by surprise. And it took for some time to settle down. It was a radical policy, quite a sensible one, as a matter of fact, in my view, but it was a radical policy. So we had those changes, and Blair and Brown in the first 4 years did quite a lot between 1997 and 2001, before Tony Blair started believing his own press releases and getting too involved in foreign affairs. I don't see the same inspiration at all from Keir Starmer and his team. And even so far as people like Angela Rayner have got comments they want to make which people resonate with, you know, they're suffocated. He doesn't want to hear them.
Well, Norman, I want to put that question to Paul Richards. Stay with us. Paul Richards, a former Labour special advisor. Norman, they're saying that there's no ambition from Keir Starmer. How do you respond?
Well, I would dispute that absolutely. I think if you look at the Labour manifesto, it will be full of groundbreaking policy, a new state-owned energy company, get our bills down. There'll be things around nationalising the railways. There'll be all kinds of issues around workers' rights in the workplace. And Norman says, you know, the great radical Labour governments of 97 onwards, of course, they stuck to the Tory spending plans for the first 3 years. There was an attempt to ease ourselves into these radical changes because they know full well, and I know full well, that you can't win unless you do it from the centre and the centre-left. You have to get switchers, people who voted Conservative last time, to vote Labour this time. That's the electorate you have to appeal to. You can't do it on a wish list. And, I've said to you many times, this next election is not a done deal. There's a lot of soft voters out there, and there's a lot of unknowns, don't knows, who could go either way. So it's not a done deal for Starmer. He knows that. He's carrying this Ming vase over the polished floor, as the famous
rather large Ming vase.
Labour knows full well this is not over till it's over. So that's why there's the caution, and I think that's absolutely right electorally to introduce that area.
Well, let's throw that right back to Norman Baker, still with us. Norman, we just heard from Paul Richards a list of policies from the Labour Party that were expecting the Labour Party's manifesto. Is that not radical?
Go much further in terms of energy policy. He's been reined in. He's gone way back on net zero. That's been half abandoned. The timescale has been extended. The railways are already nationalised, as a matter of fact, effectively. And the Department of Transport controlling basically everything on the railways. There's nothing much left to nationalise, quite frankly, on the railways. Network Rail and everybody else is already in the public sector, was actually nationalised under the coalition, although the Tories didn't want to use that particular phrase. That's what happened. So we haven't seen a list of radical policies, I'm afraid. We've seen a list of policies from the last Labour manifesto, which by the way, Corbyn's manifesto was actually quite popular in many regards. He wasn't popular, but his manifesto commitments in some regards were. And,
the manifesto, I'm assuming you're not referring to the 2019 manifesto, which delivered the 2017 manifesto. Norman, I've got a bit of a bee in my bonnet about the 2017 Labour manifesto, because no one thought Corbyn could win. No one seriously scrutinised it. They let John McDonnell, the then Shadow Chancellor, say, this is costed, this is costed, this is costed. He produced a so-called grey book that went alongside that manifesto. What was that? It was one table. It wasn't proper costings. It wasn't a costed manifesto. Any rigorous assessment of that manifesto would have found it was utterly uncosted. And yet no journalist, mainly perhaps because GB News was not yet on our airwaves, but no journalist challenged Labour properly, saying that this is not a costed manifesto. They were able to get on and on and on with that fabrication. They were found out in 2019, perhaps because people thought they could actually win, and there was actually scrutiny. But I put it to you, Norman Baker, that there wasn't any scrutiny of Labour's spending plans in 2017.
No, I agree with that. I mean, I think I'm talking about the ideas that came forward from Labour at the time. Of course, it wasn't costed, and it wasn't costed properly in 2019 either. And insofar as Keir Starmer's determined to make sure that his manifesto adds up, that is, to pick up Paul Richards' point, quite sensible. He needs to be safe on that. He needs to be safe on the issue of taxation, because that's where Brown and Blair were quite safe on that. If he's safe on that area, then he can afford to be more radical in other areas. The difficulty is he's being safe in one area and not radical in other areas.
Interesting stuff. Well, Norman Baker, thank you very much. Really appreciate your time. And by-elections are really interesting because they open up all of these other conversations. They are a moment in time at which we can assess where our politics sits. And Aaron Bastani, what do you make of the Labour Party's lead? They're going to win the next election, presumably. Do you think Labour in power will change all that much?
I mean, I don't think they can. I think that the challenges are just too much for it to be a radical government. So I think, in a way, there's honesty coming from Starmer in regards to that. It can't be a radical government. As somebody who's very much to the left of Keir Starmer, if Labour can just not have things get worse and can improve 2 or 3 things, childcare, public transport, housing, I would be incredibly happy. My worry is, however...
Do you think you could vote for Labour?
Well, I'm quite lucky in so much as the seat I'm in, I would never allow the Liberal Democrats to come in where I am. So they're worse than the Tories where I am. So that I don't think my vote would be necessary. If it was a close-run thing, I'd absolutely vote Labour in my constituency. Wow. If I was in a Labour safe seat, I'd vote Green. If I was in Bristol Central, I think I'd vote Green. They've got a good chance to beat the Labour candidate there. Like most voters, I'm quite politically promiscuous, you might say. But what I would say is, I don't think Keir Starmer needs to promise the earth to win and to be a credible Prime Minister. The worry is for him, and I think this is something that was said earlier on by Norman Baker, is that he's very much right now not the Tories. And that's great. That's what you want to be, because everybody hates the Tories. We've had a catastrophic 14 years.
Doesn't Rishi Sunak know it?
It's not, but that is not going to wash the party's face in 2029. And Keir Starmer would say, well, look, Labour wins so infrequently since whenever, what was it, 1924, that I don't really care about 2029. Let's do 2024 first. But I think tonight is a really important moment in Labour, people like Paul, having to look at their coalition and thinking, this is a problem long term. On foreign policy, a big chunk of our electorate in major cities doesn't align with where we've been historically.
But Aaron, you are someone who fundamentally disagrees with Keir Starmer's foreign policy. You're someone who, as you say, is well to the left of Keir Starmer on economic policy. And yet you've just proven why Keir Starmer's electoral strategy works. You've said if you lived in a marginal, you'd vote Labour. Now, that wouldn't have been the case if someone of your politics was leading the Labour Party. The moderates wouldn't do that. The winning strategy, strategy that Keir Starmer has is he knows the left have nowhere else to go. They'll always back him, so he can tack to the right. He can win the so-called.
I'll quickly respond to that.
Yeah,
I can see Paul etching this as now. I'll quickly respond to that. So I think that's correct to an extent, but like I say, I think that changes after 2024. You're going to have the Greens probably win another seat, maybe 2 seats. That might sound ridiculous, the Greens on 3 seats, woohoo. But I think Labour in government after 2024 are going to see lots of problems from the left, from independents in by-elections, from the Greens, the SNP. And I think the biggest problem for Keir Starmer is not the Muslim vote, it's not foreign policy, it's going to be the objective economic conditions he inherits. Everything is broken. He will have very high expectations, somewhat unfairly. And if they don't change things pretty quickly within several months, create momentum, there are problems. It'll be hard.
Paul Richards.
Well, there is some truth in this. If you go in with an enormous weight of expectation, you end up disappointing. But, I mean, let's face it, Starmer is in the business now of dampening down expectations. And he is saying, look, we have to be realistic. You know, we're not going to be splurging money all over the place. It won't be a rerun of the 29 manifesto where everybody gets something, 4-day week, free dentistry, free this, free that. You know, it's going to be pretty targeted. I don't think the Greens are going to see an uptick, to be honest, Aaron. I think Brighton Pavilion, for example, will probably go Labour in this election.
Brave.
I think Tom Gray is a good candidate. He'll probably win. And for Norman to talk about radicalism, I mean, he served in a Conservative government. That's how radical he was. He was happy to take the red box in the car.
It's quite a radical government.
To be working underneath the Conservative Secretary of State. So, let's get real. I just think it's not a done deal. There's a long way to go. But the run of play here, apart from tonight, is a series of spectacular, breathtaking Labour wins in by-elections. Blackpool in a few weeks will be no different, I'm sure, with a solid lead, which seems to be sustaining now for month after month, on the glide path to, let's hope, a Labour victory. It won't be a massive victory. It will probably be, in the tens rather than the hundreds, but that's the path we're on.
Christian Calgie, isn't that the point? We're talking now about George Galloway. We might talk about him for the next few days. We'll have a Blackpool South by-election, likely fairly soon. At that point, the narrative will completely flip back to how we were talking 2 weeks ago.
Well, I'm not quite sure, because I think the closer we get to the election, right, that's banked. That 20-point lead is banked. All the by-election wins, they're banked. What people now want to hear, actually, is Keir Starmer brave enough to use some of that political capital to put forward proper policies that don't get U-turned on, policies that don't get walked back from, policies that aren't a U-turn on previous opposition to Tory policies, that are something new, something fresh. There is one thing in Keir Starmer's favour, which if you actually look at the last budget, obviously we've got one coming up, so we'll get new predictions. What the last budget, the OBR forecast, said is that without any actual government policy changes, any interventions, in about 2026 to 28, immigration's going to come down, debt's going to start falling, inflation's probably going to return to its target. All these things will naturally improve. Even if the Tories stayed in power, these things would naturally improve. It's incumbent on Labour, both ahead of the election and if they get into government, to go above and beyond that and prove it. Because otherwise, and we mentioned, I think Olaf Scholz is a fantastically interesting character for one reason, purely just the journey that the Socialist Party went on in Germany finally defeating the Conservatives, and then look at where the polls are now. They're in third place behind their Conservative Party and their sort of version of reform, or slightly further right than reform. But you know, I think that's going to be very interesting. Whether actually even a 100-seat Labour majority, whether this sort of flip-flopping, you know, surprise, we've gone to Tory majority of 80 down to Tories possibly only being left with 80 seats, whether that sort of insane going forward and back by voters continues into 2029.
Another example, of course, is Jacinda Ardern. She won over 50% of the vote. 3 years later, her party was out of power.
But this is Blair's genius, was that he understood that. So he had this enormous victory in '97, but he then, how do you sustain that into a second term? The only person to do a full second term, and then into a third term, even against the backdrop, by the way, of the Iraq War, win a majority. It's the sort of majority that we would kill for now. So, you know, how you sustain Labour governments over a period of 10 years, not just 2 years, is the vital.
But the recipe with Blair was, one, inherit a brilliant economy and then spend all the money, right?
Growth.
And secondly, well, if it wasn't a brilliant economy, why did they stick with the Tory spending plans for the first 4 years? And secondly, have loads of unpopular Tory leaders. Now, you know, I don't have a crystal ball. Maybe that second one will come to pass over the next 10 years. But the economy's going to be dreadful, and actually it doesn't take very long for the public to start blaming the bad economy on the incumbent government, even if they were dealt a very bad hand by the previous.
It's quite interesting with the fiscal event next week or the week after, though. If the non-DOMS policy is nicked off Labour, then that shoots the fox, rather, doesn't it?
Aaron, you've been trying to come in.
Oh, my goodness.
We're going to cross back to Rochdale in a second, but just a sentence from you.
Well, Christian was saying about the OBRs predicting 2027. Look, in 2010, the OBR said the deficit would have a 50% chance of being eliminated by 2015. Don't listen to the OBR, OK? Biggest mistake you can make in politics.
And that was our Liz Truss correspondent.
Blame the deep state.
We will, of course, be back with the panel in just a moment, but joining me now from Rochdale is our tenacious political correspondent, Catherine Forster. And Catherine, it looks like the lights in the car dealership have gone out.
Yes, they have. The blue Ferrari has driven off, as has George Galloway in a very, very nice black Range Rover. Very similar, actually, to the cars that the Prime Minister drives around in. Quite an interesting choice for such an anti-establishment candidate. But anyway, he was mobbed again. At this car dealership is where, in fact, his campaign headquarters have been over the last few weeks. Anyway, I did speak to him a little bit earlier. Let's have a look at what he had to say. George Galloway, congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
You've said that you're going to represent everybody in Rochdale, those who voted for you and those who didn't.
Sure.
Some people say you're very divisive. Do you think you can bring people back together here and get Rochdale
I certainly try. I meant what I said about the Rochdale revival. I think the revival of the civic spirit in the town is vital, and unity is important for that. But it wasn't me that dragged Rochdale's name in the dirt. It was Labour, first in covering up the grooming scandal, and secondly in imploding with the anti-Semitic comments made by the Labour candidate. We were trending for 2 full days that week, and it wasn't in a good way, and it wasn't about me. So divisive is not really a charge, I think, that can be laid against me. I've just won a thumping majority in a by-election.
You have. It's Sir Keir Starmer is calling for a ceasefire now. Biden is hopeful it will happen. Are you? And would you lay off him in that instant? It doesn't seem like there's any prospect of you laying off Keir Starmer.
Or any prospect of them actually genuinely seeking an end to the war in Gaza. I've been saying that anyone who believes Keir Starmer is trying to end the war in Gaza, I've got a bridge in London I could sell them going cheap. It is a totally unbelievable pretense. If he really did, he would have backed the SNP motion in Parliament, or at least not tried to wreck it, which is what he did. And he tried to wreck it because what he is asking for is a different thing to what the SNP were asking for. And what the SNP were asking for was a genuine ceasefire.
And just finally, it sounds like you've got big plans for this new party of yours. Do you hope to replicate this in seats across the country in other constituencies come the election?
Yeah, especially in this region. I don't know what will happen elsewhere in the country, but I have now received deputations from Bolton, from Oldham, from Blackburn, from Bury, and from Tameside in Greater Manchester, and that's just the deputations I've received. We've got 59 parliamentary candidates ready to go, and we'll stand in, therefore, 70 Labour seats, and either defeat them ourselves or cause their defeat. And there will be independents, not Workers' Party, but independents that we're ready to support, who will stand up and down the country, and I know of many already in the field, who will now be energised by the result here tonight. I think Keir Starmer's woken up this morning to his worst nightmare.
George Galloway, thank you. So there you have it. Keir Starmer's worst nightmare, says George Galloway. Also not impressed at all by Sir Keir Starmer's shifting towards calling to a ceasefire in Gaza, and also saying, as he said to me before, this is just the start. He's got 59 candidates lined up, ready to go. So he thinks this is the beginning of something that his party potentially, he thinks, could win more seats in the coming general election. So really, this conflict that burst out again on October the 7th with those atrocities that were committed in Israel by Hamas that led to the war in Gaza has had very profound ramifications for politics back here. It has allowed George Galloway to come into Rochdale on the warpath, frankly, with the Labour Party. And this is going to be a huge headache for Labour going forward.
Certainly is. Well, Catherine Forster, we've really enjoyed your contributions live from Rochdale throughout the night, chasing George Galloway around, not just the Count, but also back to the car dealership he led his campaign from. Thank you very much, and I hope you can get some sleep. But now let's return to our studio guests. I'm joined in the studio by Aaron Bastani, the co-founder of Novara Media, and Christian Cowgie, the senior political correspondent at the Daily Express. Cowgie, you've been writing away all night. What is the big takeaway from this evening? What's the headline?
Well, the headline is that George Galloway has become a nightmare incarnate for Keir Starmer. The problem for the way that Labour handled that vote, was it last week or the week before? Goodness me, I can't. You know, the big Gaza ceasefire vote.
Last week.
The way they bent the arm of the Speaker, and there was all this upset around the way they did it. It wasn't final, right? Tory MPs, SNP MPs are still furious about this. There's offers of another debate on Gaza and on a ceasefire. The fact that Labour almost cheated in that vote has allowed this debate in Parliament to not die a death, and it's still burning away. And that makes it very dangerous for Starmer. And again, you're going to have Galloway there fanning the flames. We heard reports at the time that if Keir Starmer hadn't been able to have a vote on his own motion, he was facing 100 Labour MPs voting with the SNP. That would have been a disastrous scene. And I think Galloway, Corbyn, others are going to try and focus that into a real headache.
And Aaron Bastani, do you think that is a headache that Keir Starmer will fear or will try and brush off?
Well, look, it's a big problem for Keir Starmer. You say his worst nightmare, but everything other than this is going well. OK, so this is very bad. Gaza's a really big problem for Keir Starmer. Very big problem for Keir Starmer. Absolutely everything else is being knocked out of the park. And, you had Reem earlier on saying that people aren't talking about the economy. The reason why Labour are regularly posting 20% leads in polls is because, your next-door neighbour, your best man, your wife, your girlfriend's stepsister, their mortgage just went up £600-700 in 1 year. That hurts people, and that's why Labour's polling lead is so big. And realistically, that's why Labour are on course for a big majority. I think Paul is doing a bit of expectation management there. So, worst-case scenario, what could happen? 6, 7 individuals could be elected to Parliament at a general election on the back of a single issue, i.e. Gaza. OK, what does that really mean? Labour still have a majority of dozens at least. So it's a problem for Starmer, but when everything else is going so swimmingly, it's a fly in the ointment. Like I say repeatedly, this is a problem really in terms of their broader coalition for the rest of the decade. I don't often agree with Nigel on that much. Mr Farage was saying this earlier on. I do agree that the implications are more long-term.
Is it, though? Because let's say the war in Gaza fizzles out.
Yeah.
There's some sort of conclusion. We stop having headlines about it all the time.
Yeah.
This movement fizzles out too.
Well, I was in Batley and Spen in 2021, and I remember speaking to some of the families who were financing George Galloway's campaign there. It's, if you don't know this, Batley is the home of the British bed industry. And having dinner with these guys, and they said, look, our mums, our dads, they voted Labour, but our generation doesn't think like that. And because of the Iraq War, because of Afghanistan, now because of Gaza, there's almost a pathological hatred, actually, towards Labour from many British Muslims, more than towards the Conservative Party, because there's a feeling of almost deception and being let down.
Is that also over
and that's not going anywhere.
Is that also over the way that the Labour Party has moved on social issues? Because the Muslim community is quite conservative.
It is quite conservative, but I don't think that's a variable hitherto. So, for instance, you've got in Tower Hamlets, Lutfur Rahman there. I've never seen any major issues between his role in public office and LGBT rights. For instance, you know, they were championing the joiners' arms in Tower Hamlets, an LGBT bar, staying there. So maybe in 10, 15 years, I think it's a really astute point. And I think actually it's something lost on Conservatives. Again, going back to what Nigel Farage was saying earlier, many of these people should be your people.
Yeah. Well, Aaron Bastani, we'll be back with you in just a moment. But now, it's 5 a.m. This is GB News, Britain's election channel. George Galloway of the Workers' Party of Britain has won one of the most divisive and controversial by-election contests in recent history. Turnout at the by-election was 39.7%, higher than expected. Let's have a look at the moment the nation learned of George Galloway's victory.
George Galloway, Workers' Party of Britain candidate, 12,000.
Galloway sent a clear warning to the Labour Party just moments ago, proclaiming that this is just the start of a sweep of gains for his Workers' Party of Britain. Let's take a lesson to the message he had for Sir Keir Starmer in his victory speech.
Keir Starmer's problems just got 100 times more serious than they were before today. This is going to spark a movement, a landslide, a shifting of the tectonic plates in scores of parliamentary constituencies, beginning here in the northwest.
He also gave this damning verdict on the Labour leader.
There will be independents, not Workers' Party, but independents that we're ready to support, who will stand up and down the country, and I know of many already in the field, who will now be energised by the result here tonight. I think Keir Starmer's woken up this morning to his worst nightmare.
Mr. Galloway faced backlash within seconds of his victory, but surprisingly, it wasn't about Gaza, but his apparent and claimed climate change denial from a protester. Let's take a look.
To remove
climate change denier. You said in the hustings that you wanted to extract oil and gas from the North Sea and all the
Well, here's the stark message that George Galloway gave to GB News just moments ago.
OK, no media beyond here.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
And Nigel Farage gave us his summary of the night with a warning about the state of United Kingdom politics.
The biggest takeaway of tonight is that sectarian politics is now here in England. We wrote off previous Galloway victories, such as the one in Bradford West in 2012, simply being one-offs. But this victory for him follows on, of course, from the huge marches and demonstrations that we've seen going on.
We've been joined by former Labour Party Special Advisor Paul Richards in these early hours. Let's take a listen to the choice words he had about George Galloway just a few minutes ago.
any difference to the people of Rochdale. I feel it's for them I feel sorry for, to be honest, because they've got this 69-year-old egotist now who's going to be making speeches in the Commons. I don't think he knew where Rochdale was on the map up until 2 months ago, and they're going to be supremely badly served now.
We've been bringing you the latest from Rochdale throughout the night as the tense contest to replace the late Labour MP Tony Lloyd comes to an end. But the aftershocks, they're only just beginning. This is GB News, Britain's election channel. Now, a reminder of those official and shocking results. George Galloway of the Workers' Party of Britain has won the Rochdale by-election. He gained 39.7% of the vote. That's 12,335 votes. Azir Ali, the Labour Party's former candidate, of course disowned by the Labour Party, achieved just over 7% of the vote, with 2,500. David Tully, an independent, came second, over 20% of the vote, with 6,638. Paul Ellison, the Conservative, came third, with 12%. Simon Danchuk, the Reform UK Party candidate, got 6%, only just saving his deposit. Ian Donaldson, the Liberal Democrat, was on 7%. And of course, that means the winner was George Galloway of the Workers' Party of Britain. Astonishingly, the turnout at the by-election was the same as his vote share percentage, 39.7%. But let's remind ourselves of George Galloway's winning speech.
Keir Starmer, this is for Gaza. You have paid and you will pay a high price for the role that you have played in enabling, encouraging and covering for the catastrophe presently going on in occupied Palestine in the Gaza Strip. Rochdale Town Councillors, I put you on notice now that I hope to put together a grand alliance.
Well, with that promise, a grand alliance, what threat could the new Galloway movement have to the established order of the established parties? I'm joined by Aaron Bastani, the co-founder of Novara Media, Christian Calgie, the senior political correspondent at the Daily Express, and the former Labour Party advisor, Paul Richards. Christian Calgie, this is about more than Rochdale. Galloway spoke about making a movement, about winning council seats in Rochdale and potentially forming alliances across the country. Are we seeing the start of something new in our politics?
We're certainly seeing the start now of what's going to be a very, very interesting local election campaign. I think, as I alluded to earlier, what's really going to happen at the election is that the media, I think, are going to get quite bored of the Sunak-Starmer show and are quite quickly going to start flirting with covering Reform UK and the likes of Galloway and Corbyn if he's standing. I think these local battles are going to be very interesting. My goodness, there's even an independent guy in Ashfield who might put in a show against Lee Anderson. So, it's going to be a sort of massive rainbow-type election. I don't think it's going to go the same way as 2017, when, of course, both Labour and the Tories got about 42% of the vote each. Once again, the Lib Dems, we're not going to mention them. But it's going to be a really interesting election.
Aaron Bastani, this prospect of more victories built on this Galloway model, is it even possible without the sort of figure of Galloway?
No, he's a very unique politician. And for people who are waking up and watching this now, what's just happened is remarkable. He has just won more votes than the Lib Dems, Labour and the Conservatives combined in a by-election, running really as an independent. He's with the Workers' Party of Great Britain, but it's effectively a one-man band. It's a Galloway vehicle. I do love the way as well he said a grand alliance. It's like he's running the Austro-Habsburg Empire rather than Rochdale Council. But that works, by the way. Talking in those terms and with such a grand vision, it mobilises people, it enthuses them, it energises them. And I think in an interesting way, actually, the local elections just got a lot more interesting. This may have more implications, actually, for the local elections than a general election. Let's see. And the point you said about Ashfield is super interesting. The Ashfield Independents, I think, had 32 of 35 local councillors.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see a real mosaic of outcomes in the local elections. By the way, in 2019, local elections were fascinating too. Lots of right-wingers not in the Conservative Party doing very well. I think something similar will happen this year with local independents on the right, some on the left. And it's not being covered by many people in the media.
Paul, are we seeing a greater fracturing, or is this a one-off?
I would say behave, frankly. I mean, this is not a movement, it's a spasm. We've been here before, twice. Every now and again, British politics throws up, quirky individuals who occasionally win seats. But I'm afraid under first past the post, it is about the party political game, and that is the reality. So I think, OK, it's interesting for a few hours. Normal service will be resumed by Saturday morning. We'll be thinking about Blackpool and thinking about the recall petition that's being raised there and the potential by-election. And we'll be looking to a general election where it's a binary choice between Labour or Tory. That's the politics for the next 6 months.
Can I ask you a question, though, Paul?
Of course.
Because you're a Labour member, you're an activist, you canvass. And you knock on doors, and you know full well lots of your vote feels very strongly about this. It doesn't mean they're going to vote for other people necessarily, but they feel very strongly about this, and they might punish you in the local elections.
I come across people who care more about the state of the NHS than they do state of Palestine.
I'm sure you do, but NHS is number one, number two, but people still care about Gaza.
They do, but it's not as salient as it is in some parts of the country. I mean, across the country as a whole, people are more concerned about potholes, I would say. I think foreign policy will be an issue in the general election, of course, and for some people it may be the determining issue, but a tiny minority. Most people are voting on what happens next in the UK. So it's a pain and it's an issue and it matters, but it's not something that is going to be salient in the mind of every voter as they go and put their cross in the box.
I think one of the interesting things about Rochdale is that it's not one of the highest Muslim population seats in the country.
Can I just pick you up on exactly that point,
yes.
right? Because we talk about the Muslim vote, and we're talking about this purely in terms through the prism of people who have that particular faith.
It is what George Galloway was targeting.
There's no such thing as the Muslim vote, right? And I think it's really patronising / colonialist to talk about everyone as though they're going to vote the same way in quite that way. There's lots of different types of Muslims in the UK, and a lot of people who are anti-war on Gaza are the white middle-class Guardian reading types. People on the demos are those people. It's not,
You're right,
a religious
but in the
thing.
context of this by-election, the wards that George Galloway has been winning, according to our reporter at the count, the piles of votes that have been coming in have been from very Muslim-heavy areas.
On this particular occasion, but you were then trying to extrapolate that onto a general election and say, has Starmer got a problem with the Muslim vote? And I think that's a very unfair characterisation, and it's dangerous because it does lump everybody together as though they're all the same, which they're not.
No, and I think that's a very important point to raise, and absolutely, religious groups aren't homogenous, but it does show that effective campaigners can perhaps homogenise a group. Perhaps that's what happens here.
But that's the word I used was spasm. This is a kind of moment of inflection. It's just a sort of a one-off. And he's good at capitalising on this. Obviously Galloway has done this before. It's a trick he can pull off in other situations. But it's not going to be a general position in the general election. That's not how people are going to vote.
Well, let's get the view now of Anne Widdecombe, former Conservative Member of Parliament, of course, now a Reform UK member. Anne, Reform UK was nowhere here. Why?
Well, I think we can learn from this because I would sum up the reason in 2 words, which is postal votes. Now, in both Kingswood and certainly in Wellingborough, there was an enormous emphasis on a big push before the postal votes closed. There wasn't in Rochdale. And I think we can learn from that. But also, I think this was a bit of a crazy election right from the start. And absolutely anything could have happened. And also, 6.3% is not a big disaster if you look at where we were.
Barely saved your deposit.
Let me finish. If you look at where we were this time last year. We've steadily crept up in the polls, and in the national polls, we're now quite regularly at 13, 12, 13.
So all the more concerning, really, for your party, then, that you came 6th in this by-election. You're 3rd on national polls. You and I discussed how well the Reform Party did in the 2 by-elections 2 weeks ago. Here you crashed and burned.
No, we didn't crash and burn, but I do actually give you the explanation that I gave you before, which is we concentrated after the postal vote. You have to concentrate before. I mean, Wellingborough was a very classic example. I said to Ben Habib, do you want me to come? And I gave him a date, and he said, no, that's no good. You've got to be here before the postal vote's closed. There was a huge emphasis on before the postal vote's closed. Now, we've got to learn. We've got to take that lesson, and we've got to apply it, not only in any future by-election, we've got to apply it at the general election as well.
Now, it's an interesting point because, of course, this was a by-election that was organised very quickly. The Labour Party wanted a very short campaign, perhaps so that Galloway couldn't gather steam. Of course, having such a quick campaign did rather perhaps scupper the Labour campaign because it meant that the list closed before they could chuck their candidate and get a new one in after this scandal broke.
Well, yes, I mean, they were hoisted with their own petard and they wanted a good campaign and that rebounded on them. But to be fair to Labour, they couldn't have foreseen that was going to happen. It overtook them, and yes, I mean, you're quite right, the shortness of the campaign actually contributed to that situation that they found themselves in. But I mean, I think Galloway will liven up the House of Commons, and I think he's a very, very good performer in a House of Commons that, frankly, is pretty third-rate at the moment. But I tend to agree that this is not going to change the face of British politics in the longer term.
And do you think that George Galloway is a malign influence on our politics, or is there a small part of you that quite enjoys the fact that we've got a new maverick MP, someone who can actually string a sentence together on the green benches?
Well, it's always good to have a few mavericks around the place, but I do think that George Galloway can be pretty dangerous. At the moment, he's going to be dangerous to Labour because an awful lot of the Labour Party agree with him on Gaza. He made this a Gaza election. In his victory speech, he said to Keir Starmer that this was his Gaza. And, of course, a very large number of Labour MPs agree with Galloway rather than with Starmer on Gaza. That's going to pose a lot of difficulty for Labour.
The Labour Party, of course, is still around 20 points ahead in the polls. If it's a nuisance for Labour, it's one nuisance amongst many things that are going well. Frankly, Keir Starmer can just shrug this off and look forward to a potential by-election in Blackpool South in a few weeks.
Oh, a week is a very long time in politics. And 6 months is an age.
Does that mean, do you mean to say by that, the Labour Party could see its impressive and as of yet sustained poll lead change, melt away?
Anything is possible. I don't say it's probable, but anything is possible. And that is why, of course, that Prime Ministers who are facing a lot go later rather than sooner, because they think, well, something might just jump out of a Pandora's box somewhere. So, some rabbit might suddenly leap out of a hat. It is possible. It's not probable at the moment. When Tories say to me, oh, you're making it easier for Starmer to win, I always say, well, he's going to win anyway. But, of course, you don't know what is going to happen. Mrs. Thatcher was on the verge of losing when the Falklands blew up. Now, that was ultra dramatic, and I'm not suggesting there would be something that dramatic, but, I wouldn't take anything for granted. And actually, I don't think he does, because when you're ahead in the polls, actually, I tell you this, and I tell you this from long experience, you actually get quite nervous.
Now, and of course, you have had a significant experience in elections, not only in the House of Commons, but the European Parliament as well. Just finally, Anne, are you tempted to stand at the next election?
Absolutely not. Look, somebody earlier on your programme called me an old lady, and he was quite right to say that. I'm 76 now. Supposing I won, the idea that at 81 I could be putting the enthusiasm into constituency surgeries that is actually required if you're to be a decent MP, I think is a little unlikely.
Well, Anne, the man who called you an old lady is sitting to my left.
I called her an older lady, and there's nothing wrong with that. The President of the United States is an older gentleman. It wasn't in any way meant to be derogatory. Quite the opposite, actually.
I don't relish that comparison. He's senile.
OK, the Republican, the likely Republican candidate, then, you know.
Do you relish that comparison, Anne?
Well, preferable to Biden, yes. At least I do know which day of the week it is.
Well, goodness me, we've gone from Rochdale to Gaza to the United States of America, all within an evening. Anne Widdecombe, really appreciate your time and your thoughts on what has been an extraordinary by-election result. Now, we will be back in just a moment, of course, with so much more to come, so don't go anywhere. The aftershocks, the reverberations of this extraordinary by-election have only just begun.
Farage, Monday to Thursday from 7 p.m.
Lots of people have different ideas, but principally a conservative approach to getting growth is to reduce taxes so that people, ordinary people and businesses can spend more of their own money to invest and grow the economy.
So the theory is that you cut taxes and that then pumps more money into the economy.
Exactly right. And then people, it's not government that are creating wealth. It's individuals, businessmen, companies that create wealth. It's the private sector that creates wealth, that the public sector then taxes and spends.
I get the theory, but one of the criticisms of you, and I think one of the criticisms actually of all political parties, is they appear to be incapable of cutting government spending.
That's the key. I mean, and I think when I look back, is that we should have had a credible plan to reduce the increase in spending. Now, that's often a difficult concept to explain.
But it's in line with inflation, etc.
That's all right. So when you're slowing the increase, it means, one year you spend £100 and the next year you spend maybe £101 as opposed to going up to £110. So the actual level isn't going down, but you're slowing the increase. And that's very much what I tried to do. And actually, looking back, the one thing I wish I'd done, was to present a credible spending plan at the same time as the tax cuts that we announced.
You had a go, it didn't work out for whatever reason, and that analysis will go on for some years to come. We have Jeremy Hunt there as Chancellor now, hinting quite strongly now there won't be any tax cuts, but the truth of it is, under 14 years of Conservatives, for a variety of reasons, the tax burden has risen to the highest since the Attlee government way back in
80 years,
1951, whatever it is.
If you've just joined us, you've missed out on an eventful evening. George Galloway has won the Rochdale by-election. Here are the official results. George Galloway of the Workers' Party of Britain. He won with almost 40% of the vote, 12,335 votes. Now, that compares to a measly 7.7% for the official Labour Party candidate, I should say the unofficial Labour Party candidate, Labour Party on the ballot, not endorsed by the party, just 2,500 votes. David Tully was the astonishing second-place candidate, an independent, a local businessman, over 20% of the vote, 6.6 thousand. Now, Paul Edison was the Conservative Party candidate. He came third with 12%, 3,731. Simon Danchuk, the Reform UK candidate, less than 2,000 votes, 6%. Ian Donaldson was the Lib Dem. He came in with 7%, over 2,000 votes. That means, of course, the winner was George Galloway of the Workers' Party of Britain. And extraordinarily, the turnout and his vote share were the same, 39.7%. So joining us now from Rochdale is our political correspondent, Catherine Forster, who's been with us throughout the evening. And Catherine, just describe for us the chaos, the melodrama within that count. Really quite extraordinary scenes.
absolutely incredible and really quite surreal. I'm now standing just outside the hotel, which is just on my right, where when we arrived, we saw George Galloway's team. They were so confident, and the polls hadn't even closed. They basically said then and there, we've won. They gave us this embargoed statement saying that the main parties were going to get a good kicking. And they were having a drink at the bar to celebrate. That was all before 10 o'clock tonight. We then had the extraordinary declaration interrupted by one of the candidates, a supporter of Just Stop Oil, with the orange confetti, a bit of disruption there, Monster Raving Loony Party, of course, as well. Then this incredible speech from George Galloway, and you have to give him credit. He really does know how to deliver a speech, and he really does know how to campaign. And he was saying that the tectonic plates of politics have shifted. And then he went on to his campaign headquarters, this car garage in Rochdale. We followed him there and I talked to him. Let's have a look again at what he had to say. George Galloway, congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
You've said that you're going to represent everybody in Rochdale, those who voted for you and those who didn't.
Sure.
Some people say you're very divisive. Do you think you can bring people back together here and get Rochdale a better deal?
I certainly try. I meant what I said about the Rochdale revival. I think the revival of the civic spirit in the town is vital, and unity is important for that. But it wasn't me that dragged Rochdale's name in the dirt. It was Labour, first in covering up the grooming scandal, and secondly in imploding with the anti-Semitic comments made by the Labour candidate. We were trending for 2 full days that week, and it wasn't in a good way, and it wasn't about me. So divisive is not really a charge, I think, that can be laid against me. I've just won a thumping majority in a by-election.
You have. It's Sir Keir Starmer is calling for a ceasefire now. Biden is hopeful it will happen. Are you? And would you lay off him in that instant? It doesn't seem like there's any prospect of you laying off Keir Starmer.
Or any prospect of them actually genuinely seeking an end to the war in Gaza. I've been saying that anyone who believes Keir Starmer is trying to end the war in Gaza, I've got a bridge in London, I could sell them going cheap. It is a totally unbelievable pretense. If he really did, he would have backed the SNP motion in Parliament, or at least not tried to wreck it, which is what he did. And he tried to wreck it because what he is asking for is a different thing to what the SNP were asking for. And what the SNP were asking for was a genuine ceasefire.
And just finally, it sounds like you've got big plans for this new party of yours. Do you hope to replicate this in seats across the country and in other constituencies come the election?
Yeah, especially in this region. I don't know what will happen elsewhere in the country, but I have now received deputations from Bolton, from Oldham, from Blackburn, from Bury, and from Tameside in Greater Manchester, and that's just the deputations I've received. We've got 59 parliamentary candidates ready to go, and we'll stand in, therefore, 70 Labour seats, and either defeat them ourselves or cause their defeat. And there will be independents, not Workers' Party, but independents that we're ready to support, who will stand up and down the country, and I know of many already in the field who will now be energised by the result here tonight. I think Keir Starmer's woken up this morning to his worst nightmare.
George Galloway, thank you. So there we have it. Keir Starmer's worst nightmare, George Galloway says, as he prepares to go back into Parliament yet again. And really, what an incredible turn of events, that a conflict that started again on October the 7th with those atrocities committed by Hamas that led to the war in Gaza has had such a profound impact on our politics here, on a seat, a town in Greater Manchester with a lot of problems, with a lot of issues of its own, but George Galloway has campaigned largely on what's going on in the Middle East, and it's taken him to Westminster. Very, very bad news for Keir Starmer indeed.
Well, Catherine Forster, thank you so much for your tenacious reporting throughout the night. It has been an extraordinary by-election, and there have been scenes of circusry really around throughout Rochdale, and it's great to hear about the extraordinary sense that the campaign team for Galloway declared victory before the last vote was cast. Catherine Forster, thank you. Well, I'm delighted to be joined in the studio now by James Crouch, the Associate Director of Opinium, the polling company, Aaron Bastani, the co-founder of Novara Media, and Christian Calgi, the Senior Political Correspondent at the Daily Express. Now, Christian Calgi, we were hearing from Catherine about the way in which, the confidence with which George Galloway approached the count, releasing a statement before the polls closed to the media saying, "We've won."
Yes, I thought it's actually remarkable that George Galloway managed to get through an election count without, sort of having to get I think he's had to get the police involved occasionally, maybe tweeting out ballot boxes before they should have been. But he managed to get through this one absolutely fine. What I find extraordinary, we all knew Galloway was going to do well, but I don't think really anyone in Westminster predicted the Labour flop that happened. I mean, the betting odds going into this were neck and neck, Labour slightly ahead. There were reports from journalists there at the start of the evening saying that, might get beaten into third place. No one thought, almost losing a deposit type performance from Labour. That was really extraordinary.
Although, of course, we should say, not a Labour-endorsed candidate, and perhaps we just have a better informed electorate in
Well, that's certainly a good thing. I mean, you will often hear, you could put a rosette on an inanimate object in certain parts of the world, a certain blue rosette, red rosette, they'd win. So fair enough, that people were clearly engaged in the by-election. That is certainly a good thing.
Yes, and James Crouch, pollster, the turnout was higher than I was expecting. Turnout was higher than most people was expecting, almost 40%. For a by-election, it's fairly standard, and many people thought it would be a lot lower than normal for a by-election.
Well, with George Galloway doing particularly well, there's that question over whether he's quite clearly maximised the Muslim vote in Rochdale, whether or not that was also the highest turnout proportion of the electorate, also might give some credence to him getting much higher than the kind of 25-30% that you might have expected if that's all he was doing.
So it could be that the Muslim areas that voted overwhelmingly for Galloway had high turnout, but actually the other areas had lower than expected turnout, but they didn't vote Galloway.
Yes, I mean, it's still lower than a general election, so you've got large chunks of the constituency, and also let's not forget that Rochdale does actually stretch out into the Pennines, into all these rural places that aren't like this industrial town, and all of those voters were probably left with not much else going on the ballot box. I mean, thankfully, they had the independent there to cast a vote in, but as you can see, all the major parties doing quite badly.
No, it is extraordinary. And Aaron, you've given this statistic again and again that Galloway did better than how many parties was it combined?
Well, technically it was the Tories, the Lib Dems, Reform. I think in the end there wasn't a Green candidate, but I think
there was a Green Party candidate in the same sense that there was a Labour Party candidate.
He did better than all those people combined. And I think what everybody was saying beforehand, whether or not he won tonight, is that he wouldn't be able to keep it in a general election. But I think the scale of his win is such that maybe he can. I certainly wouldn't write off that possibility. And I think you've obviously got the local elections in May. They've got 12,000 votes today. They're going to collect a ton more data. He has a genuine shot at keeping it, whereas before people were saying he'll just go to another more winnable seat, maybe somewhere in Tower Hamlets, come the general election in May or whenever, probably far later, September, let's say. I actually would wager he'll probably stick around in Rochdale now, because this is well, he's going to have a ton of data. This was in a relatively short campaign. And I don't see why he would go elsewhere,
The reason why I say that is that when George Galloway won Bradford West in 2012, it was an extraordinary by-election. It was his first by-election victory like this. He'd done a general election victory in Tower Hamlets, of course. But in Bradford West, that was an area where 50% of the population identifies as Muslim. Here in Rochdale, it's 25% of the electorate, meaning that potentially there are far more fertile areas to work for someone that overwhelmingly relies on the Muslim vote than Rochdale.
You know what? I was in Batley and Spen, as you were, and I was surprised at actually how many non-Muslim voters were going for him because he had a very popular message. Now, look, in a short by-election campaign, and let's be realistic and honest, most of his voters were Muslim in Batley and Spen, and I'm sure it was a similar story here. But he can create a story around, he called it the Rochdale revival. He does have a way with words, doesn't he? And I think if he can be a hyper-local candidate and he can have some sort of patronage going on, he can put a spotlight onto the constituency between now and the general election, there's no reason why he shouldn't be able to expand his vote significantly beyond what he's achieved in terms of the non-Muslim vote in Rochdale. So, you know, I think, on the one hand, let's be honest about who's voting for him. On the other, you'd be surprised that actually how many people do plump for people like Galloway. I remember speaking to a former Conservative voting nurse. Again, you don't hear much of those people talked about in the media. And she was going for Galloway and Batley and Spen. You're a former community organiser who I think, you know, had voted for Brexit.
Galloway does marry these sort of two elements, the Muslim vote, but also perhaps an old Labour, socially conservative, perhaps just small c conservative type of voter. Is that something you recognise?
So there's definitely something to that. And actually, to your point about wanting to stick around in Rochdale, we're kind of looking at Rochdale as a safe Labour seat, which I guess it is in 2019. But up until 2015 and the disappearance of the Liberal Democrats, this was a pretty unusual kind of place. It was Tory in the 50s, it was a Liberal and then Lib Dem, Labour marginal pretty much since the 1970s up until then.
Big demographic changes within the seat.
Yes, but it's not one of those bog standard, if you want to call them that, kind of safe Labour seat, of which there are dozens and dozens and dozens all around that part of the world. So it feels like there's basically a bit more independence in that seat, that he could potentially maybe keep it at a general election. Then maybe, yeah, he didn't hold on to Bradford West and I think only managed one term in Bethnal Green until he lost that. So, yeah, you want somewhere that's a bit more independent, a bit more not run-of-the-mill.
And Christian Cowie, isn't that a point, that this was a Liberal Democrat seat not that long ago in the grand scheme of things? And they were nowhere tonight, 7%.
No. Well, I think this is as much a failure of all the main parties as it is a victory by Galloway. And the Lib Dems are one part of that. You know, who knows, as I said, this sort of hypothetical, you know, if the Lib Dems hadn't entered coalition in 2010 and, you know, was still a very popular third-party protest vote party now, would they have won the seat? You know, very possibly, who knows? But I would just want to raise one piece of interesting news that I've seen, which is that George Galloway claims that he's going to be introduced to Parliament next week. You know, they get two MPs.
Who on earth is going to introduce him?
Well, one is going to be Jeremy Corbyn.
Wow.
Apparently, it's going to be Jeremy Corbyn and David Davis. And I think from the get-go, the symbolism of Galloway and Corbyn standing together, being introduced to Parliament for the first time, again, that's just going to really begin to galvanise that headache for Starmer.
That's so fascinating because, of course, we do see normally it's totally uncontroversial. An MP is introduced to Parliament flanked by two members of their party.
Yes.
But, of course, George Galloway is the only Workers' member of Workers' Party of Britain. Will be the only. We shouldn't talk about him as if he's an MP already. He's not an MP until he's formally introduced to the Commons. He is the successful candidate soon to become an MP. But Aaron Bastani, what do you make of that? Jeremy Corbyn side by side with George Galloway next week.
Well, Jeremy Corbyn, I don't know him that well. I know him pretty well. He said he'd be the godparent to my daughter once as a joke when I was interviewing him. But I don't.
You didn't take him up on that.
I didn't. He was. I said, "Would you be willing to become a Catholic?" And he said, "Oh, I'm quite interested in religion." And he wished he'd studied theology. But anyway, he likes winding people up, so I'm sure he'll really enjoy that occasion. And Yeah, getting a few irate comments on Twitter. He'll probably be looking on it on his phone
You
later
think
tonight.
Jeremy Corbyn scrolls the Jeremy Corbyn hashtags?
I reckon he enjoys that part of it. Not when it's too harsh, but when he's winding up sort of liberal journalists. Oh yeah, I think he gets a kick out of it.
I think his wife gets more of a kick out of it than he does. She's
No
much
comment.
much more of a Twitter addict. But let's just remind ourselves, a few moments after the result was announced this evening, I spoke with GB News presenter Nigel Farage. This is what he had to say about George Galloway.
For him there, he's very, very good at message delivery. He's very charismatic. He's also very clever. You know, if Rochdale Town Football Club's on the verge of bankruptcy, George has pledged to save it. And you know what? He'll find the money, and he will. I mean, he just will do that. He made it very clear, didn't he, that in parts of the West Midlands, by which he meant Spark Hill, in Tower Hamlets, he is aiming for a Muslim vote that Labour had taken for granted.
I also spoke to Anne Widdecombe, the former Conservative MP, now supportive of Reform UK, but she joins us again live. And Anne, I'm interested in your reaction to what Nigel Farage had to say there, that the Labour Party could be at risk of losing a significant chunk of the Muslim vote.
I think that's absolutely accurate. We've seen what's happened at this by-election. Gaza is a very, very big issue. And with Labour taking the stand that it's taking at the moment, at any rate, and half its party not actually agreeing with the leader, yes, I think there's a real chance. But on the other hand, there won't be a George Galloway in every seat. So you have to ask yourself where, the Muslim vote that would normally vote Labour would otherwise go. But I think Nigel's right. I mean, this is going to have an enormous impact.
And how important are the personal characteristics of George Galloway? His oratorical ability. He sort of has this sort of sense of not just being a maverick, but being a maverick who, frankly, can get a crowd going.
Oh, he can certainly get a crowd going. He is an orator. And we've got very, very few of them, if any, actually, in Parliament at the moment. I can remember the days of Heseltine, of Ian Paisley, if you like. Of people who really could get going and could get a huge reaction. And you don't see that now. So, we've got an orator coming back into the House of Commons, and that alone will be an interesting phenomenon.
What do you think it says about our politics that I can probably count on one hand? The number of people who I would sit down and want to listen to a speech from, not because they would say something important, but because of how they would say it.
As I have observed many times, we've got now a parliament of third-raters. They nearly all read. They read their speeches. There was a time when that simply wasn't done unless you were reading a particularly complicated set of statistics or something. There isn't the ability to think on one's feet, to debate as opposed to give a set speech, to really fire people up, to say something unusual. That has more or less gone. And I put a lot of that down to identity politics, that instead of selecting candidates on merit, we now select, and when I say we, I mean, all sides of the House of Commons now, tend to select on quotas. I'm pleased to say Reform doesn't.
Do you think that there's perhaps an element of our politics that says parties are so worried about the backgrounds of candidates who might have been interesting in the past being trawled through, that they just need the most bland, identikit, opinionless people, and that's how they'll sail through with no controversy?
Well, I think there's always a possibility of that, but it doesn't just apply to one party. The effect of social media, the fact that you can go back and see what somebody said when they were 19 or something, even though they're now 30, it does actually have an impact, and people selectors are very, very sensitive to that. But equally, as I say, selectors in recent years, and when I say recent years, I don't mean the last 10, I mean the last 20, have gone down this awful route of positive discrimination in order to get more women, more ethnics, more gays, more whatever it might be in. That instead of saying, yes, we want all of those, but we want them after they've reached the merit bar, the merit bar doesn't apply. And before you say that theory, I have seen in practice a selection where the selection committee wanted 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was well ahead, by the way, 3 men and 1 woman. And they were told by the central office agent, you can't do that, you've got to have 2 of each. And it doesn't matter how far back you've got to go to find another woman to put on, you've got to have 2 of each. Now, if you have that over a period of time, it's not going to have any effect in a year and 2 years. If you have that going on for a couple of decades, you wreck the quality of Parliament.
And yet, Anne, you talk about the quality of candidates, the quality of Parliament, the quality of people that are put forward for election. Many people would say that the Reform UK candidate in Rochdale at this election was a flawed candidate. Simon Danczuk, the former Labour MP for Rochdale, he was kicked out of the Labour Party after sending texts, inappropriate texts, to a 17-year-old girl. Did Reform UK slip up on candidate selection?
Well, we had terrific candidates in Wellingborough and Kingswood. And as far as Simon Danczuk goes, you know, he did at least have a solid record of being concerned about the grooming scandal and of being willing to talk about it. So, you know, he had pluses. You've identified a minus, but there were pluses. And also, of course, he was an ex-Labour MP. I think people think, you know, that reform is purely about grabbing disaffected Tories, but it isn't.
Why did he do so badly then, Anne?
Sorry?
Why did he do so badly?
Well, I think several people have said, there is a big lesson here for reform, and that is in, I can sum it up in 2 words, postal votes. You know, you have to get into the postal votes very, very early in the campaign. And we came in heavily in the second half of the campaign. We weren't there while the postal votes were being gathered, and Galloway was extremely effective in getting postal votes. And we should have been in there at that stage. Now, we can learn from them. You know, you can learn from mistakes. And, you know, if we've had 2 very successful by-elections, now we have this one that wasn't so successful. OK, what do we learn from it? And I think we learn you go right in heavy at the beginning, not just the by-elections, the general election as well.
Well, Anne Widdecombe, it's been fascinating to get your perspective on what has been a rollercoaster evening. Joining me in the studio now is James Crouch, the Associate Director of Opinion, Aaron Bastani, the co-founder of Novara Media, and Christian Cowgie, the Senior Political Correspondent at the Daily Express. Let's just take a moment and breathe, because this has been a night of lots of surprises. Perhaps the first surprise was the confidence of the Galloway campaign. Aaron, what did you make of it?
That's pretty extraordinary. Your reporter in the field, her name is
Catherine Forster.
Catherine, my apologies, Catherine. She had that incredible nugget of them being in the bar before 10 p.m. Of course, people could still go to the ballot box and still cast their vote until 10 p.m. And they were in the bar at 9:30. They literally had the cigars out. Very unusual. I've never heard that before, and it really speaks volumes as to how certain they were of victory.
No, absolutely. Cowgie, do you have the same impression?
Yeah, I do. It was, you know, they clearly had got a great feedback, and it must have been very notable, the lack of the Labour presence. And we've spoken previously about just how remarkable it is that Labour, you know, collapsed like there was no substance there at all. There's one very interesting piece of news following on from the Anne Widdecombe interview you did there, that whilst last night may have been a very poor showing for Reform UK, there's a new poll out this morning in the Times that puts Reform UK on its highest polling record ever at 14%, and says that its gap between them and the Tories has fallen to just 6 points.
So is Anne Widdecombe right, then? Was this just a matter of postal votes? They didn't campaign soon enough, they were gazumped by the system? I mean, it does sound a bit pathetic.
No, I mean, what the issue was the ground campaign, of which these parties often struggle. UKIP had the same issue, which was it gets a lot of great airtime and puts forward a lot, you know, many interesting proposals, but if it doesn't have the activists, it doesn't have the data, it doesn't have the campaign materials, it simply can't match the 2 or 3 big established parties in the area. And that's really what they've got to do. They've got to target. If I were Reform UK, you've got to be doing, you know, what Farage was saying about Galloway, 10, 20 seats, absolute maximum, but do not waste a single penny in any other.
And James Crouch, we talk about polling, we talk about sort of where latent support lies. Ultimately, by-elections like this, when you've got a 40% turnout, it's almost a secondary consideration where your polling levels are. It's about turning out your vote, getting your voters out when most people are staying at home.
Well, we've talked about this all this evening, about how well Galloway's operation has been at targeting the kind of people he thinks are going to vote for him and actually getting them out, either getting them to the ballot box or alternatively getting their postal votes in and getting them done and signed off. Which is why it still seems to me relatively likely that part of the story of his success is really good turnout amongst his kind of voters and really poor, or relatively poor turnout amongst other types of voters. And that seems pretty obvious. But in terms of his confidence about winning, I guess, how many times has he done this now? He must know what it feels like. He must know what it looks like by now, and he must have known he was on course to win.
Aaron, it's worth running through those victories that Galloway has had, both in one general election as a minor party candidate and now 2 by-elections.
Yeah, he's been an MP since 1987. I think he was the treasurer for Dundee Labour Party when he was, like, 16 years old. He's very much a political animal. And the point you were saying about reform, Christian, I couldn't agree more. I said this a few weeks ago, that actually the Green approach of deep organising, focusing on 3 or 4 constituencies, doesn't get you airtime. But look, the Greens may end up with 2 or 3 seats the next election. I think they probably will get 2 seats. Reform will have none.
We had Paul Richards on, the former Labour Party special advisor, who said the Greens are going to lose their seats.
Well, the polling does. Let's be fair and say the polling doesn't indicate that right now. I mean, he's here to present the Labour position. That's fine. The polling doesn't indicate that. There are MRP polls out there showing that right now the Greens would win both Brighton Pavilion and what would be Bristol Central.
And yet Caroline Lucas is standing down as the Brighton MP, maybe because she doesn't think she'll win it.
I don't think that's why. But also what I would say is if they do keep that seat, even if they just keep that 1 seat, that would indicate, again, that they're not like Farage, right? They're not just a one-person show. And I do think Reform could learn something from that. You know, Ben Habib needs to be in Wellingborough for 2-3 electoral cycles before he's going to win it.
Not just turn up and then go away. Having said that, that's precisely what George Galloway did in Rochdale. He hadn't been there. He's not a local guy. No, he turned up 6 weeks ago and just won the seat.
But then he doesn't generally keep hold of them. You know, Farage. If Nigel Farage had stood in Clacton 3 or 4 times, he would be the MP for Clacton. He's chosen not to do that. So I think, look, it's great to have the national opinion polls, it's great to have the airtime, the deep organising, the community roots, the ground campaign, the postal votes, that's the bread and butter.
And yet, who has been more successful in politics in the last 15 years? Caroline Lucas or Nigel Farage? Who has had the bigger impact?
Well, that's the point. But, I mean, look, Farage has been absolutely extraordinary at setting the agenda. And he can continue to do that without having a seat in Parliament. But Reform's project is electoral.
But also, I mean, arguably, Reform UK, whilst maybe not Richard Tice, but the notion of what Reform UK voters want, are still probably going to have more of an impact on the Tory manifesto than George Galloway is going to have on the Labour manifesto.
Yeah, that's right. But then, you know, what Reform say is, and we had it here a few weeks ago, Ben Habib, Anne Widdecombe, Richard Tice said it to me a week ago, we are not here to be a pressure group on the Conservative Party. We want to destroy the Conservative Party. Yeah, obliterate, exactly. Yeah. But if you want to obliterate them, you're going to have to be doing deep organising, doing things like postal ballots, not just focusing on the air war.
Well, it's been an evening, hasn't it? And the aftershocks of this result have only just begun. We're going to see George Galloway enter Parliament next week, as Christian says, flanked possibly by Jeremy Corbyn. It's going to be a spectacle. It's going to be a thorn in the side of Sir Keir Starmer and the Labour benches. Really, the chaos, perhaps, has only just begun. But thank you for joining us tonight. It's been an extraordinary night, and thank you to the panel as well, everyone that we've had on the show. It's been a remarkable evening, but it doesn't stop here. Up next, further coverage and analysis is on GB News Breakfast, presented by former Defence Secretary and politics veteran Michael Portillo and Pip Thompson, our GB News presenters. Let's take a look back at the main events of a monumental night for British democracy. Labour's Shadow Immigration Minister Stephen Kinnock told us this before the result was announced.
Well, to be frank, I'm pleased that this whole sorry saga has come to an end now. It has been a very difficult and messy process. I'm very pleased that we took rapid and robust action in terms of our candidate. And the number one priority for us now in Rochdale will be to select a strong candidate who will take the seat for Labour, and we will have a Labour MP at the general election that we can be proud of.
A disappointing night for Reform UK as their candidate Simon Danchuk finished in 6th place after an impassioned campaign. Here's what the party leader Richard Tice told us, conceding defeat.
What we've witnessed and experienced in Rochdale is deeply disturbing. Our candidate and campaign team has been subjected to racist death threats, racist abuse, refused entry to hustings in council buildings, had to be relocated for their own safety, suffered daily intimidation and slurs.
There was a rapturous yet divided response to George Galloway's victory announced just a few hours ago. Let's take a look back at that moment.
George Galloway, Workers' Party of Britain candidate, 12,000.
In a result punctuated with twists and turns, another shock of the night was independent candidate David Tully securing 2nd place ahead of all of the major parties. Our political correspondent Catherine Forster caught up with him before the results.
I feel very proud and very humble that the people of Rochdale have stood up and supported me like I've stood up. So, yeah, I feel very proud of what we've achieved. So, so I can only thank them.
GB News' very own Nigel Farage has been with us through all these twists and turns. Here's his take on the night's events.
The takeaway of tonight is that sectarian politics is now here in England. We wrote off previous Galloway victories, such as the one in Bradford West in 2012, as simply being one-offs. But this victory for him follows on, of course, from the huge marches and demonstrations that we've seen going on.
And just minutes ago, we spoke to George Galloway, where he sent a clear message to the Labour Party leader.
Will be independents, not Workers' Party, but independents that we're ready to support, who will stand up and down the country, and I know of many already in the field, who will now be energised by the result here tonight. I think Keir Starmer's woken up this morning to his worst nightmare.
That's all from us, but in many ways, it's only just begun. Thank you to Christian Calgi, Aaron Bastani and James Crouch. And thank you at home for watching too. I'm Tom Harwood and this is GB News. We're here throughout the election. We are, for you, during the election, Britain's election channel.
Tired of the